Yeah, this is Billiam. I've gotten lost again. When the show Lost began in 2004, nobody involved and nobody waiting for it expected it to be as big of a hit as it was. With a sprawling cast of 14 characters in one very mysterious island, Lost was an instant hit from the moment it started. With a setting that made audiences' imagination go wild, instantly everybody was speculating on all the different weird aspects of the show. Like, what were the backstories to all of these interesting, awful strangers? What is the monster that lurks in the woods? What's inside the concrete hatch that they find and can't open? And what's with those others that already live on the island and try to kidnap kids? Episode to episode, each of these characters eventually becomes the main character, with their backstories being unfolded through flashbacks that usually thematically tie into what they're doing on the island. However, on the island, their personal struggles, different goals, and differing thoughts on what the best thing to do for their survival creates drama amongst the group of strangers who are all really awful people. They're lost on this island, but back home they were totally loosened in their own lives, their old lives. The irony is they're working towards rescue but don't really have anything to go back to. It's all brought together by a top-notch production value. They recontextualize familiar sounds to create a new feeling. There's an incredible musical score that just makes every single scene that much more meaningful, and world-class character performances by actors who had characters tailor-made for them. With such a sprawling list of character narratives and constant weird shit happening, it's no wonder that Lost was criticized for making the story up as they went along from its beginning to its very end. There was never a point where there was an audience consensus that Lost had a direction. It never jumped the shark, it just always was. However, there is a little bit of truth to that. Nobody thought this show would succeed, so there wasn't really a purpose to create a story that would last multiple seasons. Some old ABC president, Lloyd Braun, just really wanted to make a super expensive island drama. It was his weird fixation, and J.J. Abrams and Damon Lindelof were brought in basically on studio assignment to turn the project into a reality. From the time they were brought in to the time the pilot was finished with music and everything was just a few weeks.
We picked up the show based on this 25-page outline 5 days after I met JJ. 11 weeks after that point, we delivered them the 2-hour, finished, completed, shot, edited, scored pilot of Lost. So...
No, you didn't.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Abrams and Lindelof may have set up the show, but Lindelof was left alone to run it, and he eventually brought in his old mentor, Carlton Cuse, to help bring everything together, and eventually the two of them became the public face of the show, as JJ stayed on just to help executive produce and keep things running. Besides the beginning, Lost is not his creative project, and he will tell you that in interviews.
I left working on the show in the first season, so anytime someone says that they love like the latest episode, I always say, you know, it's what Damon and Carlton and Jack Bender, it's what they've done. I'm like the audience now. I watch what they do and think, oh my God, like, look where this has gone.
Everyone thought it was going to be sort of 12 episodes and out, and basically Damon and I sat down at that point, sort of said, hey, let's just make the 12 best episodes of television that we can, that just are cool to us, and if we go down, let's go down in flames.
The show was only initially picked up for 13 episodes after the pilot came in, and they sort of planned a story to last 13 episodes, and it was only as the show started airing that it got extended to 25 episodes.
There's never been anyone in television sadder.
There's no nearly about it.
To see good ratings. He was like, oh my God, we have to keep fucking doing this.
There were major ideas and story turns that the creatives really wanted to take, but they really couldn't without knowing when the end was.
Between the first and the second season was when we did kind of the hardcore baking of the mythology that was sort of built for the long term.
And we actually have an end game now. This is something that we started cooking after the end of the first season, where some of these characters are going to and then they're going to have to, but we can't trigger our end game until you allow us to say that there's going to be an end date.
If they even got an ending, the show could have been canceled first.
Because the audience was constantly threatening to leave. If you make like 2 bad episodes in a row, or I start to get the sense that you're making it up as you go along, I am going to bail on you.
After Disney purchased ABC, everybody was asking why. It was the lowest rated TV network period. Disney had its first narrative TV network hit on its hands, and they were not going to give it up. Just like all the characters in the show, they have trouble letting go. The show was a massive critical and financial hit for Disney. It was nominated for a bunch of awards in its first season and won the Emmy and Golden Globe for Best Drama Series. But with a battle of intention between the ABC executives and the Lost writers' room, really all they were able to do at times was tread water to keep the show going.
We realized that eventually, if we had a destination, our airplane was going to get there, but we were just going to have to keep circling it until we ran out of gas. And we all know what happens. It's not the nicest landing. So, but the network was obviously looking at it as the show is still a hit. Everybody's watching it. It's unheard of to announce an end date for a show this far in advance. So, you know, we basically said, you don't understand. It's our job to look forwards because we know exactly where we're going and how much story we have. But once we reach the point where we can no longer continue to work towards something, we had to switch out of the modality of thinking of working towards an endpoint and enter into the modality of what can we do this week?
But immediately, the writers understood that if the audience was engaged with these characters and the story, then that story had to go somewhere. But there was no way ABC was gonna give up their #1 hit drama for something as silly as story integrity. It was helping them launch new successful dramas like Desperate Housewives, which was marketed as a big mystery show after Lost, and Grey's Anatomy, which is still going on today. That's what ABC wanted with Lost. Could you imagine? So please indulge me as I have too much fun talking about too much Lost. Specifically as I take you through its second and third season, which aired at a time in TV where TV shows were expected to go on indefinitely. And while the audience was constantly criticizing the writers for not having the plan, those same writers were constantly working behind the scenes to convince the network to allow them to have a plan. The most crucial piece to which would be planning an end date for the show so they could have a destination to march towards rather than just constantly sprinting on the same treadmill. This span of episodes has some of Lost's best and worst stories, but to really get it, you have to let me take you back to help you understand what the audience was going through when it was airing. This is when Lost became TV's greatest mess. But what a lot of people started to figure out was that if this mess could be cleaned up, then TV would be changed forever, and for the better.
So we have to basically sit down and start talking about where we're going with this. But that was compounded by another problem, which was that the show was such a phenomenal success that ABC, who produced the show, were like, we're never ending this show.
Do you ever think that maybe they put you down here to push a button every 100 minutes just to see if you would? That all of us, the computer, the button, is just a mind game, an experiment.
Every single day.
If you're just running a race and you think you started a 10K, and then like at mile 3, there's an announcement like, you are now running a marathon. And then at mile 20, they're like, we'll get back to you about how long the race is.
Around about the end of the second, definitely the third, I think they were winging it.
You know, you just don't know how to pace yourself.
Number 2, I will appoint a committee to find out what the heck is happening on Lost.
Yeah.
Razzle dazzle!
In America, it's almost as if they have a cash cow, they just want to keep flogging it and make
So they didn't know how long they have to keep this going for?
Yeah.
So we started openly lobbying to end the show, and ABC said, we're never going to end it. Everybody's watching it.
You know what's amazing about today's video? I truthfully tried to make it as short as possible, but I really couldn't reject Raycon's tempting offer to sponsor it and make it just a little bit longer. Thank you, Raycon. Ah, look at this wire. Wish I had a wireless earbud. Look at these everyday true wireless earbuds, so cute. Despite being half the cost of other true wireless earbuds, these babies have 32 hours of battery life with 8 hours of playtime. That's enough time to watch this video with a few heavy-duty bathroom breaks. That's even enough time to watch the video, pause it after you fall off the couch thinking you hurt your wrist, head to the ER, pause the video while listening to your favorite comfort jams, continue to listen to them while in the waiting room, but then eventually leave because you realize your wrist doesn't doesn't hurt anymore and you don't want to pay for a doctor. So now you're embarrassed. You need to listen to your comfort jams on the way back home, but then you realize you didn't finish this video, so you pressed play when you get back and you can still finish it. I know what you're thinking. I should talk about the custom gel tips. It's comfortable in my ear and provides an ideal listening experience. It's no wonder why these little guys get big reviews with over 48,000 5-star reviews.
These things have 3 different sound profiles: pure sound, balanced sound, and bass sound. To navigate between these profiles, all you have to do is hold down the button on the side of the earbud. And they come in so many different fun colors.
So click the little link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/Billiam to get 15% off of your first order. Thanks Raycon for sponsoring this video that I wish could have gone on just a little longer. Going into season 2, audiences were incredibly intrigued and excited. Season 1 ends with a really intense cliffhanger. The mysterious French woman, Rousseau, who has been living on the island for 16 years, enters their camp with a warning. The others are coming to kidnap Claire's newborn baby, Erin, just as they did to her baby all those moons ago. She heard them whisper that they were coming for the child. So a 2-part plan is developed. First, the beach camp successfully launches a raft built by father and son, Michael and Walt, ahead of schedule. They're joined by the con man, Sawyer, who left a love triangle between him, Jack, and Kate a little messy.
Why is it so important for you to be on that raft?
Because there ain't anything on this island worth staying for.
Can't get messier than that. And Jin, who wants to get his wife's son off the island so they can have a fresh start after he messed things up on account of being bad because he was so angry all the time. Second, after the death of Boone, which John Locke is partially responsible for, John is forced to tell everyone about the secret hatch he and Boone found. John is the camp hunter and has a spiritual connection to the island after it healed him. He was in a wheelchair when their plane took off and he could walk after it crashed. John believes the hatch contains his destiny, but right now the leader of the camp, the Dr. Jack, wants to use it to hide from the others. So he leads an expedition to collect dynamite from a location called the Black Rock, a crashed slave ship in the middle of the jungle, which they learn about from Rousseau so they can finally open the hatch. However, once the raft picks up a signal on their jerry-rigged radar from the plane, they use their one flare to attempt a rescue. A fishing boat comes, but they're not there to help. The others kidnap Walt and destroy the raft.
We're gonna have to take the boy.
With an irony that our beach camp is probably safe after Rousseau discovers a decoy left by the others, John and Jack are finally able to open the hatch with dynamite, and despite the fact that they disagree over its purpose, the season ends with them eagerly looking down the hatch, the contents of which would not be revealed until the next season.
My God, what is this thing?
The journey has just begun.
Hey, we're all in a lot of trouble.
I think there's something down here!
As audiences tuned in to what would turn out to be the highest rated episode of Lost's entire 6-season run, garnering over 23.4 million viewers on the night that it aired, they were shown a flashback with an unfamiliar character. It's a normal morning routine complete with a musical track, make your own kind of music, an all too happy kind of jam. He exercises, makes breakfast, and just as things start to get weird when he injects himself, he's interrupted by a loud crash off screen. He grabs a rifle and starts looking through an intricate security system made of mirrors, and on the other side, he sees John and Jack looking down the hatch, but they don't know the hatch is looking right back. This Trojan horse opening disguising the inside of the hatch as a flashback sort of serves as an act of good faith to the audience who had been waiting a half a season last season to figure out what was in it, and then half a year between seasons to figure out what was in it. They show you immediately. So now we know somebody is able to live down there. That's sort of an answer, but now we have a whole bunch of other questions about that. So John and Jack continue to discuss what the heck's going on with this hatch. John really believes that inside the hatch is his destiny, but Jack really has more of a practical purpose for it, and when he realizes that he can't really use that purpose because he has to lower every single person down the hatch individually, he decides it's time to go back to the camp and try to calm everyone down about the others who are supposedly coming. So John has clearly been able to accept the weirder parts of the island, but Jack, who has seen the monster, a billowing column of black smoke, is still unable to accept that anything is out of the ordinary. Probably just an angry badger, thinks Jack. He needs to be right about this one, probably like he needed to be right about some other argument with his dad. The show's so good at writing testosterone.
No, John, it was gonna kill you. I seriously doubt that. Look, I need for you to
Both John and Jack have experienced different supernatural events on the island. John was healed by the island, and Jack saw his dead father, but both of them come away with wildly different explanations for these phenomenons. And despite the fact that there is a practical purpose to use the hatch to protect everyone from the others, it's very clear that John has ulterior motives. So as Jack tells the group the others are probably not going to attack them and that they're not gonna go down the hatch, John decides to tell everybody that he's gonna go down the hatch instead.
John, what are you doing?
I'm getting some cable.
What for?
It's for the hatch. I'm going in.
And despite the fact that Jack explicitly tells Kate, a former criminal turned criminal on an island, not to follow John, she does anyways. With the contradictive thought that audiences presumably already knew these characters and that audiences were just jumping into the show and had to be introduced to these characters, the flashbacks now serve a dual purpose.
There's a misperception that you need to watch the first 2 seasons and maybe read a book about Lost or play the Lost Experience alternate reality game to enjoy the show. But the first episode is enough to catch people up so that they will enjoy the season.
They reiterate their origin for newcomers while attempting to shine new, interesting light on them for those who are already familiar with them. Events we've already heard about and know the ending of are dramatized for the first time, and we start getting into the nitty-gritty of these characters, examining many of the in-between moments of their lives, between the big event moments of their lives. The first flashback we see this season is Jack making a promise to a patient of his, Sarah. She's been in a car accident and he promises to fix her, which really isn't something he should do.
I'm gonna fix you.
Yikes, say the medical assistants. There's now a newfound irony to many of these flashbacks because we know the outcome of them. We know, even though this is the first time they've met, that Sarah is going to become Jack's future ex-wife.
I didn't fix you. You fixed me.
Are you married?
No, not anymore.
Dude's wig tried to be edgy, but he just looks like Liza Minnelli, which means this is the coolest Jack has ever looked. He performs the surgery and he believes there's absolutely no way it could have been a success. And while she's in recovery, he starts doing some real dude things, running fast up some stairs, but another dude is running up the stairs faster. Jack's gotta run faster to prove something to someone, probably his dad. He trips and the other man, a friendly guy named Desmond, comes to help him out. Desmond and Jack start talking a little bit and Jack tells Desmond that he thinks there's no way he could have saved this woman even though he promised her. And Desmond says, you know, maybe you did. But Jack thinks that would require a miracle, something he does not believe in. But before their conversation can conclude, Desmond tells Jack for no reason that he's about to go get on a boat. Eventually, Jack and Hurley, Jack's right-hand man who believes he's cursed after winning the lottery with a set of mysterious numbers, have a conversation on the way to the hatch to meet back up with Kate and Locke. All right. All-time best Jack moment. Hurley tries to tell him about the mysterious numbers, which seem to be connected to the island and appear on the hatch itself. He's afraid, but Jack focuses on the wrong part of Hurley's story.
I see the same friggin' numbers on that hatch thing, just written on the side. And that's why I try to stop it, because that thing is cursed, man. You were in a psych ward?
Secrets are a big part of this show because everybody is super self-conscious and an asshole. Except Hurley, he's able to break out of those cycles. Jack is a guy who has trouble connecting with people. He's a doctor, and as Hurley says, he has bad bedside manner.
What's that thing where doctors make you feel better just by talking to you?
Bedside manner.
Yeah, that. Yours sucks, dude.
Finally, Jack makes his way down to the hatch. We get a better look at certain parts of it. It's very industrial looking with a strange magnetic anomaly. Loud music starts to play. Turn it down, Jack thinks, too loud. It only stops when Jack discovers John being held at gunpoint by a familiar face.
Well, good luck, brother. See you in another life, yeah?
Lower your gun, or I'll blow his damned head off, brother!
So this actually was the highest rated episode of Lost. More people tuned into this episode than any other episode in the entire show. But unlike the 2-part pilot, which laid out the plot line for season 1, it took about 4 episodes for season 2 to outline its plot. And while that doesn't seem too bad if you're watching this show on streaming or on DVD, if you were watching this show live, it took you 4 weeks to figure out what the hell this season was going to be about. The show had to maintain its high episode count, with season 2 having 24 episodes ordered. And while the character drama could still be interesting and fun, the story was very slow moving.
Setting sail was the only hope for rescue.
But their voyage ended in tragedy. In just 1 week, the fate of all the survivors will be revealed. An all-new Lost, next Wednesday, 9/8 Central, only on ABC.
The next week, audiences finally got to figure out if some of their favorite characters were still alive or not when we finally catch up with the raft crew, who are now holding on to pieces of the raft floating at sea. This episode features an in-between moment of Michael's backstory that shows his legal battle for Walt's custody before finally relinquishing his parental rights to Walt's mom.
The first one feels like an origin story because you're learning about that person for the very first time. But all the other ones feel like you're just kind of treading water.
This episode was actually initially conceptualized as a Sawyer flashback. Press statements even went out teasing Star Trek Enterprise actress Jolene Blalock as being cast in a guest role. And a little bit of shooting actually did go underway before they decided to change it to a different character-focused episode. Michael.
We've been fortunate to have a really high success rate on Lost. In fact, that was the only time we dumped an entire storyline. No fault on the actors, it just wasn't properly conceived.
They're adrift at sea, but all Michael can do is sit and ponder how much of Walt's life was spent away from him. He's sad. He misses his son. Ah, shark! But do I mean the fish or his ex? Exciting stuff. Despite the flashbacks already seeming redundant, we still do get some exciting and fun new sitcom-esque scenarios for these characters. Michael stands up and just starts shouting for Walt. Sawyer tells him to be quiet because it's clearly not helping the situation. Then in the next scene, Sawyer stands up and he's yelling for Jin, and Michael tells him to shut up because it's not helping the situation. This show writes testosterone so well. Back on the island, we see Kate and John's perspective inside the hatch before Jack comes in. John lightly manipulates Kate into going down the hatch first, clearly not learning his lesson from Boone, but she's forcibly pulled down after a spotlight turns on, a once hopeful sign for John Locke in the last season, now turned into a horrifying set piece. So John goes in after Kate, where they meet Desmond. When they meet Desmond, John initially lies to him, claiming to be someone Desmond has been waiting for, but quickly his story falls apart. John then tries to tell the truth, and Desmond is interested to learn their story, but first he insists John has to be tied up. But John's like, no, let's tie Kate up, she's a criminal. But John slips her a knife so she can escape while he hangs out in his cool new hatch. We start getting a look at the hatch more as well. John sees simulated sunlight behind the blinds. Kate finds a pantry full of food, and one of the most cathartic moments in the whole show just starts stuffing her face with candy bars. No more fish, no more fruit, no more wild pig, candy bars. And before she goes out to help John, she stuffs her pants with a bunch more for later. But the most interesting part of the hatch is uncovered as an alarm starts to go off. Desmond brings John to a computer and has him enter a sequence of some numbers. Then they hear Jack enter the hatch, but Desmond makes sure he finishes entering the sequence first, and that's not some numbers. That's the numbers.
The numbers are bad! The numbers are bad!
And finally, after the end of the second episode, we catch back up with the ending of the first episode. And the standoff is finally broken when Kate enters the room and Desmond accidentally fires his rifle, breaking the computer. In the stinger, Michael and Sawyer finally drift their way back to the island. They wash ashore where they're greeted by a screaming Jin. His hands are tied behind his back and he warns them of his captors, the others.
Next Wednesday, 9/8 Central.
Girl.
Who are you?
We're on a plane.
Flight 815?
There's a reason why Lost is the Emmy winner for Best Drama.
Why do you find it so hard to believe?
Why do you find it so easy?
We're all gonna die.
What am I supposed to do?
An all-new Lost. Next Wednesday, 9/8 Central. Only on ABC.
The following week, the two plot lines finally collided and continued. Desmond freaks out because the computer's broken, so Kate runs to find Saeed, a former Iraqi communications officer who's now the island tech guy. He fixes all their stuff. Desmond starts packing his things while he shows John and Jack a little film, which finally unveils a huge part to Lost's web of mysteries, the Dharma Initiative, who originally built the hatch. The film introduces the organization as a peace-loving, science-friendly community of researchers that lived on the island to study its special properties. And of course, peaceful to the Dharma Initiative means they had violent interactions with the indigenous people on the island. The film explains a little bit of their history and the purpose of the hatch, officially named the Swan Station. The Swan was built to study electromagnetic anomalies on the island, but during its construction, there was a mysterious incident, and now its purpose is to discharge a dangerous pocket of energy every 108 minutes. It was built to house two people who must manually enter the code into the computer or risk destroying the world, or so they're told. Jack thinks this is a ridiculous premise, but John, desperate for a purpose, totally buys into into it. Of course he would be saving the world.
We're gonna need to watch that again.
John's like a little kid at a sleepover who can't get his friends interested in the same movie he wants to watch. He's like, Jack, will you watch it again with me? And Jack's like, no, John, I hated that movie.
You're gonna watch that again.
Aren't you?
No, John, I'm not.
John, that video wasn't even funny. I hated that movie.
In this episode's flashback, John meets a woman at a support group named Helen, who tries to love him, but John's obsession with his abusive father makes it hard for her. She can't stand to watch John hurt himself, so she gives him an ultimatum. Stop trying to connect with your lousy dad who constantly rejects you and be with me. Instead, Helen tells John to take a leap of faith with her so they don't have to go through life alone, but together. He agrees to stop seeing his father and to be with her. Now on the other side of the island, again, Jin, Sawyer, and Michael have all been captured, and they're joined in a pit by Anna Lucia, who attentive viewers would recognize from the finale of season 1 as another passenger of Oceanic Flight 815. She claims to be from the tail section of the plane, which broke off during the flight before it crashed. The group is a little hesitant to believe that Sawyer, Jin, and Michael were actually on the plane because they've had some violent interactions with the others who claimed to be a part of the flight as well. But eventually they're able to weed out the truth. Desmond's real scared because the countdown's reaching 0. He tries to leave, but Jack runs after him. There's no way he's gonna let this guy leave. He's having a major crisis, and he needs to be in control.
15. Shut up! Some man takes you down there, shows you a movie, and you push a button on faith alone. Nothing is going to happen!
Jack needs to be right about this. He tells Desmond nothing's gonna happen if he doesn't push the button. But uh-oh, Desmond recognized him. Dude, Jack's on the edge of his seat. Be careful with what you say.
The girl. It doesn't matter.
What happened to her?
It doesn't matter.
How can you say it doesn't?
I married her!
You're not married to her anymore then?
That's so fucking good. Damn. Jack may be the one with the gun, but Desmond just killed him. Desmond walks off, never to be seen again, and Jack just lets him because he's so embarrassed. John's about to enter the sequence of numbers but can't remember it because he's an old geezer. Hurley's relieved, but Jack's like, that's not the right number. He just told me the right number. Push your button, John. See ya. But John, he doesn't want to push the button alone. He tells Jack to take a leap of faith with him because he doesn't want to do this alone. He needs a partner, a guy. Jack needs a guy too. They just can't talk it out. Jack's like, nothing's gonna happen if we don't push the button. And John's like, I want you to push it for me. And Jack's like, all right, but nothing's gonna happen. He pushes it, which reveals the conflicting debate Jack is kind of having within himself about the island. Maybe that billowing column of black smoke that dragged John down the hole was out of the ordinary. And of course, this internal conflict ends up resulting in their tenuous relationship. And then in the next episode, the tail survivors alongside Michael, Jin, and Sawyer all decide to walk back to join up with the main beach camp. That's the plotline of season 2. To really understand and truly appreciate Lost, I think you really have to dive into a lot of the fanfare surrounding the show at the time and how it shaped TV and pop culture then through now.
You talked me into pushing that button once, John, but it's yours now. You're the one who won't risk it. You. Me? I don't think anything's gonna happen when we get down to 0. Jack, you wanna see what's gonna happen? Let's just see what's gonna happen.
Ooh, them there fighting words. And Matthew Fox, great to have you with us this morning. And
Thanks for having me.
How long you been up already?
All of about 6 minutes.
6 minutes. A little cap.
Look at him. That's Jack. They're trying to make him sexy. They're doing their darn best to make Jack sexy. This is GQ. He's the cover guy of GQ.
Very hard to make you look at the sand kind of on your face.
Yeah, it's...
But you and Josh Holloway, who plays Sawyer, you guys are like all shucks about the hunk label being attached to you. Are you like that too?
And Dad said he didn't have what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I know the hunk thing. I don't know. I believe that Josh, Josh is pretty hunky, I guess. I don't know. I just,
Us boy Josh Holloway oozes sex appeal.
Oh, you're a superstar.
And it's never been more evident than in his new ad campaign for Davidoff Cool Water Cologne in a special insert of GQ.
Lost was applauded by all corners of the industry, but specifically, it was really commended for showing that mainstream audiences could be interested in science fiction as long as it was packaged the right way. Now, I think when a lot of people hear the word science fiction, they think that automatically Lost doesn't apply to that, but I'm talking about science fiction in its greater, umbrella terminology, also including fantasy under it. It also showed that audiences were interested in following a story with long-running, heavily serialized elements. Lost was really the only science fiction show to premiere on American TV networks in 2004 and break out into the mainstream. There were other science fiction shows at the time that were popular and well acclaimed, like Battlestar Galactica, but there was a perception by mainstream audiences that these kinds of shows were for the big dorks.
I've been browsing, inspecting X-Men comics, I collect them.
But by 2005, shows like Supernatural and the Doctor Who reboot were showing that mainstream audiences were in fact interested in these kinds of stories. Pop science fiction.
So this fall, thanks to the success of the various new sci-fi series such as Lost, networks are introducing 6 new genre series of their own in the 2005 season. Fathom on NBC, Invasion on ABC, Night Stalker on ABC, Ghost Whisperer on CBS, Threshold on CBS, and Supernatural on the WB. In a general sense, these series are closer in style to Lost than they are to Star Trek Enterprise. The movement of televised sci-fi toward the kind of continual character evolution that happens on a number of quality non-genre shows is a big step, and why many critics are calling this a new sci-fi. Stories will be born first and foremost out of character, with the adventure elements in a more subordinate role.
I mean, this was a radically different time in pop culture in terms of both what audiences were interested in and how they interacted with the shows they were interested in.
Tony Stark 2000, by the way, I don't know if you know this, Carlton, but Tony Stark is Iron Man's alter ego.
Oh.
Billionaire Tony Stark has built the Iron Man armor so that he can go out and fight crime. So Tony Stark 2000 asks, how many seasons do you have the plot mapped out for? Which is a question we never get asked.
No, we never get asked that question.
You were considered to be a pretty big nerd if you knew the alter ego for the fringe Marvel character Iron Man, who wouldn't really be the face of any big stories until 2007's Civil War, which really only featured Iron Man probably to promote the new film coming out next year, which Marvel had heavy financial investment in. Then even then, they only used Iron Man because that was one of the only characters they still owned. Things changed quickly in this world, but shows like Lost were making studios reconsider what kind of stories audiences wanted to be told.
The cast was enormous, serialized storytelling. I mean, serialization in itself was sort of verboten in network television. It was a genre show.
So much of Lost's press exclusively had to do with recapping the show and sharing fan theories that the cast and people who write in have. Harry Potter? No, it's Lost, our complete A to Z guide to TV's hottest show. O is for others. L is for Locke. A is for Aaron, the baby. Despite the fact that Disney doesn't own these publications, so much of the coverage was just puff coverage. I love all the headlines of the official Lost magazine, which ran after the end of the first season through the end of the show. What Kate did? It's like, are we even supposed to know? Is it a secret? It's gossip. Story elements of the show are presented like tabloid headlines, and you'd either have to tune into the show or buy a magazine on the newsstand to find out what was up with it. The Lost magazine is so funny because they just had to fish for so much content every single issue, and I really shouldn't be talking. I've talked about Lost a whole lot, but did they really need to interview the guy who programmed the Lost DVD? Because they do. Any aspects on the DVD set that you're excited about? We spent quite a bit of time designing the menus. Hope everyone will agree that they're cool. But in all actuality, the menus on the Lost DVD are really cool. They're all little scenic moments from the show, so maybe I shouldn't be roasting him that hard.
Play the movie. Yeah, play.
Apparently, they actually created a UMD for the PSP of the Lost pilot episode. I don't think that ever came out.
Incorrect.
There is such a difference with how they interview celebrities today. With things like Hot Ones and podcasts, you really expect long-form interviews and for these people to be allowed to speak their perspective for a longer period of time than traditional talk show circuits. Even doing the talk show rounds was very generous for the actors back then. Do you remember Extra on the WB?
Millions of Lost fans are wondering,
Will Michelle Rodriguez and Matthew Fox hook up?
They don't even let the actors speak. They just show them off.
Do you think that your character is gonna get involved with Matthew Fox?
That would be interesting.
Yeah?
You know, there's a lot of
Or
rumors.
Josh Holloway.
That's the thing, you don't know.
And no matter what the future may have in store for Michelle,
There's such a difference with how celebrities were treated back then, especially with the women of Lost. Here's a magazine previewing season 2 of the show with all of the women from Lost all like posing half naked. And there's John Leguizamo, Sid the Sloth.
Oh, those ladies, they don't stand a chance.
This is like the horniest magazine I've ever seen. Stuff magazine. I hadn't even heard of it. There's ads for horny ringtones. Doesn't anyone love me? Horny ringtones. And penis enhancement drugs. They do this every year. And like the chewing tobacco ad in the back. Like the people who wrote this magazine thought very little of their audience. Ooh, I'd love some. These days, a lot of guys are wimpy. They're too scared to ask me out.
If you find a mate in life, you should be loyal. In your case, grateful.
But like the funniest thing about this is they actually have a photo shoot with like Jack's ex-wife Sarah, who's in like 4 episodes of the show. Very early on in the show's run, the actress who plays Kate, Evangeline Lilly, started expressing her discomfort for doing all of the half nude scenes they had her doing from the very first episode.
I wonder if I got her drunk if she...
I can hear that. You know that, right?
Oh my god. Pretend you were kidding.
No, don't act like you're kidding.
And while I think a lot of people may remember Damon Lindelof and J.J. Abrams apologizing a few years back, I just want to bring to light like the comments that were made by J.J. Abrams when this was brought to his attention. In an Esquire interview, the interviewer explained that he had been told by Evangeline Lilly that she's tired of doing the naked scenes. And all J.J. Abrams had to say was, "It's tough being that beautiful." I will never feel bad for J.J. Abrams receiving any criticism for the new Star Wars movies.
Yes, they're lovely, they're lost, and they're spilling the naked, and I do mean naked truth, on Matthew Fox.
Also, apparently the lead guy, Matthew Fox, had a legitimate reputation for like just getting naked and skinny dipping on the set. Dominic Monaghan revealed he likes to take all his clothes off. And nobody seems to be concerned about this. They all just sort of jokingly ask the female cast members what they thought of it. Evangeline Lilly said, "It's like 5 a.m. Should I be seeing this?"
Couldn't help but ask about the latest rumor. Matthew Fox likes to take his clothes off on set.
How does this always come up? Yeah. Okay, I'll be honest. I have seen more naked men on this show than I've seen my entire life put together.
Fox 38 makes no apologies for his naked ambitions. "We're shooting in Hawaii," he says at the laugh. "It's conducive for skinny dipping, and I'm totally into people just being cool enough to be naked." Between the talk show rounds and press obsessing over every single little plot detail around the show, it really reminds me of how Disney's media arm now treats the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I mean, the network was always assuming new audience members were coming in, so they were always trying to catch them up on all the interweaving character plots. I talked about Jimmy Kimmel's visit to the set in the last video, but also Ellen did a whole sketch trying to catch people up on Lost.
Joe, Matthew and I are going to bring you up to speed so you can be fans like the rest of us. Enjoy, please, the Ellen DeGeneres show rendition of Lost.
One thing really notable about Lost back in the day was how diverse its cast was. It was really out of the normal. Obviously in a very good way, but because of that, a lot of the comedy and jokes about the show just kind of went towards pointing this out.
Everyone else is here. Korean woman who really speaks English but pretends not to. Healthful, overweight, good guy with a good sense of humor, even the Hobbit from the Lord of the Rings.
It's like acknowledging the diversity of the show by pointing and screaming at it.
I'm staying on the beach with all the extras who don't get lines to wait for the rescue plane.
Is that the reason? I mean, do you want to make out with the rebel with the rebel dimples again?
Have you ever had a dream that you had?
You just don't have what it takes.
I mean, think about all the new Marvel movies coming out. It's always pairings of two heroes, and they always got to catch you up on all of their, backstory on Disney Plus and in magazines and whatnot. That way you can appreciate how the story is laid out in case you forget it or have never seen it. I mean, Lost clip shows were abundant, specifically during the second season, which had a really sporadic airing schedule, because the conversation went beyond the fan base of the show. It infiltrated pop culture. It was constantly being referenced. People knew that Lost was confusing even if they hadn't seen Lost. I mean, the recap episode reminded audiences that Ana Lucia was in the finale of season 1, so if they were just jumping into season 2, like the ratings suggest happened, they would appreciate the fact that she was introduced earlier rather than just a new casting decision as the new season started. These would also help to highlight thematic ties between all of the episodic episodes, so people could appreciate the themes of the show without making 10 hours of YouTube content about it. And now you can. I mean, many of these flashback storylines have serialized elements that take only 3 or 4 episodes to convey, but last multiple seasons. A lot of these articles also featured a lot of speculation as to what the greater nature of the island and the show was about, as well as just wild out there theories.
Do you know what's supposed to be going on the island? Have you worked it out yet? Whether it's, are you in hell? Are you in purgatory? Is it all a terrible dream, collective dream? Is it
or an experiment?
Or an experiment by the government, by the American government? Or are you on a reality TV show? I mean, have you worked it out?
If they stop putting the code in the computer, it will. Each one of these has a question mark after it. Create an ice age? Have the world blow up? Nothing happens? The world's taken over by polar bears? I've heard many times that the island is in the Pacific Ocean, which kind of makes sense, but despite this, I have a theory that the island is Atlantis. On the other side of the world from where Atlantis should have been. This issue just has like the top 5 Lost theories overall. Of course, we have the island is purgatory. It's all a hallucination. Humanity is almost extinct. I like this one, it just says mad scientists are to blame. Oh, and this one, introducing Cheesy Crisp. I'd like to share my theories about what the mysterious security system on the island could be. Early on, it was kind of theorized that the smoke monster was a security system built to prevent the characters from getting to certain places on the island. It's cloning. As we saw in the finale of season 1, there were 2 guys on the boat that looked like twins, maybe clones. Also, to add to this, the others may have taken Christian's body and are cloning him. The cast was also always commenting on these different theories. Here, the Lost Boys talk about their favorite fan theories. Dominic Monaghan liked the idea that Lost was like the Truman Show. They were all secretly on a TV show. Daniel Day Kim said that his favorite conspiracy theory is purgatory, but he doesn't think it's correct and that they're all just seeking redemption through like a process. Jorge Garcia's favorite conspiracy theory is they're all in an ant farm and you could just shake up the island and mess them all up at any point. With such a sporadic airing schedule, specifically in the show's second season, it was probably pretty difficult for regular audiences to keep up with the show's plot. But with new technology, shows like this were enabled because of things like DVR, on-demand, and DVD box sets. The Lost season box sets were incredibly successful DVD releases, and it may be hard to think about now, but DVDs were cash cows for studios back in the day. These things were loaded with highly produced bonus features, but even more interesting than that was with the release of iTunes 6 in 2005, which featured video content, including individual episodes which could be purchased for $1.99 and played on your iPod video. Lost was a pretty integral part to Apple's marketing strategy in trying to sell audiences on the idea of buying individual episodes.
And we have done a landmark deal, which we're announcing here today. We are going to be offering 5 shows on iTunes, which you can purchase online and download, and play on your computer and play on your iPod. And those shows are Lost, Desperate Housewives, the number 1 and 2 shows on television.
And there was a lot of Lost content on iTunes. There was even a Lost mobile game, which you could play on your iPod, which I've already played in my iPod games video. Yeah, I've been thinking about this Lost video for a very long time. That's like 4 years ago. Yeah. And starting in the second season, ABC asked both Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse to host an official Lost podcast. It was not the first Lost podcast, but this one had access to a lot of people who worked on the show. What I love about this is it's so clear that so little money, except for maybe getting access to the people, was put into this. It feels like it was something Carlton and Damon and maybe an assistant of theirs just recorded on, consumer level equipment. It has a very home movie YouTube feeling to it. Between the magazine publications and the podcast, there were a lot of opportunities for question and answers with the lead showrunners, something which was unheard of in TV before this. The purpose of a lot of the question and answers throughout the series was to clarify a lot of the mythology about the show. Often Damon and Carlton would think it would compromise the storytelling to explicitly provide an answer within the text of the show, because characters would have to naturally come across the answers or naturally have to ask them for it to be explicitly stated through exposition. It was very much a don't tell us, show us kind of thing.
Walt's reading a comic book about polar bears and a polar bear shows up. Or Walt is reading a book about birds and a bird flies into the window. I know what I mean by it, but I think when the audience starts getting disconnected is when you tell them what to think, which is Walt is psychic. I don't want to say that.
But also, a lot of these Q&As serve to ensure the audience that there was a greater narrative they were working towards and that there was a plan for the show, but also that there were parts of the show that were in fact fluid, and the audience's feedback could affect that as well.
And the metaphor we like to use is that we know we're taking a road trip from Los Angeles to Boston, and we get up every day, and Damon and I come into the office, and we don't know on a given day whether we're going to take a rural highway or whether we're going to take the interstate, or whether our car is going to break down and we're going to hitchhike. But we know that we have plans to go to certain cities. We do have a general plan as to where we're going, but I think what keeps the show organic and real is the fact that we write the episodes episode by episode, and we really try to, we feed a lot on what the show tells us.
Season 2 had a particularly bad airing schedule, with recap episodes and reruns of older episodes often taking the place of new episodes, much to the disgruntlement of the audience who tuned in hoping to see the plot progress. But there were plenty of discoveries to be made this season, with much of the island's content starting to come into focus just as we realize how much of it we haven't seen. With the opening of the hatch revealing the Dharma Initiative, Season 1's biggest question is replaced with another question. The Dharma Initiative had an expansive presence on the island, but to what degree and for what ends are unknown. However, we are told there are more stations on the island and are given a light history lesson on the Foundation. They were founded by a mysterious figure, Alvar Hanzo, a wealthy industrialist, but it was the brainchild of a couple university students who gave the whole thing a hippie peace and love vibe.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Dharma's fields of research, as listed in the film, also help to give insight into some things about the island we've already seen and some stories they will tell later on. Parapsychology kind of alludes to Walt's psychic powers. Zoology is accompanied by images of polar bears, implying the Dharma Initiative is who brought them to the island. And electromagnetism connects to the weird magnetic anomalies on the island, like Saeed's compass not working and the strange magnetic point in the hatch. Strange stuff's going on here, and I'm not just talking about the polarity or the polar bearity, but also we hear about meteorology and psychology and a utopian society. Through the season and the remainder of the show, we slowly discover more about the Dharma Initiative and what they were exactly studying on the island, which helps us to discover more about the island. And slowly we piece together what their ultimate goals were, as well as the purpose of the hatch itself. We discover multiple hatches, or stations as Dharma officially calls them, throughout Season 2. The Swan was built to be lived in. It's where the button is. But there's also the Arrow, seen in episode 7, The Other 48 Days. It's a bunker, and it looks like it was kind of used during their skirmishes with the island inhabitants. The film refers to them as the Hostiles, but our group refers to them as the Others. Dharma and the Others were two different groups, or sort of, we don't know yet. The Door is seen in episode 22. We'll reveal what's behind the door later. The Staff is revealed in episode 15. It's a medical station that Claire was taken to back in season 1, but when she returned to camp after being kidnapped by Ethan, the mysterious other who was already on the island before they crashed, they discovered he wasn't on the plane because Hurley checked the flight manifest, so he kidnapped Claire and tried to kill Charlie, and Claire returned with amnesia. They were gonna question Ethan, but Charlie was like, not today. The flashback said I couldn't protect anyone. now I'll protect someone. And now we find out what happened. We figured out she was administered this medication because the others thought that she and her baby's life was at risk because of the island for some reason. Mysteries. The Pearl, another station, is discovered in episode 21, and it really relates to the season's greater themes of faith and destiny, so we're gonna talk about it later. The Swan remains the most important station throughout the season, becoming a home base for all of the characters. It eliminates a lot of the basic survival concerns from the narrative to allow it to focus more on the internal and external conflict of all of these characters who are still all sorts of fucked up and loosened in their own personal lives. They're fucked up personally, so sometimes they want to fuck each other up. The way in which Lost reveals its mysteries are pretty slow. Many of the things I've talked about here take the whole season to unveil and develop. But despite the slow pacing of the show often being frustrating, especially if it's your first time watching, there is kind of a cool deliberateness to it all. After all, they knew they had to keep the show going forever. The show is very much a situational drama, a sit-dram, where these characters have a normalcy established, followed by a major change, and then having to adjust to a new normalcy. How all the different characters react to these new situations is what causes the drama and the character conflict of the show. And going through all those situational character reactions takes a while. But that was part of the design of the show. The reason why there were so many central characters is because they knew it had to go forever. And now they were adding new characters. The button remains a dramatic device throughout the entire season, with so much story being derived from it. It's like an escape room with its entire functionality and construction being revealed as more characters come into it and give their personal insight onto it. Michael returns to the camp in episode 9, and because of his background in construction, he's the first person to make this observation about the hatch.
What's up with the blast doors?
Blast doors? Yeah. Like in case of an explosion, eh?
But despite all the new mystery, at this point, they were also trying to figure out ways to formulaically change up the show so they didn't exhaust the flashback format. The first thing they do are introduce new characters, the tail section survivors and the others who are teased throughout the season. Ana Lucia is joined by other new cast members, Libby, Mr. Echo, and Bernard, who are all billed as main cast members this season and heavily promoted leading up to the premiere. Each of them has a backstory to be uncovered throughout the season and the rest of their time on the show, and let me tell you, they all have trauma ready to be quantified and cataloged by Entertainment Weekly. We also learn more about the monster briefly through an encounter it has with Mr. Echo. Mr. Echo just like stares it down, and we go through the monster's smoke to show that it's like flashing images of Mr. Echo's life, possibly implying that it's like reading his mind or something. But we'll talk more about this encounter and Mr. Echo later. The flight attendant from the pilot, Cindy, is also reintroduced, but she's mysteriously kidnapped by the others while they're walking through the jungle to meet up with the beach camp. The tail section of the plane has had numerous and violent interactions with the others, unlike our beach camp, and unlike our beach camp, they didn't have a doctor, so they had many more casualties when faced with the harsh realities of island survival. They're more jaded and frightened, which creates a bigger division and more polarized sides when the debate on how to handle the mysterious people interfering with their survival comes up. Despite coming out more into the light, the others still mostly remain in the background this season, serving as a source of paranoia and debate for the survivors we already know.
They've attacked us, sabotaged us, abducted us. We're not the only people on this island, and we all know it.
But throughout the season, we get closer with them, having tense encounters and threatening interactions. After Michael returns, he steals a gun and immediately tries to go after Walt. His son has been kidnapped after all. This leads to an expedition to try and go find them and their first proper altercation with the others. The bearded man who kidnapped Walt tells our survivors to draw a line in the sand. As long as they stay on their side of the island, everything will be okay. But they cannot go looking after Michael. Jack wants to call their bluff, but it's not a bluff. Their weapons are confiscated and the others are shown to be a real physical threat. Interesting clues about their true nature are sprinkled throughout the season, like when they discover the staff the medical station Dharma had, they also discover a bunch of costumes in tattered clothes, suggesting this appearance is just a ruse. And the biggest twist involving their identities happens in episode 14 when Russo gives Saeed a present.
Over here! Please, help me!
a man who she suspects is one of the others. However, the man claims his name is Henry Gale and that he came to the island after setting sail on his air balloon from Minnesota. He was going around the world with his wife and they crashed. While Henry Gale can definitely be seen as an antagonist in the second half of the season, he really serves as an instigator for a lot of the underlying drama boiling throughout the entire show. People project the threat they believe he is onto him, and they also project their trauma onto him. He's really a device for the other characters to react to, and he knows how to get a reaction. As a consequence to the new characters and the deepening mystery of the show, a lot of fan favorite characters got pushed off to the side for a while this season. With the show's main story progressing alongside these character stories, and the characters really only intersecting with the main plot as it's appropriate through their own drawn-out character arcs, which are oh so melodramatic. This made not only the audience, but actors upset about characters not really getting to be the forefront as frequently in a show where they were infrequently the forefront. Take fan favorite Charlie, the struggling drug addict and washed-up rock star who has a weird crush on Claire.
When, Damon, are we going to see Charlie back in the thick of things on the show? His fans have missed him this season.
So unfortunately, sort of the Charlie and Claire of it all, you know, becomes a much more central focus in the mid-range of episodes.
You know, it's just hard. We have so many characters on the show that we can't service them all, and we try to service several in each episode. And as we're sort of moving along in the season, hopefully people will be patient if they haven't seen enough of the characters they like. They're coming up, we promise you.
And the second way the narrative structure is changed up with a sprawling cast and now over 40-day history since the plane has crashed is that a handful of these flashbacks start to take place on the island itself. That's twice the island, half the number of sets. Maternity leave fills us in on that time Claire was kidnapped by the other Ethan. This is the episode where the staff is discovered alongside the costumes of the others. But in this episode, she starts to remember details about that event, including that Russo was there for some reason. So she asks Russo to take her back to the staff because Russo kidnapped her baby and owes her one. But eventually she remembers that Russo actually didn't kidnap her and bring her to the others, but rather that she helped guide her back to camp when she escaped. Claire also remembers that she was able to escape with the help of a teenage girl, presumed to be Russo's missing daughter, Alex. We can hear somebody shouting the name Alex as well when Jack confronts the others with everybody, heavily suggesting that this is the kidnapped daughter of Russo. Episode 22 and 24's flashbacks also take place on the island, but we'll talk about more of those later. However, despite the fact that they were trying to change up the show's formula this early on because they wanted to avoid redundancy, they don't totally avoid redundancy. There are still plenty of episodes that focus on the main cast, and there are certainly stories that reveal interesting things about the characters and give us some interesting character development, but so many of them are redundant and operate equally to an origin story as season 1's episode, and really only serves to reaffirm what we already know about them or to continue the serialized storytelling involved in the flashbacks themselves. This serves as a recap if you're watching it live, but if you aren't watching Lost 20 years ago, it is very redundant. And guess what? 2 of my editors who are helping me on this project started watching Lost to help me edit, and they started with season 2. It is possible to become emotionally invested if you start at any point in the early seasons, but I'd recommend trying to start it from the beginning. There's a freshness to those early episodes for sure. Lost is still very episodic in nature at this point, with many of the episode's main plots just being little asides at the beach camp, well, what you could call the show's main plot progressing as like the C plot of an episode. Sun loses her wedding ring and she has to find it. She goes around asking everybody for advice. Jack says when he lost his wedding ring, he just bought a new one. Unhelpful. John says he used to get angry when he loses things, but he stopped looking and then stopped being angry. Unhelpful. Hurley thinks that Vincent the dog ate the ring and they just have to wait for him to poop it out. Unhelpful. Meanwhile, Kate just listens to Sun vent and talk, and eventually, after they've just been helping each other move through their general worries about island survival, they just eventually find the ring together. Sometimes, all a friend needs is for you to listen. Hurley's put in charge of splitting all the rations found in the hatch fairly. It stresses him out, so he goes around asking everybody what he should do. Charlie is having visions, and it's unclear if he's doing drugs or if it's just the island being weird, so in the middle of the night, he kidnaps Aaron and tries to drown him, baptize him in the surf of the ocean. However, every story this season is tied together through themes of fate and its connection to tragic storytelling, like classical tragedy, as in characters being responsible for their own downfall, characters fucking themselves over a lot, and fucking each other too, but I digress. There's also a lot of strong themes of faith, not just faith in a higher power, but having faith in your purpose and faith in other people. At this point, the previously on Lost segments, which are hard edited at the beginning of every single episode, still kind of serves as a part of each episode, recapping the audience on serialized moments in the flashbacks, which take forever to unfold, as well as mythologizing certain moments of the show.
They've attacked us, sabotaged us, abducted us. We're not the only people on this island, and we all know it.
People were really into this whole thing. However, despite the fact that this was peak popularity for Lost, it wasn't long before people quickly realized this was not a show that was supposed to go on forever. With the hero of the writers and fan of the show, Stephen King, issuing a warning to the network in an op-ed. Also, shout out to Aaron Hansen. I couldn't get in touch with Stephen King, but Aaron put me in touch with his uncle, who's a contemporary of Stephen King, Dr. Cecil H.H. Mills, author of The Ghost Hunters Adventure Club and The Express Train to Nowhere. Stephen, if you're seeing this, I hope you know I'm not trying to fan the flames between you two or anything.
There's a lot riding on the second season. What's really on the table here is no less than the soul of what I think of as the new TV. The perfect critique of the old TV is offered in Rob Reiner's Stand By Me. Gordy LaChance asks his buds if they've ever noticed that the people on Wagon Train, an old 50s show, never seem to get anywhere.
Wagon Train's a really cool show, but did you ever notice that they never get anywhere? Just keep wagon.
They just keep wagon training, he says, clearly mystified. Of course, even at age 12, he knows that stories should resemble life, and life has a beginning, a middle, and an end. We grow, change, succeed, and fail. Eventually, we kneel over dead. But we do not just keep on wagon training. The X-Files is so ignominious. There was no real closure. It blundered off into a swamp of black oil, and in that swamp, it died. If J.J. Abrams, Damon Lindelof, and their band of co-conspirators allow something similar to happen with Lost, I'm going to be even more pissed, because this show is better. Memo to Abrams and staff writers. Your responsibilities include knowing when to write the end. The hard part will be telling ABC that Lost is going to conclude with Season 3 or Season 4, while the audience is still crazy about the show. ABC parent Disney, of course, will scream bloody murder. To call Lost a cash cow is an understatement. We're talking about millions here, and if the show runs long enough, potentially hundreds of millions in DVDs and more. None of that changes the basic facts. When a meal is perfectly cooked, it's time to take it out of the oven. Please, guys, don't beat this sweet cash cow to death with years of ponderous flashback padding. End it any way you want, but when it's time for closure, provide it. Don't just keep on wagon training.
I want to show you guys something. But something keeps interrupting me. Come on, let me show you.
I'm needed to find a place where I can just lock myself away and focus on nothing but Lost. It's the thing that's making me happy right now, and I think this is the place. Check it out, I even brought my big chair. So yeah, this is my hatch. It's my bananas, my Hurley statue, my duct tape, my Lost DVD seasons 1 through 3. Gonna have to go out again to get seasons 4 through 6, but that's alright. I can leave this anytime I want. I love Lost. This is healthy. I'm just having a good time. Check it out, some season 2 trading cards. Jack, man of science. John Locke, man of faith. With John and Jack sort of being the two central figures representing conflict within the group, their differing philosophies become very thematically relevant this season, with Jack identifying himself as a man of science and John identifying himself as a man of faith. However, while John seeks out a divinely granted purpose as his destiny, the show explores the concept of destiny in a lot of different ways. The show uses the words fate and destiny very interchangeably, but just so you could understand the concepts I'm trying to talk about, I wanted to define these things as two different things. So when I talk about fate, I'm going to be talking about like classical tragedy, like Oedipus Rex. Oedipus Rex was told by the fates that he would fuck his mom and kill his dad. And in his attempt to avoid these things, he inadvertently just does these things without knowing them until it's too late. The way the characters think have all been informed by the people close to them, and the people close to them have all hurt them very badly. But in turn, they've also hurt people close to them as well. The idea of a fatal flaw here is behavior they can't help but to do, because their trauma is carried with them through life and on to the island. This season, that pesky little love triangle between Jack, Sawyer, and Kate is a really good tentpole for a lot of these ideas. But a lot of the characters' romantic lives are more deeply explored in flashbacks this season. I think the reason why they do this is because relationship building is a very good way to show character flaw, both romantically and aromantically. And Lost's most prominent relationship is the one between Jack and Kate, and Jack and Sawyer, and Kate and Sawyer. They all love each other, but they don't know how to say it. One of the most difficult things it is for me to do for you guys as a Lost fan to just explain the shipping dynamics of the show while the show was running. So with the main love triangle, you really had two camps. First, you had the Jaders, whether or not you shipped Jack and Kate. There's a scene with Jack and Kate early on where Jack asks Kate to sew up his wound after the plane crash, and because of this, Jack and Kate shippers mailed the writing staff a bunch of sewing kits to show them their support for the Jader squad.
Fan pressure does not influence who's going to end up with who romantically.
So stop sending us those sewing kits, please, for God's sake.
We got a lot of needles.
Stop sending us those sewing kits.
And then you had the much more fiery skater crowd who shipped Sawyer and Kate.
Jack, I already laid out.
Shut up.
I love this clip at the first Lost convention in Anaheim, California, in which two cosplayers, along with the narrator, recreate the scene in which Sawyer convinces Kate to kiss him. The audience goes wild.
And here is the first kiss on Lost.
So let's start with Kate. One of the biggest mysteries left over for Kate from season 1 is why was she on the run? Lost was always trying to hook you in with their titles. Episode 9, What Kate Did, finally reveals what Kate did. So Kate thinks her stepdad is a creep. He abuses her mom, so she blows him up. And she's like, hey mom, I took care of you. And her mom, in turn, turns her in. She took care of her all right. And so now Kate naturally has trouble trusting people. On the island, Kate finds herself falling in love with someone that reminds her of her and her mom's abuser. Sawyer was shot at the end of season 1, and by the time he arrives back at the camp, the wound has been infected and he's unconscious. And then one day, while walking out in the jungle, Kate sees a black horse that reminds her of an event from her past. It gets her all frazzled, but her hair's not frizzled. They all look great. Again, everyone on the show is beautiful. Then she goes back to the hatch where she starts talking to Sawyer, and she thinks she hears him say something that makes her believe somehow he's channeling the voice and the spirit of her dead stepfather. revealed in the flashback to be her actual father, when her believed to be father, actually stepfather, explains to her that he simply adopted her in her youth, making him the stepfather and not actually the father. The father's Wayne, her evil stepdad, but it's her actual dad. He explains to Kate that he wanted to help Kate and her mom, but he couldn't do anything to stop her mom from choosing her abuser over him. He also tells Kate that even though he loves her and that he cares for her, that he's going to call the cops. But very nicely, he gives her a few minutes to run away. Kate has trouble trusting people. And when Kate asks her stepfather, why he didn't kill the other one, he explains to her, I'm no killer, Kate. So we have a character who's very closed off because she has trust issues. And then we have a character who feels like he has to control everything. Jack. Jack's invasiveness with Kate is something that is established from the very beginning of the show.
I want the truth. And some will stop at nothing to keep it. She lied, brother.
Stop lying to me. Tell me the
He
truth.
asks her questions she really doesn't want to answer under the pretense that she basically owes it to him. Even though earlier on in the series, he tells Kate that her past doesn't matter and that the island can be a blank slate for her to start over. But it turns out Jack is a liar. He thinks her past does matter and it's time for her to let him in. But she's been burned by everyone she's chosen to trust, including Sawyer. After Kate tries to steal Sawyer's spot on the raft in season 1, he tells everybody her deepest, darkest secrets, including that she murdered somebody and was a fugitive on the run.
Tell us why you need to run so bad? You want to tell us the truth?
Yes. I was on the plane with Marshall.
Broken the rules of never have I ever. And you know, Jack had to learn that stuff about her. She didn't tell Jack any of that stuff. So it's time for Jack to be let in. After all, a delirious Sawyer just told Jack that he loves Kate.
I love her.
Kate is clearly worried about Sawyer, and Jack is worried about Sawyer too, but less in a for his safety way and more in a Sawyer intimidates him kind of way. Jack has to secure his spot with Kate now. He's a little freak. So Jack finds Kate crying in the jungle and he's like, hey, I know I don't care about the button, but you were supposed to push it. Why didn't you? What's going on? Not that I care about the button. And Kate's just like, please leave me alone. But Jack always has to pry. In season 1, he watches her while she's foraging for seeds and he thinks she doesn't know, but she knows, and she's sort of okay with it. She thinks he's a nice guy. She puts him on a pedestal. He's a doctor after all.
I'm a doctor.
Then, in one of the most unsettling moments in the whole show, Jack doesn't allow Kate to leave, and then he forcibly hugs her as she tells him to leave her alone. He wants to be let in so badly, even when she's not ready or wanting to. Kate looks at him, and in a moment of pain and confusion, she kisses him, giving Jack everything he wanted immediately. It immediately removes the guise of him having good intentions in trying to help her. He gets his end goal immediately, her physical affection, but then the mask is off, and it feels so wrong. Kate looks at him with the disgust he deserves and walks away. In the flashback this episode, Kate is arrested but is able to escape when the same black horse she saw on the island runs in front of the marshal's car, crashing the car, giving Kate a chance to escape. Eventually, Kate admits to an unconscious Sawyer, who she kind of believes is somehow channeling the spirit of her dead father, that she hates her feelings for Sawyer because when she looks at him, all she sees is her father. Then Sawyer wakes up, appreciating the affection she's shown him despite the strange messaging. The two of them walk out into the jungle where Sawyer is disappointed to see that they haven't been rescued, but where they see, once again, the black horse. The horse is like, hey Kate, it's me, that horse who saw you in the middle of the rain that one night in the middle of nowhere, seeing you once again in the middle of nowhere. I crashed the marshal's car and now I'm here on the island to remind you that you can have a fresh start, so long as this man who doesn't remind you of you and your mom's abuser treats you right. Oh, I'm out of here. Kate, wanted. Interesting. I've never made that parallel. Have you?
What?
She's wanted by Jack and Sawyer and the FBI.
No.
And and her like stepfather in a way, and the marshal. She's pursued by all of these men. When I think of a lot of the toxic male character studies done in TV at this time, Don Draper, Tony Soprano, Walter White, Jack Shephard is easily the littlest freak of them all.
I never watched an episode of Lost.
It's a good show. You should see it.
Yeah, it's really.
A questioning lingering over Jack this season is what happened to his marriage. Jack is obsessive, but also he cannot communicate. Remember what Hurley said about his bedside manner?
Bedside manner.
Yeah, that. Yours sucks, dude.
Going back, it's not like Kate doesn't give Jack opportunities to get close to her, he just doesn't know how to take them. I think it's safe to say that Kate is curious about Jack romantically. She's not all in on the Jack hype train, but you know, she knows what time the train leaves the station, and the train's not leaving the station without her. Here, Jack just skirts the topic of the conversation, Jack's negative attitude.
Kind of unlike you. Whole glass half full thing.
There's a glass?
But instead of sharing thoughts about himself, Jack decides to make an unclever joke about the semantics of a very commonly said phrase. There's a glass? Funny boy. Before Sawyer returns and inevitably just like gets in between the two, the best Jack and Kate's relationship progresses to is Jack insulting Kate in a fun way while they play golf.
Kate, I'm a doctor. Golf is accuracy. I accidentally ripped her girl sack.
Of course, Jack underestimates Kate's skills. In the episode Hunting Party, Michael locks Jack and John up so he can go after Walt. Jack goes along with John and Sawyer to go get him back, but he explicitly tells Kate not to go. This makes absolutely no sense. Kate has always been a very reliable person in these action-adventure-esque scenarios, but Jack is just upset with her over the little kiss and because he has no way to express those feelings other than exerting control over her. No, Kate, Daddy's telling you, you have to stay home. Now, John doesn't think they should go after Michael because there's nothing they can do to talk him out of going after Walt. He is a father that will do anything for his son. Michael's desperate. But Jack thinks, I got this. Under what pretense? Well, he's Jack, and he'll get Michael to come back by convincing him with his excellent communication skills. In the flashback, Jack has been sought out by an old man who heard of his miraculous surgery on his wife and didn't think Jack was a little freak for marrying her, but instead thought, maybe I can be his wife. But Jack's father thinks it would be a mistake to take on this patient because just like Sarah, it would require a miracle for him to recover and walk again. He believes to take this man on as a patient would only be selling him false hope. But Jack, he doesn't mind selling false hope, especially to this man's pretty daughter who has to translate every conversation between Jack and the patient. At home, Jack and Sarah's marriage has not been going great. He comes home late and she wakes up early, and when tough topics come up, they don't have anything to talk about. Like after Sarah takes a pregnancy test, they mention it and they walk away from each other. Does Jack want to become a parent? Sarah probably doesn't even know. He's probably never expressed any of those things to her, let alone the audience. He somehow thinks he can repeat a miracle on this woman, Gabrielle's father. They stay up late romantically looking at her father's x-rays. It's like 2 a.m. and Jack's father walks in and sees them there together. Gabrielle leaves, but Christian takes a moment to talk to his son. He questions if Jack is taking on this patient for the right reason and reminds Jack, saying there is a line he could cross with Gabrielle. But Jack's dad, despite his good intention, can only help but to reframe his advice as a challenge to Jack.
There's a line, son, you know it's there. Pretending it's not, that would be a mistake.
Guess you would know.
May be okay for some people, Jack, but not for you.
This show is so good at writing testosterone. After Jack fails to perform the surgery and loses the patient, he looks to go find Gabrielle. He wants to deliver this personal news to her, but Jack's dad has already done it for him.
Gotta go tell her. Yeah, well, I've already done that.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Outside, Jack is headed home and is confronted by Gabrielle, who thanks him for trying to save her father. And just like the moment with Kate earlier where Jack preemptively gets what he ultimately wanted, the same happens here. Jack has pushed his way into this woman's life, and now he's kissing somebody who's not his wife. And he has nobody but himself to blame because he was acting toward that goal to begin with. Jack comes home and explains to Sarah the mistake he made. He explains he now wants to fix things and he wants to fix their marriage, but now it's too late for Jack to save his marriage, just like it was too late for Kate to trust Jack when she was having problems, and just like now it's too late for Jack to convince Michael to come back to the camp. They should have communicated sooner that the group was in fact worried about Walt to Michael. But instead of finding Michael, the group is confronted by the bearded man, who tells Jack that they need to stay on their side of the island. There's a line, and they're not allowed to cross it.
There's a line. You cross that line, we go from misunderstanding to something else.
Jack's like, oh, my dad told me that. Jack tries to exert control over the situation, but the bearded man makes it clear that they're outnumbered, surrounded, and that they have Kate, who's now a hostage. In a crushing defeat, Jack has to hand over all of their weapons to the others and promise they will not cross the line. Jack will later try to re-exert his control over the others through teaming up with Ana Lucia and trying to raise an army. There's two moments in this episode that I think really highlight Jack's inability to communicate. First, after Jack and John get locked into the armory by Michael, John tells Jack that they can no longer climb through the top grate like Kate did in an earlier episode because he's sealed it. John explains to Jack that it makes no sense to lock the armory if you can just climb through the top grate. Jack's response is to tell John that it's a good idea, but because of the timing of everything and because of how Jack says it, you can't read his intention.
That's really good thinking, John.
Then later, while the group is walking back to camp after having been defeated by the others, Kate apologizes to Jack, explaining that she just doesn't like being told what to do, a theme that's very on the nose in this episode, with Jack's dad telling him not to cheat on his wife, Son telling Jin that he's not allowed to go off with the hunting party to go find Michael, and of course, Jack telling Kate that she's not allowed to go with them. I think if you recognize the context of the flashback, Jack may recognize he made a mistake in telling Kate not to come along. And after Kate apologizes, Jack apologizes back. But once again, because of how he says it, and because of the timing, you can't read his intention.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry too.
If Jack were to have told Kate why he didn't want her to come, or if he could have talked it out with her and allowed her to come, maybe their defeat wouldn't be too crushing. If Jack recognized the others as a threat and backed down, maybe their weapons wouldn't have been confiscated. Every step of the way, his actions are unable to make the situation better. All right, Sawyer. Sawyer wants to isolate himself from people. He's afraid of rejection. On the walk back to camp with the tail section survivors, he's the last person to admit they're not a threat and to attempt to get along with them.
Grab the rope.
I ain't doing nothing till I know my friends are okay. So we friends now, huh?
Even after they've decided to walk with them, Sawyer's like, let's make a break for it.
Hey, Mike. Think we ought to stage a prison break here.
Yeah?
After he returns and wakes up from his coma, there is a different vibe in the air in regards to Sawyer. Back in season 1, people didn't really like Sawyer because he hoarded the supplies and was generally very mean.
If you guys could add any plot line to the show, no matter like how boring or like obnoxious or anything, what would it be and why?
I think Sawyer should throw a party. He's got all this goods. You know. He needs the points too. Well, he needs the points.
But now, after going off on the raft and nearly losing his life, people view him as a hero. Kate outwardly starts to show him affection, and she forces him to recognize others doing the same.
Everyone loves you now.
Bullpucky.
Yo, Sawyer. Glad you're back, man.
Glad you're okay, man. Don't even say it.
But his absence changes his status quo. He no longer has his hoard of things, the things that gave him an advantage amongst the group. He needs to be respected. It's a layer of separation between him and everyone else, and he's afraid of everyone else. He's too self-conscious to make friends. That's why he reads. After Sawyer chooses to steal back some of the meds that Jack confiscated from his stash, Jack goes to get them back. He says they belong to the group. Is this Jack's intention, or maybe he just wants to exert control over the handsome man that the girl he likes more than him? In the flashback this episode, we get Sawyer attempting the same con he tried to pull back in season 1, this time with a woman named Cassidy. He tries his regular con where he has the briefcase full of money and he goes, "You weren't supposed to see that," and then he cons them into getting money. I don't remember the steps in between. Step 1, fake money. Step 2, profit. But she sees right through him, so Sawyer has to engage in a different tactic, the long con. On the island, John and Jack agree to only open the armory together after changing the combination. But after Sun is kidnapped in her garden, presumably by a member of the others, Sawyer tells Kate that Ana Lucia is going to use this as a play to get the guns, and even implies she's the one who kidnapped Sun to start beating the drums of war and encourage people to sign up for Jack and Ana Lucia's army. Rise up, gamers. After falling in love with Cassidy because this con took a long time, it was a long con, Sawyer tries to get out of it, but Sawyer's partner says, "No, brother, you gotta go through with this. You gotta hand me over her $600,000 or I'll kill both of you." So Sawyer reluctantly goes through with it, breaking Cassidy's heart and getting her $600,000. He's upset about it though. Back on the island, the guns have gone missing. Everyone's pointing fingers and blaming each other. It's revealed Sawyer was using Jack against John and Kate against Ana Lucia to not only get the guns out of the armory, but all of his supplies back too. He's gotten his stuff, but as a result, he has isolated himself from the rest of the group more than ever before, including Kate, who he has now betrayed again.
I'm not a good person, Charlie. Never did a good thing in my life.
However, while some characters can definitely be seen as having classically tragic cycles constantly preventing themselves from getting what they want, some characters do serve to contrast this idea, showing that you can, in fact, break out of toxic cycles and grow as a person. The first character to really exemplify this idea is Hurley. Hurley's a self-improvement kind of guy, but the harsh externalities of the island don't always make that easy for him. The question of Hurley's weight was something the writers always felt the need to address for some reason. In fact, a lot of fans and media also really addressed it as one of the mysteries of the show. The question was, why wasn't Hurley losing weight on a deserted island? Of course, this is just a very lampshaded and mean way to ask why the actor Jorge Garcia wasn't losing weight. Also, trigger warning, some of these Lost parodies are very graphic and fat-phobic. You can just skip ahead by a minute to skip all of it.
A helpful, overweight, good guy with a good sense of humor.
Back to your comment about Hurley a second ago, Damon. I would say that the number one question that we get asked these days is, why has the fat guy not lost any weight?
Fries, a family bucket of chicken nuggets.
Hurley's got a snake bite?
No, he wants to lose weight. Jack's performing oral liposuction on him.
But nonetheless, for some reason, they decided this was one of the questions they had to address directly in the show.
And we just want to let you know that that question is going to be addressed in the narrative of the show coming up very soon.
Which is sort of silly because the show's not known for realism, but at the time they were certainly spinning it that way, at least from the island's survival perspective. So even though it wasn't always trying to preserve realism, they certainly made choices for when they would attempt to do that. So anyways, after the hatch is open, Hurley is told by John that he's in charge of the food ration supply. This triggers him for a few reasons. The first is food is his coping mechanism for his depression, and he's successfully been able to avoid it on the island. Second, it reminds him of the time where he loosened all his friends after winning the lottery. He's worried people will blame him for not sharing everything he has and that he won't be able to make people happy with what he has. This stresses Hurley out, and he decides he's gonna destroy the food. But Rose talks him out of it. Instead, Hurley makes the kindest and most rational choice about how to ration all the pantry food for the 40+ people on the island. They shouldn't try to ration it. Despite Jack's hesitation, Hurley opens the pantry up to allow people to enjoy themselves while they have it. The second Hurley-centric episode, Dave, goes deeper into Hurley's time spent in a mental health treatment center. It turned out Hurley had hallucinated an imaginary friend, Dave, which is part of the reason why he was in the treatment center. However, Hurley is never diagnosed with schizophrenia or anything else that can cause hallucinatory episodes. Rather, Dave is just a very Twilight Zone type way to personify Hurley's depression. Hurley starts becoming involved with Libby, who was a clinical psychologist. She helps Hurley make good decisions for himself, but Dave encourages Hurley to make choices that will keep him in a depressive hole. Something which is only complicated when a pallet of food is mysteriously dropped off onto the island, presumably by some part of the Dharma initiative that is active still somewhere. However, with the help of someone who cares about him, Hurley rejects Dave and realizes he can make really tough choices to lead him to a healthier place mentally. It's all a process.
Hello, it's me again, Rod Serling, drunk on moonshine cherries. Picture this, a sweet boy suffering from depression, when a bald man in a bathrobe comes out of the woods telling you to jump. Done.
The other characters that are able to try to break out of these toxic cycles is the show's married couples, Bernard and Rose, and Sun and Jin. Back in season 1, Rose is introduced as a woman on the plane who was afraid to fly. Her husband was in the bathroom back in the tail section. But when the plane crashes, it breaks in half, and it's assumed everybody in the tail section is dead. She misses her husband, but she's faithful to the idea that he's been able to survive. Rose is mostly a support character. She's not in every episode of the show, but she has some very significant moments in the first season. Like, she tells Charlie, who's upset he has to keep helping everyone else because everyone else has suffered through trauma. It's a shared collective trauma. Her faith that her husband has somehow survived gives her the will to keep going day to day. When she goes into the hatch, she saves a little candy bar for him after Hurley shows her everything. It's very sweet. And when we meet Bernard after the tail section survivors are introduced, we instantly know who it is.
Is there a woman named Rose there?
Black chick in her 50s.
It's like, yes, I've been over this like plot twist for like 15 years. It's like, yes, Bernard and Rose are reunited. Late into the season, in episode 18, SOS, we learn Bernard and Rose married late into their lives. Rose doesn't want to marry him because she reveals that she has terminal cancer, but he says that he doesn't care and he wants to marry her anyways because he wants to enjoy what time they have left together. On the island, Bernard is the first person all season to try to devise a rescue plan. But Rose is telling him not to bother. But Bernard wants to bother a lot. So he creates this giant plan to create this giant SOS sign. It's going to be this huge industrial project. And everyone has to carry huge boulders for miles. But Bernard is really difficult to work with, so nobody's willing to do the labor for him. Even though everybody wants to get rescued. Bernard uses a trip planned for their honeymoon to bring Rose to a spiritual healer in the middle of Australia. Rose tells Bernard that she just wants to accept her death and live out the rest of her life, and that she shouldn't have used their honeymoon for this. But Bernard says he has to try to do something about her cancer and pleads with her to go and see the healer. When she meets the healer, he explains to her that there's nothing he can do for her. He's like, you see, ma'am, there's these pockets of energy all around the world, and they'll heal you in different ways, and this pocket of energy is wrong for you, but perhaps one day there'll be the right pocket of energy for you, and you might find it. He offers her a refund, but she decides to reject it, choosing instead to tell Bernard that it worked, so they can live out their lives together without him trying to fix her. Rose once again goes to Bernard and tells him that she wants to stay on the island because she thinks that it has healed her. After Bernard asks her how she could know something like that, we see one last flashback, showing us that Rose was one of the few people to notice that John was on a wheelchair when they got on the plane and was able to walk after it crashed. She's able to put two and two together, and she asks Bernard to have faith in what she's saying and stay with her on the island. After all, she had faith that he was still alive, and he agrees. Rose and Bernard stop trying to get off the island and decide to stay there. You can break toxic cycles. Sometimes you just have to accept the situation, and other times you have to constantly work. Well, a lot of last season saw characters thinking about different ways they could be rescued or ways they could get themselves rescued. This season settles a lot of those thoughts and now has the characters accepting their lives here, with the characters beginning to remember very good points in their relationship, and with Jin saying at the end of season 1 that he wanted to get them off the island so they could have a fresh start. Instead, they choose to have a fresh start here and begin working on problems in their relationship. This season specifically shows them building trust between one another and learning how to communicate with one another instead of just getting angry and storming off like they did so much in the first season. After Michael runs off to go find Walt, Jin really wants to go with the hunting party because Michael has become his friend. But Sun tells him he's not allowed. Jin just got back to the camp and she doesn't want to have to worry about him again. And at the end of the episode, Jin's all like, "Son, I don't like being told what to do." And Sun's like, "You did that a lot for our marriage. Sometimes that's what compromise is." And Jin's like, "Yeah, you're right." Instead of holding on to the resentment that Sun asked him not to go with the party, he accepts the situation as a compromise and they move on from it. Jin is a very angry and overprotective character. After Charlie and Sawyer stage a kidnapping of Sun, Jin responds ragefully, going to Sun's garden, the location of the failed kidnapping attempt. That wasn't actually a kidnapping attempt, and starts tearing the garden apart, believing it to be an unsafe place. But this really upsets Sun because it's kind of become her only personal refuge on the island. But Jin later realizes that what he did was wrong and goes back to the garden to replant everything. He's later rejoined by Sun, who forgives him. He has a lot of unlearning to do. But Sun forgiving Jin is just as difficult as Jin unlearning all of these things, especially because she has to stand her ground, and with a guy like Jin, that can be incredibly scary. But he's being receptive, and we begin to see meaningful effort on both of their parts. Later in the season, we learn that Sun cheated on Jin, and now she's pregnant on the island. The only problem is a fertility doctor told her that Jin was infertile, so it might not be Jin's baby. She can't decide whether or not she's going to tell him, but at the end of the episode, she decides to tell him that she's pregnant after all. She opens up to him, however, she still withholds the information that she cheated on him. It's baby steps. But there's another layer to this lie too. Jin didn't even know about his own infertility, but Sun does tell him about this, allowing him to recognize the semi-miraculous nature of it all. And this is where I've been editing the Lost videos, all 3 of them. Like 20 million hours of Lost content. I don't know who keeps trying to contact me. I can't focus like this, With John believing the island is a higher power, this season has a very biblical tone to it. Not that this theming was missing in the first season, it's just purgatory as a process of redemption is how these themes were referenced initially.
It doesn't matter, Kate, who we were, what we did before this, before the crash. It doesn't really... 3 days ago, we all died. We should all be able to start over.
Side note, at this point, the writers in the show were confirming that the characters were not dead and were not in limbo or purgatory. A very common theory to explain the entire show. An idea to this day which incorrectly persists about Lost. They are not dead on the island, contrary to popular belief about the ending of the show. But they do continually go back to and tease that idea of the island being purgatory as a process. Now we're really analyzing all of the higher powers they answer to this season, and some of that is very classical for a character like Echo that is the Abrahamic god through a Catholic lens. But we'll talk about Echo much later in this video. John having his spiritual experience on the island, it healing him, makes him believe that the island will eventually bestow upon him a grand purpose and present him with his destiny. The reason why why John is so excited for this and is able to recognize the island as a special place is because he realizes he has nothing to hold on to from his past life, something which the other characters struggle with. They can't let go. John knows that before crashing on the island, he was sad and lonely, and in many ways, he still is. In his flashback stories, he constantly seeks out his father's love, which he will never get. He puts everything into it, but he gives it up because he has faith he can have a better life with Helen, who loves him and didn't steal one of John's vital organs. On the island, John puts everything he has into the hatch. It's a thing he thinks will contain his purpose, and the death of Boone just forces him to reaffirm this idea. If his purpose isn't in the hatch, then Boone died for nothing, and he needs to convince Jack that Boone died for something.
Boone was a sacrifice that the island demanded.
Jack, the island told me to do it to him. Despite not looking at Jack as an authority figure, John still sort of seeks out his approval and love.
I can't do this alone, Jack.
And I'm not talking about a deep love here. I'm talking about like Doctor Strange telling Spider-Man he loves him at the end of that Spider-Man movie.
You gotta understand, that would mean that everyone who knows and loves you,
When John and Kate enter the hatch, Desmond asks John what he used to do, and John reminds us that he used to work at a desk in a box factory. John hated his job.
Just playing a game, Randy. It's my lunch hour. I can play a game.
I'm a regional collections manager for a cardboard manufacturer. Boxes, primarily.
Thanks for my home, John. John worked in a cubicle pushing buttons at a desk, and now John has been gifted his ultimate purpose, pushing buttons at a desk. But this time he's not in a cube, he's in a dome. It's a domical, chrome dome. John finds more purpose in pushing this button rather than the other button, because first, pushing this button was his choice. And second, John just has faith in his cultish, divine purpose. John worships the island. He believes that they didn't just simply crash there, but they were brought there for a reason. And who brought them there?
And who brought us here, Jack? The island.
John sees the island as the greater power in his life, but all of the characters respond to higher powers. But after the hatch is opened, everybody is introduced to the same higher power to respond to, the Dharma Initiative, who instructs everybody to push the button.
The first season was about the denial of their circumstance. This season is looking inward. Going into the hatch is a perfect metaphor.
All right, the button. It's a computer, actually, with a keyboard, so there's a few buttons. The man on the screen telling them to push the button and explaining why pushing the button is important is like a distant CEO telling them that they're a part of the family and that the work they do is important.
You and your partner are currently located in Station 3, or the Swan, and will be for the next 540 days.
Despite the technology only being around 30 years old, everything is abandoned. Nobody who built it is around to explain anything beyond the instructions they're given. All that is left is the instructional film, which operates as a sort of religious text, and the computer, which operates as an object as a part of a ritual which must be continuously repeated, otherwise the world's gonna end.
Not long after the experiments began, however, there was an incident. And since that time, the following protocol has been observed.
Like many religious figures, there's a degree of separation between the word to be followed and the followers. All they have is a film, a limited text which can be extrapolated upon any way people see, if they want to see it at all.
We're gonna need to watch that again.
They learn about the button through Desmond, who learned about it through a man named Kelvin, who really didn't know any more than Desmond knows. Desmond introduces them to the film, but then acts as a frightened prophet who runs to avoid the apocalypse when the ritual can't be completed.
We're all gonna die.
He also runs because Jack's a little freak. Did I mention that? But of course, Saeed is able to fix the computer and they continue to perform the ritual. John sort of views his destiny through a fantasy lens, the faith lens, but through a science fiction lens, everything sort of seems like an experiment. Saving the world sounds too extreme. It puts too much pressure on the individual. Being from another era, evidence of the claim of its importance can only be pieced together with available information. which is inconclusive. There's a strong magnetic point when entering the hatch, and the concrete seal which covers it is compared to the concrete seals used after the Chernobyl nuclear disaster.
This place, the computer, and what do you think is going on?
The last time I heard of concrete being poured over everything in this way was Chernobyl.
Implying there's an incredible destructive force behind it all. Michael later points out that there are blast doors installed between each room to protect from an explosion, but there are other small details around the hatch which could lead to one conclusion or the other. With the button in the hatch being a central location for this season, it gives a lot of characters an opportunity to react to the contents inside. John is a lonely man in search of a purpose, so he excitedly buys into the idea that he's saving the world. Of course he's that important. But Jack is the reluctant leader who always felt like he needed to prove something to his father, so he presses the button reluctantly to show his inner conflict. He can't just tell John he might agree with him. After all, John's like his dad's age. The concept of a higher power and faith is explored in so many different interesting ways this season. I think the most evident immediately is the fact that the hatch gives them a place to live, but in order to live there, they have to have a job. Pushing the button.
At least we have jobs again, right?
You're ready for us.
Jack pushing the button reluctantly, despite John doing it enthusiastically, also speaks to how a lot of people see their jobs, I think. It can either be a purpose you fulfill every single day, or it could be a means of survival. Maybe Jack pushes the button just because he doesn't want to risk losing the roof over their head. But John does it because he's proud to work for somebody he will never meet. He believes it's going to lead to something greater. However, because Desmond leaves and the film is only a film, that means that nobody is around to reassure John that he's doing something meaningful. So the hatch continues to serve as this dual shelter and work environment for everybody.
Gonna be two-person shifts every 6 hours or so.
Shifts. Pushing a button.
Oh, and there's a record player.
Michael is a father who wants nothing more than to be reconnected with his son, who's been kidnapped. It's soon discovered that the missing film in the Dharma video warns people not to use the computer to communicate with anybody, something which is a disappointment for John to hear, who is hoping to be given more relevant information in regards to his destiny. But for Michael, who starts getting messages from Walt on the computer, probably because Walt is psychic and has psychic instant messenger installed, this instruction just operates as yet another barrier between him and his kid. He finally has a moment to talk to him, to comfort him, to find out maybe where he is, but then, oh God, here comes the boss. Better minimize that chat window. No talking to your kids at work, Michael. Jack is not a guy anybody comes to with their problems, but Jack's always gonna try to weasel his way into dealing with your problems. He's never any help. Jack's like, hey Michael, your kidnapped kid is real important, but we'll get back to that when we can get back to that. Let's get back to work for a little while. Got it, buddy? This plan works for Jack, who's trying to run a smooth camp, but for Michael,
No one's forgotten about Walt.
whose son has been kidnapped, it's not urgent enough.
I don't have any idea what you must be going through, but I just want you to know that as soon as we can, we're gonna figure out a way to go out and bring him back.
We're all family here, Michael.
You okay?
Yeah, fine.
Hurley sees the button and the hatch as an omen of bad luck. Rose prefers to be on the beach and avoids the hatch altogether, seeing it as a big source of drama. Kate is relieved by the sense of normalcy provided by the button and the hatch, but wouldn't really make the best employee. She forgets to push the button. And even though Jack doesn't have strong feelings about the button's legitimacy, he sure does take the opportunity to chastise Kate and play boss.
What happened in the hatch, Kate? Why'd you leave?
He also threatens not to push the button as a bargaining chip with John a few times. And that upsets John because John needs to push the button. The island told him so. And throughout the show, there's all of this sort of mythology built to make you believe that the island is indeed an actor. The reason why Jack has a little meltdown when Desmond recognizes him is because it's so shortly after the conversation he has with John about the island bringing them there. It's such an extreme coincidence coincidence, he can't help but to read it as evidence for what John was saying. The island brought them there. He wanted to ignore it, but the recognition followed by the tough personal follow-up question makes him not only revisit that moment with his wife, but acknowledge that John, who he definitely projects a lot of his feelings towards his father onto, may in fact know something more than him. The horse Kate sees before the marshal's car crashes can easily be interpreted as the island acting. The marshal arrests her and the horse helps her escape and later shows itself to Kate almost as if like it wanted to reintroduce itself or tell her something. Remember me, Kate? See ya. But the concept of the island being this metaphysical actor that is able to manipulate people and events for certain pre-planned outcomes isn't where the idea of a higher power ends. There's a lot more grounded concepts of higher powers explored this season as well. Information is seen as an incredibly important source of power in the show, which really leans heavily into the show's greater theming of mystery and secrets. Material power, in Sawyer's case, is important. He gets his hoard of stuff back, and people like Sun have to go through him when they want to do something personal, like take a pregnancy test. Sun and Jin try to have a baby because Sun's father makes Jin do awful, violent things for him. He's an oppressive power over them, which is part of the reason why they were on Oceanic 815 to go to America to escape him. In a flashback, Shannon's father dies and she can no longer pursue an important internship because her stepmom inherited all his money and believes her to be dumb. So she acts as a higher power, preventing her from pursuing what she thinks will make her happy. Hurley and Charlie both have vices that they are initially able to overcome because they simply do not have access to them, but somehow they both are given an unlimited supply of food and heroin, meaning they have to make a choice. These vices have power over them, and the most important higher power that the show will continuously go back to repeatedly is death.
My name is Grimmy, and I've come to reap your immortal soul.
As in, you are no more and can't do anything, but also as in the death of the characters' loved ones and how that affects them. With so many stronger forces acting in the characters' lives, it's pretty interesting that besides a few key moments in the season, the others mostly remain a presence in the shadows. The influence they have over the group is solely how they react to their perceived threat. That is until episode 14, one of them, when Rousseau presents Saeed with something she caught in a net of hers. A man who claims to be someone named Henry Gale, who crashed on the island in a hot air balloon with his wife, who he buried. Or at least that's what his story is. Henry Gale is locked in the empty armory after Sawyer gets all of the guns and his stash back, and most characters end up suspecting him of being another member of the others. Undercover, just like Ethan and Goodwin. But unlike Ethan and Goodwin, who posed a physical threat to everybody, this time they have Henry Gale locked up. They're in control, and the only power he has over them is his words. People talk to him and project whatever they want onto him because really, he never says much more than his story. He's from Minnesota. He arrived on a hot air balloon, which had a big smiley face on it, and then he buried his wife. Rousseau giving Henry Gale to Saeed is also very relevant for his character. Saeed wants to move on from his old habits of torturing people, but the deaths of his loved ones just pushes him back into it. Saeed is a soldier, and the greater powers in his life are the conflicts he's born into and the actors in those conflicts. Shannon's death at the hands of Ana Lucia really is regressive for his character. His story with Mr. Krabs also has him being manipulated by a stronger power, the US military. During the Gulf War, he's coerced and manipulated to torture his commanding officer, who had launched an attack on Saeed's hometown to find out where a missing US soldier is. Saeed has to choose. He can work for somebody committing war crimes, or he himself can commit war crimes for the US government. There's this message that there's no good guys in war, but that also means that there's no way Saeed could be a true good guy. Him doing these things for the US government shows that he's willing to commit these violent acts for his own ends. But all he's left with after committing these atrocities for the first time in his life is a stack of cash from Mr. Krabs.
You've come to the wrong place if you're after a tip, laddie.
That must have been very hard for him. Saeed continuously wants to give up these violent ways, but he's now been thrown into this camp who's beating the drums of war, and he suffered a tremendous personal loss. Henry Gale did not kill Shannon, but Saeed beats him like he did. But unlike how he regretted his actions after torturing Sawyer in the first season, Saeed's like, nah, my soldier intuition's going off. This guy's lying. I don't regret it. Saeed. Soldier. However, Gale sticks around for quite a few episodes, more than they were initially intending to. They just loved the character so much. This gives quite a few people some time with him, but mostly Jack and John, who've been having disagreements and have both recently been pitted against each other by Sawyer, who now has all the guns. Jack is hesitant to treat Gale either too kindly or too hostilely because he really doesn't know what to think of his story, but John believes Gale is here to usher in the next stage of his greater destiny and takes an interest in him, offering him a book to read. John's the kind of guy where if we were to get more flashback stories with him than we did, eventually we would see him losing a lot of money for falling for an email scam. He'd be trying to get all sorts of gift cards for free all the time. He'd be trying to get free iTunes gift cards to watch the latest season of Lost all the time. And because John interacts more with Henry than most of the other characters, Henry gets to know him the most and tries to manipulate him the most. Gale asks John why he lets the doctor call all the shots. John's like, no, we make decisions together. John then gives him a book by Dostoevsky, and outside of the armory door, he's like, hey Jack, do you know that Hemingway was jealous of Dostoevsky? Jack's not interested in what John has to say, but later, when John's talking to Henry Gale chimes in on this thought, taking the moment to draw a comparison between John and Jack.
So which one are you?
I'm sorry?
Are you the genius? Or are you the guy who always feels like he's living in the shadow of the genius?
I was never very much into literary analysis.
I just don't understand why you let the doctor call the shots.
Gale just loves hearing that he's upset John. What a peepee head. It's pretty evident early on that Gale has some sort of malintent. Whether he gets joy messing with his captors or whether he truly sees them as his enemy because he's one of the others is unclear. Eventually, Gale draws a map to his balloon for Ana Lucia, who goes out with a search party to look for it without Locke and Jack knowing. Back in the hatch, John and Jack let him out of his room to eat some food with them more comfortably, where he gleefully tells them about Ana Lucia going over their heads. He then describes a plan he would put in place if he were one of the others, stating he'd send Ana Lucia and gang into a trap. He's so good at getting under their skin and making them recognize the cracks within their group. But no matter how much they try to strong-arm him, he always remains calm and in control.
I guess it's a good thing I'm not one of them, huh? You guys got any milk?
By episode 17, Lockdown, John is growing frustrated with the button. At one point, the blast doors are automatically brought down, and John needs to bring out Henry Gale to help him bring them back up so he can push the button.
We're locked in.
What? John gets caught under the door, his regular seasonal leg injury, so Henry has to crawl up through the vents and back down in order to push the button. But he doesn't get to it in time, and the timer presumably reaches 0. The whole hatch is covered in black lights, and briefly, John sees a map showing the locations of other Dharma stations, and in the center is a question mark. What is it? It's a mystery. John has no idea what to think. This episode's flashback also sees John going back on his promise to Helen to stop trying to have a relationship with his abusive father. Anthony Cooper, John's dad, fakes his own death to get away from some bad guys who he owed money to. He gets in contact with John and asks John to retrieve some money for him, saying they'll split it 50-50. John successfully retrieves the money and tells his dad that he can keep it. He just wanted to spend a little more time with him. His dad looks at him like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'll take your other kidney. I don't want to take your other kidney, but I'll do it. Helen finds out and decides to leave John, not wanting to watch him hurt himself like this. John desperately proposes to her, trying to hold on to her, but it's not gonna work. He loosened faith in her. Now he loosened her. Back on the island, the blast doors rise up again, and Henry Gale leaves the computer room and tells John that he didn't push the button and nothing happened.
Henry, did you enter the numbers? Did you push the button or not? Henry, answer me!
What a peepee head.
I gotta find somebody to watch this lost video. Where did my friends go? Why aren't they picking up the phone?
Hey! No, come back. I want to show you something.
But while all of these other characters have very identifiable flaws, at this point in the show's run, the show itself was identifying its own fatal flaws. Remember, back then, a successful TV show on American network TV really was determined by how many seasons it could run for. They would cancel it when people stopped watching it. They were trying to start a franchise to tell stories until people were disinterested, not interested in telling a story with a beginning, middle, and an end. In a lot of interviews, Damon and Carlton talk about Twin Peaks and The X-Files as two mystery show formats that ultimately failed.
It was a cautionary tale. People idolize and worship Twin Peaks, but they don't realize that it was only on for 30 episodes, so it got canceled after its second season, and the thinking was it resolved its central mystery and then nobody cared anymore.
Now, despite the fact that Twin Peaks does use a comment made by one character to another saying that they'll see them in 25 years as a justification for the third season taking place 25 years later, David Lynch, the show's creator, did not want it to end after its second season. He wanted it to keep going, thinking it could go on forever.
If it has to end, you know, that's all right. But if it doesn't have to end, that's even better.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm asking people to write to Bob Iger, the president of ABC, and if I could give the address.
Yes, please do.
Thanks
I love annoying these network
mate.
weasels. Even if it's not this network, let's just annoy some network weasel here tonight.
What's wild about this is Bob Iger, former CEO of Disney, who only ever liked Lost because he's a poser, is actually the executive who forced Lynch to answer that question and the guy who canceled Twin Peaks. And he was now the head of Disney. Although he wasn't directly who they were responding to, certainly he had sway in other executives' decisions. And it worked in the short term because it got people to watch that specific episode, but afterwards, people weren't really interested in the story. And by people, I mean general audiences. Twin Peaks has its fans, absolutely. But I'm sorry, if you ship Evelyn Marsh and James Hurley, that's gonna be a you and I together never from me.
One of the notes that we were just getting back from ABC was, when are you going to resolve these mysteries? And once you resolve these mysteries, why are people going to keep watching the show? So Lost basically took the approach of, well, what if there's 8,000 mysteries? And if we can just get people to care about any 5 of them, they'll keep watching the show.
And on the opposite end of the spectrum were shows like Alias and The X-Files, which introduced so many open-ended mysteries that audiences gave up on them because they never believed they would get closure. But even more crucial than losing the audience's wider interest was when the show went on past the interest of its main actors.
The reality is they can produce a 6th or 7th or 8th season, but would anyone be watching? Because the show would be so miserable by that time. Was it really The X-Files anymore when David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson weren't on the show?
The idea with Lost show format was there would be smaller character secrets and mysteries to be revealed and then solved throughout the show, while many of the larger mysteries, such as the nature of the island and the monster, would be left unresolved until the narrative would need them. But with a serialized show, you kind of expect there to be character development. But because the network was trying to create a franchise, they never really wanted to change the dynamics of the show. So that meant the flashbacks, in order to continue as the show's format, either required one of two things in its storytelling. Either redundancy with the characters we already know.
Like, these flashbacks are finite, you know? You can do like 3 flashbacks of Jack getting drunk and like being self-destructive, or Charlie relapsing, or Kate running away from the marshal that is chasing her.
Or you could create new characters and give them new flashback narratives and hope the audience would get invested in them. But with such an expansive cast already, that meant that the screen time per character was shrunk down even more. Pushing fan favorite characters to the side was definitely frustrating for the audience, but it was probably even more frustrating for the actors who had to live in Hawaii to work on the show and weren't allowed to fly back to the mainland to take other jobs because they never knew when they would need them. When you worked on Lost, you were literally stuck on an island. So who were they able to convince to come along? After appearing in the season 1 finale, leading up to this season's premiere, Michelle Rodriguez received the most press coverage as a new cast member. Her role was promoted as being the tough leader of the tail section survivors of Oceanic Flight 815. Not only that, but it was promoted that she would complicate the love triangle, making it into a love square, technically.
That would be interesting.
Yeah?
There's rumors.
Holloway.
But instead, they kind of promoted it like it was just a love triangle between Ana Lucia, Kate, and Jack, with both of them wanting Jack's affection. Why? However, this season also introduces us to a few more regular cast members. Cynthia Watros plays Libby and described herself as the Hurley of the tail section. So you're the fun one. Watros was incredibly enthusiastic to join the cast of Lost.
I got the job and I kind of had to leave LA and bring my twin daughters to Hawaii in like a matter of a week.
And once she got to the island, she became quick friends with the cast.
And then I got to work with Harold and Daniel and Josh, and they couldn't have made me feel more welcome and a sense of belonging to their cast.
She was feeling really good about taking on this role, which is great because she had to uproot her and her kids' lives in like a matter of weeks to move to Hawaii to do it. London-based Nigerian-born actor Adewale Akinyaye Agbaje plays Mr. Echo. Agbaje would contribute directly to the role, encouraging the title-first Mr. Echo as the name of the character, as well as choosing to carry around Echo's special stick with scripture carved into it. With the show being so heavily emphasized on character and character narrative, I find myself being way more critical of characters being written out and dying in a show like Lost than many other shows, probably just because I fixate on Lost more. To me, it seems like all of these characters with their individual flashback stories all deserve their own completed narratives. But due to a lot of the circumstances surrounding the show, more than just wanting to maintain the narrative freshness through creative choices, characters had to be killed off. Back in season 1, they teased some pretty extreme plot details in order to create a conversation around the show, and a lot of it involved whether or not cast members would be returning. In the cultural conscious, they wanted the dramatic stakes of Survivor, where a character is voted off the island each week. They revealed that the characters would be building a raft and that a certain number of them would be able to leave the island. But way more dramatic, they revealed they'd be killing off a character, and the kicker was, none of the actors knew who it was. Of course, the character to die would go on to be Boone at the end of a story arc that saw him becoming a sort of follower to John Locke, who was a directionist leader for sure. He goes, "Boone, go up. Oh no, you're going down." Well, I think Boone's death is tastefully done within the narrative of the show and plays a pivotal role in all of the characters' arcs for the first season. I can't help but to think of Ian Somerhalder's take on it all right after it was done.
Abrams and Lindelof boxed themselves into the corner by telling the press someone was going to die. It really left the cast feeling anxious. They even fooled the audience twice with the apparent deaths of Shannon and Charlie. It's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, I'm gonna stop watching the show.
If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
The writers stated they wanted to keep up a level of realism to the show by maintaining life and death stakes, which is something I can creatively admire and something that Ian Somerhalder would go on to state that he also creatively admires in The Lost Companion. But I don't always think they hit that very careful mark of writing a character death that is able to contribute to the greater narrative of the show and simultaneously allows that character to have a satisfying arc. Boone arguably usually is a character that does this successfully. He follows somebody that he should not believe in and he dies. And it helps bring the tension between the group's survival and John's fringe goals on the island to a boil. When Shannon, Boone's sister, is the one to hold Locke at gunpoint, it's a really important moment for her character. She has gone from the helpless rich girl to someone who is willing to act upon her will. She is holding a gun up to John Locke, and it's only because Saeed stops her that she doesn't kill Locke over Boone's death. She's a character who finds a supporter in Saeed, who is able to help her gain self-confidence and recognize she's not as helpless as her family, including Boone, made her feel. With so much of the theming of the first season being about characters getting a fresh start, Boone's death allows Shannon to have a true fresh start. She accepts Walt's offer to take care of Vincent, a sign of her newfound responsibility and confidence. But when she starts seeing Walt psychically projecting himself in the jungle, she disregards all the logic that goes along with seeing him and runs out to find him. Saeed's like, that's so unlikely. The unlikely things don't happen on this island. But she doesn't care. Her concern comes from a genuine place. She thinks Walt might be afraid and alone. In a proper Shannon-centric flashback, we find out that Shannon's dad got in a car accident. Ew, is that Jack? Her dad hit Sarah? Oh my god, what a jerk. Wait, the car accident killed her father? Oh my god, Sarah, you must hate yourself after this. No wonder why you married Jack. So Shannon's stepmom inherits all of her father's money and cuts Shannon off. Then she holds money over Boone's head so he can't help her either. And what does Shannon want? A little bit of cash so she can pursue an unpaid internship. But her stepmother's like, why bother? You're useless. And she's like, I'm trying to do something. But her stepmom refuses. Back on the island, Shannon runs off into the jungle once again to look for Walt. But Saeed still does not believe her until he sees him too. She runs after him. Saeed hears the mystery whispers and Shannon is shot by a frightened Ana Lucia, who has finally arrived at the beach camp with the rest of the tail section survivors. Now, maybe writing Shannon off was a creative decision made by the writers. They've certainly described it that way, but they've also expressed regret in writing the character to be so unlikable, only to make her slightly more likable before just killing her off. The actress Maggie Grace also expressed wanting to leave the show to capitalize on offers she was receiving due to popularity of the show. A classic conundrum of actors who participate in shows and get no free time ever. So maybe the decision to write Shannon off was mutual. But I think when discussing a long-running show's writing, you need to understand that every creative person involved has a creative voice, including the actors. These are not fictional characters on a page that can do anything you want them to. They're played by real people who have a say in it.
J.K. Rowling, who's writing, Harry Potter and can control every aspect of her world. I mean, in our case, we are interacting with, as I said, like 425 other people and actors and lives.
However, I really think Shannon is one of the biggest missed opportunities in Lost. It's easy to remember her as a really annoying character, but Maggie Grace brings a lot of sincerity, vulnerability, and personal agency to the character's actions. Because all of these roles were so collaboratively built, they didn't really have true agency over these characters anyways. But I can't help but to be so disappointed after seeing where the character goes from the very beginning to right before she dies. It seems so premature.
In much the same way that we decided to kill Boone last year, it was big picture thinking in terms of Boone's death would really sort of, light the fire under the Jack Locke conflict. It sort of would force Shannon into sort of a more, adult existence on the island, and because she had been tethered to her brother for so long, and now it sort of freed her up to be with, Saeed. So now, in much the same way, when we were talking this year about, which character's death would really emotionally and profoundly affect all the other survivors, we sort of came up with Shannon in terms of that would sort of spin Saeed off into another direction.
I think two of the characters who suffer the most this season are Charlie and Claire. they're not really written out of the show at all, but they seem very narratively disconnected from everything. However, I think the disconnect also has to do with the nature of the show. While there is this serialized plot always developing, there's also the beach camp. And now that we've gotten into the second season, we're really defining who's more of a beach camp character and who is a character that really gets involved with the plot. And this season, Charlie and Claire are not that. Their arc this season really has to do with their relationship. Charlie's weird and invasive as a partner in raising Aaron. It's not a role Claire asked for, but they do have their cute moments. Charlie asks Hurley for peanut butter from the hatch, a very sweet callback from a scene in season 1 where Charlie and Claire eat invisible peanut butter, a mystery the show unfortunately never gets back to. So if you want to describe their relationship to the greater story, this season Claire definitely becomes more of a plot device and Charlie becomes more of a chaotic device for the plot.
I just want to save him!
Charlie's story this season is fucking wild. So fans were very upset early on in season 2 because Charlie was just kind of in the background. He's initially hesitant to see the others as a threat, believing it to be just the paranoia of Rousseau. Charlie was also hung by Ethan back in season 1, who kidnapped him and Claire, and then he kidnapped Claire more successfully, and then Charlie shot Ethan. So maybe he shouldn't be so quick to dismiss Rousseau's claims that there are other people on the island. But perhaps he's just lying to himself because he's so scared. Dominic Monaghan was also very upset about the changing cast culture on the set. Something which was very important for such a small place. They were stuck on an island together.
I think probably the saddest thing about this season is that we aren't together anymore. Last season we did a lot of stuff with the main group of cast doing scenes on the beach.
This year, through constant circumstantial scheduling and the fact that they've all been working on stories concerning the rat and the tail section, it's meant we haven't seen those people as much. I've been planning to go to dinner with all those folks for 3 months now.
Charlie is a heroin addict, and in the first season he has 1 bag of heroin left, but he dramatically throws it out to show that he can grow as a person. And then in the season finale, Charlie and Saeed, they're walking through the jungle and Saeed's like, hey Charlie, check out this shit. Boom, all the heroin you could want. I don't know you're a heroin addict. So now Charlie starts hoarding all of these statues of the Virgin Mary full of heroin. Somehow Mr. Echo just knows it's full of heroin, and Claire finds out Charlie has been holding, but he insists he's not using. Nonetheless, she tells him to go away for a while. And just as everyone believes Charlie is using heroin again, he starts having religious visions. It's his mother and Claire, they're angels. They say to save the baby.
The baby is in danger. You have to save him.
So Charlie and Mr. Echo have been hanging out, and Mr. Echo and Charlie, they're both Catholic, and not thinking Charlie will do anything, Mr. Echo says, baptizing is a way to save the baby. So Charlie decides that one night he's gotta do something. Meanwhile, John walks out into the jungle and he finds the rest of Charlie's heroin, his whole stash. He's like, I'm not using, John. And John's like, I'm gonna take this from you. So then one night, Charlie sets fire to the camp and kidnaps Aaron to bring him to the ocean, to drown him, to baptize him. Everyone notices what Charlie's doing and everyone gathers around him and he's like, Claire, I promise, I'm not trying to hurt the baby. Claire goes, you're hurting me, Charlie. So Charlie looks at Mr. Echo. He was like, we had to baptize him, right, Echo? And Echo's like, dude, what the fuck? And then John's like, give me the baby. He takes the baby, he hands it to Claire, and then he like beats the shit out of Charlie. Probably because he's so mad about his button or something. This flashback, this episode, involves Charlie's relationship to his brother as his brother's getting into drugs. Charlie was given this piano as a child, and his brother's struggling and the band's struggling. They can't even finish this commercial where they're wearing a bunch of baby diapers. You are everybody's. A low point for the band and a self-aware moment for the show. So Charlie's like, brother, I've written another song. Look at my piano. And he's like, yeah, your piano could make me a lot of money. So he sells his piano and he's gonna go get sober so he can take care of his child in Australia. His brother's like, I gotta take care of my family. And Charlie's like, I thought we were family. So Charlie insists he's not using drugs, and the audience never finds out either, really. I think it's supposed to be unclear to lean into that idea of characters having faith in each other. Do we trust Charlie, or is he somebody we just met? This is a very strange episode, specifically because of Charlie's visions, which is his motivating factor in doing what he does. Making it unclear whether or not he's using makes sense for the other characters' perspectives, but from the audience's perspective, it makes it really difficult to understand Charlie's motivations. I also don't think John would be so quick to dismiss Charlie having a vision from the island, and it all just comes together to be a big stinker episode. Change that diaper, Stinky Charlie. I really feel as if they didn't know what to do with Charlie. He's a charming member of the beach camp storylines, but this season he mostly acts as a supportive player to a lot of other characters, going on a journey with Mr. Echo during that character's first centric episode. Then Charlie later teams up with Sawyer when he performs his long con. He's the one who stages the kidnapping of Sun, all to embarrass John. He doesn't even want the drugs Sawyer offers him. And then later in the season, Saeed goes up to Charlie, goes, "Hey Charlie, I'm gonna remind you of something. About 3 weeks ago, you were hung and you shot a guy. The others are real, and we should go looking for Henry Gale's balloon." Charlie's like, "Oh yeah, the others are real."
Previously on
I
Lost.
hate them. Claire's arc this season involves her overcoming a lot of the insecurities she has as a young mother. Claire interprets a lot of the help people give to her and offer her as people doubting her experience and abilities as a mother, but you know, she's doing a great job. She's on a deserted island. However, Charlie definitely tries to talk to her like she's making wrong decisions. So Claire does not have any flashbacks this season that take place off of the island. Instead, episode 15, Maternity Leave, fills in the time where she was kidnapped as she begins to remember the details of her kidnapping. This episode, along with the introduction of the character Henry Gale, gives us some essential elements in unraveling the mystery behind who the others are. Rousseau reiterates that an infection took the lives of her fellow researchers when they crashed on the island. In the flashback, we see that Ethan is actually a doctor who is giving Claire medication for Aaron. Vaccines, actually. Well, I do think this episode serves more to fill out the mystery behind the others. I do think there are some good character moments in it. I enjoy Claire realizing that Rousseau was helping her and Rousseau feeling like she's earned Claire's forgiveness. It's a crazy fucked up island. Everyone kidnaps a kid every once in a while, apparently. There's a lot to balance between the serialized stories and the characters who mostly remain on the beach camp and the flashback stories. It's easy to understand why general audiences thought the show was made up as it went along. Mostly like the wild concepts that kept getting introduced, polar bears on the island, psychic kids, magnets, but also the characters' soap opera-esque flashbacks always had big, dramatic, sensationalistic twists and turns. Remember, whatever the case may be, that episode where Kate's trying to get this case open and then like she goes to a bank and it turns out she's trying to get like the contents of the case and we find out what's inside of it and it's like a little toy plane and we have no idea what it means. I think when the flashback narratives work alongside the island stories, it's some of the best TV storytelling I've ever seen. It allows you to perceive so much emotional depth in the characters and the performances. And when the climax of two stories like happen and intersect with each other, it's awesome. However, the ability for all of these stories to have their own meaningful conclusions and moments in the show, beginning in season 1, weren't always consistent. But if you ask me, somebody who's seen this show once or twice, the messiest character narratives in the entire show, which contributed to my personal view that the show was made up as it went along when I was a teenager, were the character stories of the tail section survivors. First up is fan favorite to hate Ana Lucia. However, despite being so hated by fans, I actually think Ana Lucia is a very strong character and one that speaks strongly about Lost's ability to write a seasonal character arc. Ana Lucia is written purely to be tragic. When sitting down with J.J. Abrams, Carlton Cuse, and Damon Lindelof to interview for coming on to the show, Michelle Rodriguez made one thing clear. She only wanted to go on Lost for one season.
She came in and met with Carlton and me, and then, in the last 15 minutes, J.J. Abrams happened to be across the way doing some Alias stuff. And we just hung out with her and chatted. She made it very clear in that meeting that she's a sort of a nomadic spirit. And she wanted to do one kick-ass arc, as she described it. And we basically started to wrap our brains around her energy and say, yeah, we'll bring you on the show, and then we'll kill you at the end of the year.
So creatively, I believe they took this as an opportunity to write a character who would be a thematic core to the season. As the leader of the Tail Section survivors, we learn about her backstory before the other cast members. She is not good at making friends on the island, being quick to anger and quick to throw a mean little punch. She notices how Jack looks at Kate and makes him sort of confront it.
You hitting that? Plane crash. You both survived. Nice beach. She's hot, you're hot. It's what people do.
I'm not hitting that.
Right after she kissed him too, he's so flustered. Oh my god.
I'm not hitting that.
Hey, she's my friend. Ana Lucia, you just murdered Jack Shephard for the second time this season.
You're not married to her anymore then?
He can't handle it anymore. She's a very intense person to deal with. We hear she's a cop, and through her perspective, we really learn about the experience of the Tail Section survivors before they meet up with the other characters. I really liked the contrast between the two groups before Ana Lucia shoots Shannon. Back at the beach camp, Shannon and Saeed are going on a date, and Jack and Kate, they're playing golf and messing around with each other. But the Tail Section survivors, they're going through the woods. It's chaotic. It's raining. There's whispers all around them. The others, they know they're around them. Somehow Cindy has gone missing. Did the others kidnap her? We don't know.
Oh, God.
Oh, look at Jack and Kate play golf. How nice. I'm so glad they're getting to spend time together. It's only after we've learned to hate Ana Lucia and after we've watched her kill a newly empowered Shannon that we get to witness the backstory of the Tail Section survivors. The other 48 Days is written to be a clip show-esque recap of what happened to the Tail Section, recapping a show, of course, that is non-existent, but a part of the Lost universe. As I've already explained, clip shows would be common throughout the run of Lost, so it was a familiar format to the audience, but it's a creative way to format an episode. We see the perspective of the Tail Section survivors since the crash, having much more violent encounters with the others early on. First, 2 kids are taken from the camp, then Echo kills some of the attackers, and just like how Ethan kidnapped the survivors from the Fuselage's camp, another named Goodwin infiltrated the Taily section on the first night. He was there to gather info, but after he kills some other dudes, fucking Goodwin gets iced by Ana Lucia. These intense series of events run right up until Jin, Sawyer, and Michael wash ashore, creating this straining feeling of panic leading right up until the moment where Ana Lucia shoots Shannon. It comes out of nowhere from the beach camp's perspective, but from the perspective of the Tail Section survivors, this stress has been building into paranoia for weeks and weeks. It's a really cool moment to insert this episode into the season's narrative, along with the next episode, Collision, which finally reveals Ana Lucia's backstory. Following the death of Shannon, Ana Lucia tries to maintain control of her camp, also while holding a tied-up Saeed at gunpoint. He's angry and grieving over the death of Shannon that scares Ana Lucia. In her flashback, we find out that not only Ana Lucia is a cop, but her mom is the police chief.
I'm a cop.
Say it with me. Girl cops. Between Jack, the doctor, his dad, the chief of surgery, Ana Lucia, the cop, her mom, the chief of police, and Kate finding out that her stepdad is her actual dad, I find a lot of the soap opera-esque twists and turns and family dynamics of Lost to be very reminiscent of the in-universe film The Magnificent Three from Futurama. It's a family drama about the President of the United States and his son, the Vice President of the United States, who never wants to follow in his father's footsteps as the president, only for the president to slip off the top of the White House and die.
Father, the ledge!
Forcing the vice president, the president's son, to follow in his father's footsteps.
The president is dead.
As the president.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
By the way, Damon Lindelof, please get a job writing on the new season of Futurama. Do whatever you can to do that. You would kill it on that show. Ana Lucia has been in recovery and psychological treatment ever since she was shot on the job. She wants to get back on the street, and despite her mom being hesitant, she lets her preemptively return, only to have a violent outburst during a domestic abuse disturbance, once again putting her back behind a desk job. On the island, Ana Lucia has tied up Saeed, who is expressing a negative emotion after his loved one was shot in cold blood. Scary stuff for Ana Lucia. She starts to panic, telling everyone in her camp to stay with her, but slowly they all start to leave, starting with Mr. Echo, who brings the shot Sawyer to the infirmary in the hatch. Ana Lucia decides that isolating herself is the only thing she can do, and she tells people to go retrieve supplies for her so that she can run. Back in the flashback when the man who shot her is brought in, Ana Lucia refuses to identify him, allowing him to return to the street where she shoots him, revealing that she was pregnant at the time where she was shot. It's revenge time, baby. She describes some of these events to Saeed, leaving out key details, and he responds sympathetically. He talks her down from running away and asks to be allowed to bury Shannon. She agrees to join the camp with walls up and an air of discomfort surrounding her presence. Ana Lucia being so hated by fans speaks very well, in my opinion, to the writing of her character and the way Michelle Rodriguez chose to play her. She's really antisocial and has trouble making friends on the island, which is a contrast to most of these character stories, which generally seems to be about how these characters connect with each other and are able to help each other despite their fucked up pasts. She's Jack's go-to person, not to hang out, but for starting a war with the others. Those darn others. She puts up a tough exterior, but we learn eventually that she's really bothered by her inability to make connections. She just says things that puts people off, and yes, she also killed Shannon. But this hyper loner character was in part due to Rodriguez's input on the character. Just like how Evangeline Lilly started expressing that she was bored doing the love triangle storylines, Michelle Rodriguez preemptively expressed that she was bored and being Jack's love interest. Saying that she thinks it would make more sense for her character to end up with Sawyer because they're both kind of loner characters, so she's still operating within the love square. So Ana Lucia does not become a romantic interest for Jack, rather they just see eye to eye on needing to start a conflict. Ana Lucia is a really hated character, but I don't believe she's unsympathetic, and I really think that comes off in the episode that writes her out. While in the first season, the island operates as a blank slate to allow characters to have fresh starts and move on from their past drama, trauma, and, mistakes. The harsh realities faced by the tail section survivors as they tried to survive really pushed Ana Lucia backwards. When she kills Shannon, she's acting out of fear, and I think that's why Saeed is able to forgive her so easily. He too has been pushed by the island to resort back to violent tendencies he wanted to forget and move on from. Rousseau initially brings Henry Gale to Saeed. Gale has his ironclad story about being from a balloon, but of course, this gives Saeed someone to act out violently towards. But he can't get anything out of him. Ana Lucia takes a different tactic in interrogating him later, not wanting to go the violent route and instead giving him the benefit of the doubt and asking him to draw a map to his hot air balloon, which he does.
It's to his balloon.
How did you get him to do this?
I asked nicely.
However, Henry Gale's story falls through. They end up finding his hot air balloon, but when they dig up where his wife was supposed to be buried, they find somebody else, a man named Henry Gale. This confirms that Henry Gale is in fact lying about being a member of the others and triggers Ana Lucia's fear. She decides it's probably best to just kill him. In episode 20, Two for the Road, we see in Ana Lucia's second flashback that she's gone to Australia to escape murder charges. Her mom knows that she's killed the guy, but implores her to come home, saying she'll do everything to protect her as she faces the consequences. But Ana Lucia doesn't want to come home. That's when she runs into Christian Shepherd, Jack's dad, who she spends a night with drinking and driving around Sydney as he accomplishes a mysterious agenda. We see more of the drunken bender that will inevitably lead to his death, and we start asking, why was Christian in Australia? She drives him into a neighborhood and watches him beg to be let into a house, but he's turned away. What the heck? He also expresses an interest in wanting to reconnect with his son, Jack. but it's too late. So Ana Lucia makes a choice. She says, Christian, I'm gonna drop you off at this bar where you'll talk to Sawyer from that earlier episode, but I'm gonna go call my mom. She apologizes to her mom and says she's ready to come home and reconnect with her and possibly face the consequences. I don't know if Ana Lucia's mom's under the rug kind of person. We'll find out. We won't find out. She's dead. Oh. So Ana Lucia buys a ticket on Oceanic 815s because she doesn't want to be anything like Christian. Before she crashed on the island, Ana Lucia was trying to work out her shit. She made the right choice. The island is not the catalyst for her making her realize this. But once she crashes there, all her fear and anger is brought back instantly through the harsh and violent environment. So she does end up with Sawyer. She fucks him to get a gun from him so she can kill Henry Gale, the most personal moment she has with somebody else on the island. However, she decides that she can't kill Henry Gale, meaning she doesn't want to pull the trigger anymore. So she gives the gun to Michael, who has returned after being absent for a few episodes, so he can kill him. She can't pull the trigger anymore, but her fear still leads her to conclude that Henry has to die. Once Michael has the gun, he betrays the group, shooting Ana Lucia to release Henry Gale in a play to get Walt back from the others. Making connections with people is one of the most important themes in Lost, and Ana Lucia is presented as a character who doesn't do that successfully. Her fear and anger overcome her, and because of that, she hands the gun to Michael, who kills her. She's not a likable character because the characters also don't really like her, and although I can see why that would be an annoying excuse for a character, she's written to be unlikable by all of the other characters because she was written to be tragic. Making connections with people is one of the most important themes in Lost. All of the characters meet each other and then help each other through opening up to each other. But Ana Lucia, through her fear and anger, is never really able to make many meaningful connections. She has her moments, for sure, but she's unlikable from many of the other characters' perspectives and much of the audience's perspective, including me. She falls back on the fear she tried so desperately to overcome. When she hands the gun to Michael, she fails to overcome it. She serves a very strong story purpose: to be killed by the other person who couldn't make connections within the group, Michael. In the first season, Michael's priority by the end of it was to get Walt off of the island. He wanted an opportunity to have a normal life with his son. After Walt is kidnapped and they wash ashore back on the island, Sawyer refers to Michael as his friend, and Michael questions this.
Ain't doing nothing till I know my friends are okay.
So we friends now, huh?
Michael makes it clear through how he reacts to a lot of the kindness people show him that he sees these people as somebody with a common goal. And when the rest of the characters start becoming more comfortable living on the island and trying to survive, they no longer have a common goal. Jack doesn't go after Walt immediately because he's afraid of starting conflict with the others. It could disturb the peace at the settlement they've started. But Michael wants to get off the island, so he's willing to just go in there, get his son, and try to leave. Because she perceived everything as a threat, Ana Lucia was never able to accept the offers of friendship that people were trying to give her. However, the concerns Michael had, his kidnapped son, were not addressed by the group until it was too late and he felt the need to act by himself. Ana Lucia, in a way, failed the group, but the group failed Michael. As much as the others pose a threat, the group's inner conflict is more important this season. But despite the fact that Ana Lucia was written to be killed off from the very start, many people suspected that she was written off the show because the actress Michelle Rodriguez was caught driving fast and furiously in Hawaii and got charged with a DUI. Funny enough, around the same time, actress Cynthia Watros also got caught driving too fast, too furiously, despite having no relationship to the franchise. So Michael shoots Ana Lucia.
What you say? Oh, that you only meant well.
And then
Michael? What you say? Oh, that you only meant well.
The tragic stupid decision to kill Libby. So Libby is introduced and we get a few moments with her, but she's mostly a character that remains in the background. We're building intrigue before more about her will be revealed, hopefully. We find out she's a clinical psychologist and she's a bit funny. She helps Claire meditate to remember all of the things she forgot when she stopped remembering things for a few minutes to maintain the mystery. And eventually she becomes romantically involved with Hurley, a very sweet moment in the series. She helps him work through much of the negative thoughts involving his depression, manifested through Hurley's imaginary friend, Dave, a very Twilight Zone-esque way to represent mental illness. They have a very, very good chemistry, and she's definitely a welcome presence amongst the cast. Then, out of nowhere, there's this really intense reveal about her character. At the end of the episode Dave, which featured flashbacks in the psych ward Hurley was treated in, we see that Libby was also there. Hurley keeps saying, "I think I recognize you from somewhere," and Libby keeps brushing it off, implying that she recognizes him.
Character who, was very much on the periphery for a good part of the season, and then all of a sudden she latched on to this relationship with Hurley, and that became a place in which she sort of rose to the surface.
The way to make her character pop was to tie her into somebody who we're really already invested in. How do you essentially tell a very sweet love story about two people who know each other from a mental institution? And that was kind of the challenge before us.
So Hurley and Libby finally decide to try going on a date in the episode 2 for the road. This one. Hurley forgets a blanket for their picnic, so she goes back to the hatch where she's shot by Michael. The idea for Libby's character was they were going to reveal more about her through other characters' flashbacks. The character crossovers and the flashback narratives began deepening and deepening this season. But apparently, Watros was devastated with the news that she was going to be written off the show. A decision which was made because they wanted Michael's betrayal of the group to have an emotional gut punch to it, and they didn't believe the audience liked Ana Lucia enough. I think that's a really bad reason to kill off a character. Back in the first season, when they were initially pitching the pilot episode, there was an idea they were going to cast Michael Keaton as Jack and then kill him off in the first episode. But the executives of the network talked JJ and Damon out of it because they thought it would convince the audience not to grow attached to characters. And they were happy to take that lesson. Jack is a character throughout the entire show. And while they thought it was a smart decision not to kill Jack off, to not teach the audience to expect characters to be killed, I think they didn't continue to take the lesson to heart when they decided to kill off characters in the same season they were introduced in. That teaches audience members not to grow attached to new characters. And with the idea that this show was going to go on indefinitely, that's a bad mix. But thank God Bernard and Mr. Echo stick around, right? Get it? Because of Mr. Echo's stick. So about Mr. Echo, he's very intense and intimidating. Have you seen this man's pecs? Of course you have. It's 3/4 of the screen. Wish it was 3/4 of the screen time. So Mr. Echo is introduced as a very quiet character, but he's someone who spends a lot of his time thinking. In the other 48 days, he kills 2 of the others, and then he doesn't speak again until Ana Lucia begins to cry. It's been a tough 40 days. He's taken a 40-day vow of silence, using his first words in 40 days to comfort her.
You've been waiting 40 days to talk.
You waited 40 years to cry.
Mr. Echo is also the first to break from Ana Lucia during her meltdown, bringing Sawyer to the hatch to get him medical attention. When people begin asking Echo questions about what happened, he's careful to answer, never forgetting his goal of protecting people, making sure no one else gets hurt in a frenzy.
Can you take me to them? No.
Later, John shows Echo and Michael the film, and Echo is speechless. John is crushed. He wants somebody to connect with him on this kind of stuff, and Echo just walks out of the room. John and Echo's relationship is built up to be a central conflict this season. The two see eye to eye on the fact that the island is somehow special on a spiritual level. When they first meet each other, we already know they're both weird, so it's like it's destined to happen. After Echo walks away from the film, he then sits John down to talk. He's so excited. Both of them. Echo is like, John, that's the funniest video I've ever seen. Echo has all the dramatic flair John wants.
The king of Judah
was a man named Josiah.
Josiah is the king of Judah in the biblical Book of Kings, and the Book of Kings credits Josiah with rediscovering the Book of Deuteronomy, or the Book of Law, the final book in the Torah. Mr. Echo found a book. John's like, that's just a book, but inside the book is a piece of film, the same film that was spliced out of the Swan's instructional video.
Now, here's the missing piece right back where it belongs. What are the odds?
Don't mistake coincidence for fate.
As the two excitedly look for more answers to their perceived destinies, they're only disappointed by a cryptic message. It's the warning where the guy's like, don't use the computer for anything else besides pressing the numbers, don't even communicate with anybody, and then Michael gets a message from Walt. Mr. Echo is suddenly enamored with the button, quickly clicking with John because he also understands the island to be a special place. It's like John finally finds a friend. It's fun. But while John has slowly become frustrated with the button, Echo is a fresh pair of eyes on it. And he's like, that's pretty cool. However, while John develops his own cultish views of the island, leading followers to dead-end places like Boone, Echo views the island as a special place through his learned Catholic lens. In Echo's first flashback, we learn about his backstory. While he presents himself as a priest on the island before the crash, Echo had been taken by a militia in Nigeria as a kid. These men came into his village and tried to get his brother Yemi to kill somebody to initiate him as a child soldier, but Echo quickly steps in his brother's place to protect him. Years later, Echo is now a warlord and dangerous gang member with a reputation. He strong-arms some drug dealer into giving him some supplies for dirt cheap, and when they realize they have no other option than to sell for him, they say this.
It is true what they say about you.
And what is that?
You have no soul.
Mr. Echo doesn't like this. However, he lets a kid live, something which he takes great pride in. On the island, Claire talks to Echo, who asks her if Aaron has a biblical meaning in reference to the brother of Moses, Aaron. This prompts Claire to ask Echo about Charlie, who has been holding on to a statue of the Virgin Mary. Echo asks about it and immediately knows to break it open, revealing the heroin he's been hiding. But now I'm gonna tell you why he knows about it. Echo's like, hey Charlie, can you take me to the plane where you found that? But Charlie, not wanting to hurt his relationship with Claire, is hesitant to take Echo to the plane because he wants to maintain the story that he didn't know heroin was in there. However, every step of the way when Charlie tries to lie to Echo, Echo sees right through him, using his physical prowess to get Charlie to continue taking him onto the plane, and even catches Charlie in other different lies. Backing up to the flashback, Echo reconnects with his brother, who is now a priest. They joke about Yemi hearing Echo's confession, but Yemi tells him there's nothing he can do for him.
For confession to mean something, you must have a penitent heart.
Claiming he doesn't have a penitent heart.
You're guilty.
Echo is unwilling to confront his own guilt, blaming Yemi for what he feels. But maybe Yemi is just projecting his guilt from the past as well. After Echo asks his brother to forge paperwork to make him a priest, allowing him to use a private plane owned by the church to smuggle his drugs out, Yemi refuses. Then Echo comes back, this time with his men behind him. He threatens Yemi, forcing him to forge the papers. Echo tries to convince Yemi that he's getting the drugs out of Nigeria for a good reason, to get them out of the country. But Yemi has a different view on the situation.
God did not bring you here, Echo. Your own greed did.
On the island, Echo comes across one of the men from the Yellow Plane. As confirmed by John in the first season, they're Nigerian priests. It's somebody Echo knows. Echo has Charlie climb a tree to see if he can see the plane at a higher vantage point. And then, Echo is confronted by the monster. At this point, we've only seen the monster clearly for like a second. It's so quiet and almost dissipates right in front of Jack's eyes. We're not really even sure what we've seen. But of course, all the media surrounding the show would dub the creature the Smoke Monster. But here, the monster loudly and dramatically confronts Echo and stares him down, and Echo stares right back, unafraid. The camera then moves through the monster, showing flashes of Echo's life, even moments we haven't seen before. Then it just goes away. Echo disregarding what he's seen after he's seen it and maintaining his focus, finding the plane. Charlie's like, Echo, what the heck? What was that? Weren't you afraid? Echo's like, no, Then Charlie, having learned to respect Echo just a little bit after that confrontation, finally takes him to the plane, where we see the last flashback scene of the episode. Mr. Echo and his men arrived at the airship, now looking like priests, looking pretty good, guys. But Yemi drives up to get Echo to leave. Not like on the plane, but with him away from the plane. While they're arguing, the Nigerian military shows up, revealing that Yemi called them. Mr. Echo's men start shooting, the military starts shooting, and while Yemi tries to get everyone to stop shooting, he's shot in the crossfire. Echo's men board the plane, confusingly taking Yemi, but when Echo tries to board the plane, his man kicks him off. Echo's pretty thankful for this later, explaining that this guy saved his life because the military come up and they mistake Echo for a real priest. On the island, Echo enters the plane where he discovers a crucifix that he gave to Yemi when he was a child, leaving it behind as he was taken by the militia. Then Mr. Echo, realizing this is the body of his brother, embraces it and cries. Charlie's like, "Whoa, you knew this guy!" Then Echo leads Charlie in a prayer, which he follows as they burn the plane in a funeral pyre for Yemi. Echo apologizes to Charlie for breaking his statue of the Virgin Mary and gives him another one as a replacement. Charlie asks Mr. Echo if he's a priest, and in a moment of self-determination, Echo decides that he is. Charlie's like, "Thank you! I'm gonna go put this with all of my other Virgin Mary statues full of heroin." But all kidding aside, I think Charlie is a good supportive character in this episode. Although I'm disappointed he's mostly put in a backseat role this season, I think pairing these two characters together kind of works because Charlie has a lot of regrets in the relationship he's had with his brother, and so does Mr. Echo. So I think it gives Charlie a lot of ground to sympathize with Mr. Echo and later follow him as an altar boy. So Mr. Echo's spiritual views of the island are continually through this Catholic lens. He feels the need to form a penitent heart so he could seek God's forgiveness for all the things he's done as a warlord and as a bad brother. Echo starts building a church on the beach. He for real baptizes Claire's baby and Claire, who's not baptized herself. And he insists on talking to Henry Gale in the hatch, not because he wants to uncover any information or, tie up some loose ends, but because he wants to confess his sins to Henry Gale because he killed two of the others back in the episode The Other 48 Days. He cuts off these two little nubs on his beard, implying a connection between the two nubs and the two men that he killed in his desire to confess his sins. When John really begins to doubt the nature of the button, Echo has a vision from his brother Yemi, who tells Echo to have John lead him to the question mark because Mr. Echo needs to help John renew his faith. Echo and John both feel the island is important, but John is really possessive of the hatch and his ideas of the island, calling the hatch his.
Jack, I know this is...
Shut up.
The hatch is there for John to fulfill his destiny. It's not there because the button needs to be pushed to save the world. John does not want to take Echo to the question mark, but he goes anyways, where they discover another station underneath the crashed plane, once again bringing them back to this same place. Underneath, they discover the Pearl Station, inside of which contains a series of video feeds leading to various Dharma stations all around the island. The feed they're able to tap into reveals a security camera inside of the Swan, the hatch. John decides to print a log off of the computer where they discover a record of every single time the button has been pushed successfully. They also find another instructional video where we learn the purpose of the Pearl: to monitor and record the behavior of the people in the hatch. They're supposed to fill out little notebooks, put them in a tube, and the tube goes somewhere to where the data is, something. In a second flashback for John this season, we discover that Anthony Cooper, his dad, has died, but actually, he faked his own death in order to steal some money from some goons. And he has John go retrieve the money so the goons don't get after him. John gives the money to his dad, and his dad's like, "Here's your half, son." And John's like, "I didn't want the money, Dad. I just wanted to spend time with you again." And his dad's like, "Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?" And then Helen arrives. She finds out that John went to go see his abusive stepdad again, and she says, "John, I can't watch you hurt yourself. I'm done." And he's like, "No, Helen, will you marry me in the parking lot? I'm gonna propose to you in the parking lot." And Helen's like, "See ya, John." He loosened faith in her. He loosened her. In the Pearl, and John's past experiences with Helen really triggers a crisis of faith for him. He starts to believe that the button is just an experiment and he's been a fool wasting his time pushing it the entire season. Think about how Desmond feels. However, through Echo's second flashback this season, we see him develop an alternative perspective. Echo is asked by the Catholic Church to investigate a miracle in Sydney, specifically because he's seen as a skeptic by his, superior priest. A little girl has apparently come back to life, or at least her mom claims. Echo goes to investigate and he discovers that the psychic from season 1, who told Claire to go to the island, which implied that he was trying to send her there, so he explains to Mr. Echo that this is his daughter and that his wife was just trying to get back at him and embarrass him because he's been a fraud this whole time. So Echo's like, case closed, wasn't a miracle. But then when he's getting on the plane, the little girl's like, I saw your brother Yummy. And Echo's like, it might have been a miracle. So John takes this as evidence that the button is a lie, but Echo takes it as evidence that the button is true, that it is saving the world, and it is incredibly important because he believes the pearl was placed there in order to, throw off the importance of the button. So John takes this as the ultimate evidence for the button being a lie. It's not important, it will not save the world, but Echo takes this as the ultimate evidence that the button is important, believing that the pearl was simply placed there to cover up why the button is important. Echo being introduced as a spiritual rival to John Locke, having a different philosophical outlook on what makes the island significant, was a very interesting way to progress a lot of the themes introduced in the first and earlier parts of the second season. And Echo really is a fascinating character to bounce off of and interact with the rest of the characters. With a strong voice, people inevitably start looking towards him as a sort of leader. And I really like the pairing of him and Charlie, despite the fact that I don't love how Charlie is mostly a supporting character this season. Both Echo and Charlie have bad relationships with their brothers, and we really understand why Charlie's able to sympathize with him so well and why Charlie chooses to follow him as Echo decides to build a church. I also think the pairing of Mr. Echo and Charlie leans into that fate versus coincidence aspect as well. Mr. Echo comes from a country whose geopolitical landscape doesn't make it easy to sell drugs within, but easy to produce, so he has to get it out of the country. Because of this, he betrays his brother. But Charlie and his brother always had a fractured relationship because they came from a country rich enough to buy these drugs and use them. They use destiny to connect these different ends of the drug trade. There's this intense battle between his violent past and his desire to be a calm, level-headed spiritual leader. So where does this incredibly amazing character setup take him? Well, Adewale Akinnyawge Agbaje really didn't like living in Hawaii and requested to be killed off early on in the third season. Shannon was one of the biggest missed opportunities in Lost, but Mr. Echo is probably the biggest missed opportunity in Lost. Nothing has driven me closer to fanfiction than speculating on what the show would be like if Mr. Echo would stick around. But I find that so incredibly difficult to do because, as the writers will also explain, Mr. Echo being written out allowed them to have room for decisions that you couldn't imagine the show without.
You guys got any milk?
So yeah, Ana Lucia was written as a character to be written off in a single season. Libby was written off to spice up the show, and Mr. Echo was written off to appease the actors' wishes. Which is the right decision. But the unfortunate circumstances surrounding these characters always makes me disappointed when their arcs come up in the show. And while in the case of a character like Libby, the writers will go on to explain what Libby's death means for Hurley, but what does Libby's death mean for Libby's narrative? Throughout the entire run of the show, they were not promising answers to every single mystery, but what they were promising is strong, impactful character narratives, and when they kill off a character before they're able to have that, they're failing to deliver on that promise. Oh God, here's Hurley and Libby, Hurley mourning card. Here's Saeed and Shannon, Saeed mourning card. God, love how the women characters in this show are just written to make the men character mourn. So let's talk about the final characters written out this season. This season, the others have limited influence over the decisions of the castaways. Turns out a father who will do anything for his son is a fatal flaw. Michael returns, he betrays the group and lets Henry Gale go, and then in the episode 3 minutes, it's revealed what Michael did when he was away. So it turns out Michael was captured by the others right before the big confrontation the others had with Jack in the woods. Then he's brought to this bare bones camp where it looks like they're struggling to survive. They're guarding a special door. What's in the door? He's allowed to see Walt, but he's told if he wants to see him again and get off the island, he has to bring Hurley, Jack, Sawyer, and Kate back to their camp after releasing Henry Gale. He decides to agree to their terms. Because the show's so focused on giving individual characters perspective, at one point or another, characters always play the role of the protagonist or the antagonist, but I think it makes sense that Michael becomes the overall villain of this season rather than the others who mostly remain in the shadows. Because this season goes so introspective onto these characters and shows us the mistakes that they're going to continuously repeat until they're able to stop them or they die, we're really able to understand how Michael's concern was loosened within the group. With so much of the camp hastily moving its plans to protect Aaron in season 1, Walt was left forgotten. Just like in real life, much of society had forgotten about the missing black kid, as directly referenced visually in Hurley's dream in Everybody Hates Hugo. Walt is seen as missing on the milk carton. Henry Gale remains as an instigator throughout the entire season, and people react to them how they seem fit. Michael did not think the group would meet his concerns, so he used Gale as a bargaining chip to get Walt. We think he's uniquely awful for betraying the group to get Henry Gale as a bargaining chip, but then Libby survives. And we see just how desperate our lead guy Jack is to have a bargaining chip. Jack realizes there's nothing he can do to save Libby's life, but he can use the pain Libby's suffering to, get Sawyer to go get all the heroin from his stash. And if Sawyer doesn't want Libby to suffer, he's going to take Kate with him to reveal where all the guns are. So yeah, Michael took the lives of these people in order to get a bargaining chip, but Jack is also willing to use the lives of his own people as a bargaining chip. But unfortunately, Libby dies before she's able to give Michael up, which is so sad, and so sad for Hurley. During the season 1 finale, Sawyer lets Jack know that he had a conversation with his father, one that helps Jack receive closure. Sawyer shared this with Jack really because he believed it would be something that would help him, and for no other reason besides that, really. He was leaving on the raft thinking he would never see him again.
Who's gonna talk? What? Funeral. Who's gonna talk?
Now Sawyer is trying to ask Jack for help. He and Ana Lucia had had sex right before she died.
I never even knew her last name. It's Cortez.
And now he just needs Jack to hear him.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe to be able to understand that he's feeling a lot of mixed emotions about her death. Sawyer's starting to realize he doesn't want to be a loner. He wishes he had gotten the opportunity to know her.
I screwed her.
But Jack cannot understand what Sawyer is asking for. He has bad bedside manner, and he thinks Sawyer is probably bragging.
Why are you telling me this, Sawyer? Because you're about the closest thing I got to a friend, Doc.
Hey! No, come back. I want to show you something. I just have to show you this. Have you ever seen the TV show Lost? It's one of my favorite shows, and I can tell you all about it. Come on. All right.
Okay.
This is where I've been watching Lost. You down to see it?
Oh, I'm down.
Live together, die alone.
Yeah, that speaks to me.
Do you see that one coming?
No.
Just wait for that one.
Okay.
I'm also working on a Lost video. You don't happen to be a green screen.
Green screen?
Are you?
Look at me.
With such a copious amount of intricate, slow-moving plot lines being interwoven week to week, it was probably very frustrating when audiences would tune in to ABC just to see a rerun from season 1, or God forbid, a clip show, which ABC branded as Lost Specials. Do you ever go to Amazon and look at bad reviews for a product and just notice people are complaining about shipping errors? I imagine that's how a lot of the Lost fan base felt back in the day. The schedule for season 2 was all over the place. There was 2 weeks between episodes 5 and 6, 6 weeks between episodes 9 and 10, 2 weeks between episodes 12 and 13, 2 weeks between episodes 14 and 15, 3 weeks between episodes 15 and 16, and 3 weeks between episode 19 and 20 before getting back on a weekly schedule before the end of the show.
You know, the plain fact is it takes a lot longer than a week to make an episode. It basically takes us about 3 weeks from start of conception to a finished script for each one of these episodes. And and on top of that, the actual production of episodes takes about 10 Anyway, it takes a long time to make an episode. Sorry. We're not really into math, as you can tell.
However, despite the seasonal DVDs and the fact that iTunes were hosting these websites for $1.99 to download, and ABC was now hosting some episodes for shitty streaming back in like 2006, ABC still relied on a lot of traditional TV and print media to catch audiences up on the plot. I've already showed you a lot of the magazine coverage, but oh my god, I love these Lost specials.
Anyway, and preceding the show is a new clip show, which again is really an effort on the part of the network to...
I think they like to call them specials.
Specials, sorry.
We don't want to... We wouldn't deign to call it a clip show. Who wants to see one of those? But a special.
Can you survive on faith alone?
The episode recap that aired toward the end of season 2's run features this narrator. It's presented like a documentary with a lot of reverence being given to the narrative by the narrator.
With the others grows closer. Some questions
Here.
may be answered.
Over here! Help me! Don't believe a word she says.
It tells the story of the Tale section's time on the island before meeting up with the main characters, and the main characters' stories, specifically characters who will be involved heavily in the final few episodes of the season.
A father, separated from his son.
But there are just some golden moments from this, like watch him react to Kate and Jack kissing.
It's okay.
Do you listen to your head?
It's alright. It's alright. Alright.
Or do you follow your heart? You're confused.
You're confused. But it also helped the audience at home who didn't watch the episode week to week tie together a lot of the ideas thematically between all the episodes. The cliffhanger leading into the finale sees Saeed and Jack beginning to recognize Michael as having been turned by the others. John sees Charlie dramatically throw his drugs into the sea. He looks at Charlie. I'm proud of you.
Why the fuck are you staring at me?
What the fuck are you staring at?
Oi, what are you staring at, you fucking idiot?
Then mysteriously, off the coast of the island, a sailboat.
Castaways.
Jack, Saeed, and Sawyer all swim out to the boat. Jack keeps his shirt on while Saeed and Sawyer accompany him for the sex appeal. Inside, they find Desmond drinking. Desmond states he spent the last 2 weeks sailing. He sailed in one direction for 2 weeks straight, and the island was the first piece of land he saw. He was unable to leave.
This is all there is left. This ocean and this place here. We are stuck in a bloody snow globe.
Believing Michael has been compromised because of his strict adherence to the others' demands over him, Saeed and Jack devise a plan to take Desmond's boat around the coast of the island to create an advantage over Michael and the others. Jin wants to go with Saeed and Sun wants to go too, so with a new bond of trust between the two of them, they both accompany Saeed to provide armed assistance for Jack. Couple goals. And Michael, as instructed by the others, takes Jack, Kate, Hurley, and Sawyer across the island, with Jack being suspicious of Michael and making moves against him, all while the rest of the group is in the dark of Michael's potential betrayal. Don't worry, Jack has things under control. No way he'd need the assistance of Kate, or Sawyer, or Hurley. He's got it. Him and Saeed, who's on a boat. offshore. Meanwhile, John, the bald guy, he decides everyone's gotta stop pushing the button. It's his hatch after all. Mr. Echo's just living in it, pushing the button. John will get him out of there.
As long as we push it, we'll never be free.
Echo is 23 feet tall and 42 pounds. John can't take him. Echo can absolutely tell John what he can't do.
You're free now, John. Do not come back.
John, believing he's found proof of the button's illegitimacy, confronts Desmond on the beach. He explains everything he and Mr. Echo found at the Pearl, so Desmond helps John secure the hatch for just long enough to find out what happens when they don't push the button. With so much going on with all of the characters we already know, it's a very interesting choice to make Desmond the central character of this episode. But nonetheless, his reappearance and his connection to Jack and other characters is another thematic core to this season. His story bookends the narrative of this season. Just as Desmond left his post pushing the button in the hatch, the flashback sees Desmond in a UK military prison after deserting his post there. His only item is a copy of a Charles Dickens book, Our Mutual Friend, which he claims to be the very last thing he wants to read before he dies. Outside, he meets a man named Charles Whitmore, who had intercepted letters Desmond had wrote to his love, Penny. A photo of the two is found in the hatch earlier on in the season. Whitmore is a man of great means and the father of Penny. He thinks Desmond is not good enough for her, so he spends all his time sabotaging the two, the little rascal. Desmond decides he needs to prove his worth to Charles by winning a sailboat race around the world that he's sponsoring. Desmond doesn't have a sailboat, but he meets a woman in a cafe, Libby, whose husband has recently passed away, and who, funnily enough, left her a sailboat.
Sorry?
I really love this scene with Libby, even if it's bittersweet with her exit from the show, because it's another really nice bookending moment.
I want you to have it.
It's an extreme act of generosity, mirroring Hurley's act of generosity when he gave out the food.
I can't take a boat, miss.
But you have to.
Her kindness helps us understand her a bit better.
He'd want you to.
As well as hearing about her loss. It helps us understand why she'd be so good for Hurley. But like, fuck off, Team Darlton. Which is what the fan base referred to them as. She decides to give it to Desmond. What the fuck is she gonna do with it? Revealing it to be named after her, the Elizabeth. However, no one ever makes this connection because Desmond arrives back to the island during Libby's funeral. That funny little island. Right before Desmond's about to go run up the stairs over and over again at the stadium, calling this exercise a tour de stade doesn't give justice to how stupid it is. Do an elliptical, it's better for your knees, buddy. So right before he's gonna go do the tour de stade, Penny tracks him down. She's like, hey, where the fuck you've been, man? And he's like, sorry, I gotta train for this sailboat race to impress your dad. She's like, why didn't you write to me in prison? And he doesn't even tell her that he did write to her while he was in prison, that her dad got in the way. He's like, sorry, can't be with you, love. Gotta go impress your dad. It sounds like he likes Charles more than Penny. But you know, I love Desmond because most of the characters, you see, their problem is they've like abused their loved ones and like murdered people, but Desmond's just a fool.
I'll be back in a year.
What if you were back right now?
I'm gonna win this race, Ben. His race. I have to get my honor back. And that's what I'm running to.
Finally, we see Desmond crash on the island. He's battling through rough waters. He wraps up his special book and is knocked out. He washes up on the beach and a man in a hazmat suit drags him into the hatch. It's Mr. Krabs.
What's happened?
In Lost, his name is Kelvin, but the actor is named Mr. Krabs. So Mr. Hatch operates the Krabs, where he explains to Desmond what he'll be doing over the course of the next however many years. He's like, Desmond, you're gonna press this button.
Get back to work!
You're gonna inject yourself with this medication every day.
I harpoon ye!
Don't go outside. We only have one hazmat suit.
That's for me!
There's hostiles on the island.
You've come to the wrong place if you're after a tip, lad.
Speaking of the hostiles, when Sawyer and Kate notice they're being followed by two others, Sawyer, Hurley, and Kate finally learn what's going on. Michael is leading them into a trap, and Jack knows about it? Thank God. Jack says he has a plan. Saeed's gonna come save them. Saeed, Jin, and Sun discover the others' camp Michael was brought to, and it's empty. Huh. It's the door. What's behind the door? It's nothing. it's a ruse. They've rused them twice this season. Saeed's fallen for the ruse twice. He went to the black smoke at the end of the first season where he thought the others were gonna be. No one was there. And now he's gone to here and they're not there either. But you know what they do see? A huge foot with 4 toes on the beach. Just when you thought this show couldn't get any more sexy. I mean mysterious. In the flashback, Kelvin shows Desmond a failsafe, just in case they're never able to push the button in time. Desmond asks Kelvin why he doesn't just turn the failsafe key, and Kelvin says he thinks it would explode. Kelvin gives a little bit more insight on what the incident was. He explains the incident caused a leak of an energy, which is what causes the electromagnetic buildup that needs to be discharged. Desmond asks Kelvin what happened to the man that taught him all these things. What happened to Rosinski? Kelvin points to a bloodstain on the ceiling and says, "That's Rosinski." While John and Desmond wait for the countdown to reach 0, Desmond asks to see the logs John printed at the Pearl. John explains to Desmond that he was losing faith in the island after Boone died, and it was only because Desmond's light turned on that he continued to believe he was on the right path. However, now he thinks he's foolish to say that Boone was a sacrifice the island demanded. He's disillusioned by the light he saw, knowing it was Desmond. Meanwhile, Jack's group comes along a dump filled with notebooks. The notebooks from the Pearl. They're going nowhere. The Pearl was a ruse, and that's not the only ruse. They see Saeed's smoke signal and realize they're not going anywhere near Michael said they were going. Michael, what the fuck? All of them are tased and captured. In the flashback, Kelvin tells Desmond that he's going out for some smokes and he'll be out for a couple hours. But Desmond notices that there's an apparent tear in his hazmat suit, one that there's no way Kelvin wouldn't notice. So he decides to follow him. And he finds Kelvin repairing his sailboat. The sailboat that says Kelvin didn't sail. He's like, whoa, this sailboat?
This rock's as big as a ship.
Kelvin's like, you know what, Desmond? Screw the button, man. Let's just get out of here, you and me. And Desmond's really angry, and he bonks his head on the rocks by accident, and Mr. Krabs is dead.
Long as me wallet's okay.
When he gets back to the hatch, the timer has been past 0 for a hot second. The whole hatch is shaking, and Desmond tries to enter the numbers, but the computer doesn't look like it's functioning. It gets real intense before suddenly everything settles down and goes back to normal. When Jack and the gang get unmasked, they find themselves at a dock. Henry walks out, revealing his position as the leader of the others, that little weasel. He asks what the arrangement with Michael was in regards to freeing him, implying he didn't make the call, and the two of them are to be allowed to leave the island. Henry isn't happy about it, but nonetheless, he agrees. They can leave the island. That is a big realization. That's a massive realization. Henry gives a compass bearing to Michael to follow and tells him he can take the fishing boat, the same one all these guys were in when they kidnapped Walt. Then Henry gives an incredibly chilling answers to one of the series' most prominent mysteries.
Who are you people? We're the good guys, Michael.
Finally, Michael is reunited with Walt, who's just been chilling in the boat, I guess, during all of this. And the two sail away, with Walt looking back with concern and confusion as he notices people he sees as his and his father's friends bound and handcuffed, with only Michael left to explain to his son what he had to do to free him. So at this point, Michael and Walt are mostly and functionally written out of the show. According to the writers, at the end of the first season, the incentive to write Walt out was because the actor Malcolm David Kelly was aging way more rapidly than time was going by on the show. By the end of season 2, hardly 2 months has gone by on the island. But by the end of season 2, it's been nearly 2 years of production time. The reason why Walt doesn't interact much with the characters in this final scene is because the scenes with Walt were shot at the beginning of the season to minimize how much Malcolm David Kelly would age. Watching some behind the scenes footage, I was shocked to see that Vincent had had initially joined the two of them when they were leaving the island, something that didn't happen in the final version of the episode. A small moment to indicate how far in advance they planned this plot line. I think Michael ends up sort of being the perfect villain this season. He's a parent who needs the society he lives in to help him to take care of his kidnapped child, but his concern for his missing kid goes unnoticed. It's definitely not a weak storyline by any means, but I think the idea of mostly writing Malcolm David Kelly out of the show because he was aging is ridiculous. Audiences would have totally suspended their disbelief. It makes me wonder if minor criticism about the show, such as people wondering why Hurley wasn't losing weight, genuinely made them feel as if they needed to make certain creative decisions, or if maybe they just ran out of storylines for that character. Besides 3 minutes, a flashback which entirely takes place on the island, Michael's only other flashback this season, Adrift, is one of the weakest episodes this season. I do think Lost does an okay job to fill in some of the blanks around why the others wanted to take Walt. I find myself being less concerned about Walt and Michael being written out from a mystery perspective involving Walt's psychic powers and the others' desire to do something with them, and more wishing that these characters got certain narrative beats that I will explain in the next video. But nonetheless, the writers made their choices about these characters, and Michael and Walt leave the show on a little motorboat. Should have made him go by on a rowboat, make him slowly row past all the friends he's betrayed.
Imagine, if you will, a father willing to do anything for his son. But when you're a man willing to go anywhere and you get in a vehicle and start driving, you just might find yourself ending up in places you don't want to go.
Hey, they let Hurley go. He's the messenger. In another flashback, Desmond is drinking. He finds himself at the bottom of a bottle of Dharma rum. He's drinking by himself with a loaded rifle and getting ready to read Our Mutual Friend. He's choosing to be in control of his death, in control of his destiny. He opens the book to read it, and inside, he finds a letter from Penny.
Please don't give up, Des. Because all we really need to survive is one person who truly loves us. And you have her.
Then Desmond hears somebody banging on the hatch door. It's John, the bald guy. He's releasing all this anger and confusion after he killed Boone, some kid. Desmond turns on the light. He's like, "Oh, what's going on up there?" And he takes it as a sign to keep living. Present day, Desmond is looking through the logs John printed out at the Pearl and discovers that on September 22nd, 2004, the day their plane crashed, tore apart in the sky even, was the same day that Desmond killed Kelvin and failed to push the button, leaving him to believe,
I think I crashed your plane.
John doesn't want to hear any of it. He breaks the computer. It's his hatch. The timer reaches 0, and once again, we see those scary hieroglyphics that I have neglected to mention until now. Everything starts to shake. All the metal things in the hatch start gravitating towards the center. It's dangerous. John confesses that he was wrong to Echo, who, oh my god, has been having his whole adventure this whole time. He gets Charlie to take him to the dynamite stash because Desmond, using a trick Kelvin showed him, activates the blast doors to lock Echo out of the computer room. So Charlie and Echo are gonna blow open the blast doors, which are designed to withhold explosions. Echo wants to push the button, but Charlie thinks Echo is crazy for believing in the button so gosh dang much. But Echo provides the most rational explanation for the button being legitimate. He takes off Charlie's belt and throws it, and the magnet catches it. Holy shit, that is a scary magnet. I think Mr. Echo is right. Okay, so they don't push the button. John admits to Echo he's wrong, and Desmond runs to turn the failsafe key, realizing that everything was real, even the moment with John. Well, John thinks he's stupid when he realizes the light, which he saw so much significance in, was only Desmond. Desmond sees significance in the fact that they saved each other, even more so now that they're talking about it. John, like Jack, is very much somebody who has trouble making connections. He's unable to have faith in people like Helen, somebody who loved him very much, so he's disappointed to learn that the light came from Desmond, even though Desmond saved his life. He's just disappointed to learn it's not the island. But after Desmond reads the letter from Penny, he realizes he has faith in somebody that loves him, faith to keep on living, so he turns the failsafe key.
I love you, Penny.
everything shakes and the sky goes purple. They say this a lot in the 3rd season, but like I try to see it. It's like a light hue they do to the sky. But anyways, the hatch implodes. The quarantine door lands on the beach, but the world doesn't end. Hey, Charlie and Claire makeup. Let's give them an applause. Then, in a stinger, 2 guys in some far-off outpost get alerted of a strange magnetic anomaly that occurred somewhere in the world. The implosion of the hatch. They scramble to make a phone call. Somebody picks it up on the other line. It's Penny, Desmond's girlfriend. They let her know that they've found the island. They've been looking for it. Desmond crashed their plane, but he might just get them saved.
That's the video I made. We made. I'm not really sure if I like it anymore, though. I think I'm gonna do it all over again. In real life, I shot this video all the way through. I edited it all the way through, and I decided I didn't like it anymore. So I redid the whole fucking thing. So yeah, I really, you down to watch Lost again and do the video from scratch?
Oh, look, man, I've had a lot of fun with this. I think Lost is cool now, but you gotta get over your depression obsession before I think we can continue. So I'm gonna go.
I'm finally free from that box I locked myself in! Time to talk about more Lost.
Following season 2, despite its ups and downs, overall, the 2nd season of Lost was very well received, and I agree with a lot of that reception.
I loved season 2 of Lost. I thought in many ways it was a superior season to the first. I just thought that. The whole cast and crew delivered an amazing season.
However, despite the very successful showing on the awards circuit during its 1st season, by its 2nd season, Lost was already sort of losing its prestigious status as a part of new TV, with season 2 not walking away with as many gold statues as the 1st season.
Dude, you don't want to go down there.
I've got to get to the Emmys. You want to come with me?
Well, we weren't exactly invited.
But you won last year. Nothing makes sense anymore.
Now, there was certainly still plenty of undying fans of the show.
I love this show, and they could kill off all of our favorite characters if it's what the storyline demanded. There's nothing that could prevent me from watching.
And plenty of interesting theories about the nature of the island were still coming up, including one that the entire show took place in 2009, and somehow that fact would resolve everything. During a lot of interviews at this time, a lot of the writers were also starting to bring attention to the audience that only so much time has passed on the island when compared to real life. A lot of fans were like, okay, it's December of 2004. Certainly the very real life tsunami that hit in the Pacific in 2004 is gonna be a big part of Lost. Yes, that was another theory. People had. Yeah, it's a little weird. Probably people's attempt to connect the tragedies of Lost being a post 9/11 show and another major world tragedy. Once the Dharma Initiative was unveiled, a popular theory that kept circulating around the internet was time loop theory. It's speculated that the Dharma Initiative was studying time travel and accidentally triggered a time loop, and the others were trying to act against the Dharma Initiative to stop it. After the series ended, Gizmodo published an article called The 12 Theories About Lost That Were Better Than the Actual Show, which I disagree with. A lot of these reference articles in Entertainment Weekly written by Dr. Jeff Jensen. He was sort of the biggest figure in traditional media tackling Lost from a fan perspective. And he talked about all of these different theories in several articles, as well as a video series he would make towards the end of Lost Run. Like this one is that the Dharma Initiative built the smoke monster as quality control. Yeah, it's like an infinity train thing. Everyone's brought to the island to improve themselves, and if they can't, the smoke monster will get them. I like this one. Charles Whitmore is Penny's father, and he's apparently using the island to test out psychic marketing. So all the weird stuff going on is him trying to advertise. Lots of time travel stuff. Lost takes place in the distant future. Things about Jack being his own father. To dive into every theory about Lost would be impossible because every single frame of this show created a fan theory. When I was watching Lost, I really bought into the fantasy aspect of the show. With Locke saying they're all destined to be there, I kind of saw it as a subversion of like a chosen one trope. But the thing is, Lost thematically tackled a lot of these theories directly in a way. Also at this point, fan backlash had been bubbling for so long, it started exploding. People had a lot to say about the show that they hated so much they tuned in to watch it every week.
They need to get that awful actor Dominic Monaghan off the show.
What?
He can't act and is ugly with those weird hollow eyes of his. He'll always look like a hobbit no matter what he does.
But a lot of the criticism surrounding the show started to narrow. One of the biggest pieces of criticism was whether or not the flashbacks still played an important part to the show's storytelling.
Sometimes Lost can feel a bit unreal to me. You're on a deserted island with these amazing mythologies, and somehow your personal therapeutic issues are of more interest? A childhood trauma versus the mysteries of life and death. Let's go for Dad Hates Me. Ugh.
Specifically because older characters' stories were becoming redundant and new characters that were introduced to continue to perpetuate the flashback storyline weren't as well received as the original cast. And then when you do get the original cast back, Charlie's trying to drown the baby. I don't like that. That's not my Charlie. And second, obviously, people thought the show was not answering enough questions and answering the questions that they were answering with more questions. Like, okay, Desmond's in the hatch. Who's Desmond? He came on a sailboat. He has no idea who built the hatch. Who built the hatch? The Dharma Initiative. What were they doing? Bunch of stuff. At this point, there is a deep number of both character-related mysteries and mysteries related to the island mythology, the goings-on of the supernatural type and fantasy science fiction type, including we still need to know who the original Sawyer is, the namesake of which belonged to the man responsible for our Sawyer's parents' death. Where was the radio tower Rousseau made her call from? What did the others want with our gang and also children and pregnant women? Who is the father of son's baby? Where did that cable on the beach lead to? Polar bears? Why did the Dharma Initiative bring them here in the first place? Wouldn't they be warm? Why couldn't Desmond leave the island? What is the smoke monster? What's up with him? What happened to the Dharma Initiative? What was the incident that made them build the hatch? What's up with those numbers? How did the island heal John? What is Henry Gale's real name? And what the heck is up with this gosh dang fucking island?
None of the big questions are going to be answered until the end of the series. How could we tell you those answers without deflating the central mystery of the show?
Where are we?
Are we going to learn about how Locke got in his wheelchair this year?
This season, yes, we will. I've gone on record
story?
as saying it's a banana peel all this time, and everybody thinks that I'm joking. But
it's probably time. We probably should do that story this year.
Yeah, we're going to do Locke
we're
slips
gonna do
on a
that.
banana peel.
Yes,
and everyone
exactly.
goes, what? That wasn't very exciting, but it's the mundanity of it that makes it genius.
Mundanity.
Lost is a jungle of silly, self-referential threads, frayed mythology, bloated backstories, flawed character motivation, and preposterous asides. At first, I actually enjoyed the narrative devices employed by the show, but their overuse and execution became muddled by the second season. The show seems like a sad but unintentional reflection of its title, Lost. Indeed. When did a neatly wrapped storyline become such a sin? Lost may inadvertently replace the phrase jump the shark with chase the polar bear.
They better come up with some creative way to explain all this otherworldly crap, like smoke monsters and visions of the dead. My speculation is that they're in a purgatory of sorts and are allowed to move on to heaven, or whatever, only after coming to terms with their personal demons. If they try to explain it all the way as some government agency test site, then I am going to be pissed. What about those lottery numbers? Polar bears? Come on! If they don't explain every little bit of this stupid crap, then they should be shot.
And for some reason, the writers were hell-bent on getting the audience invested in the mystery of Jack's tattoos. They really wanted us to care about this.
So Jack and his tattoos.
Yes.
Why am I asking all the questions?
Because you're reading off of that little piece of paper there.
Okay.
Jack and his tattoos, I think we're also going to get that story as well.
That'd be good. I mean, people are fed up. They want answers, Damon.
Well, season 3 is going to be a season of answers,
Just
Carlton.
answers. Wow.
Like, here's J.J. Abrams previewing the story behind Jack's tattoos in the commentary for the first episode. This is some deep Lost lore.
Eventually, for, reasons which will be revealed in the series as it goes on, that tattoo ends up being a sort of crucial defining character point for this guy.
All right. At this point, it was very clear to diehard viewers of the show that the network and the writers wanted two different things, with both Carlton and Damon both publicly expressing at this point that they wanted to set an end date for the show and wouldn't be able to resolve the mysteries of the show unless they could do that. After all, if they were to resolve the central mysteries of the show from the network's perspective and from the writer's perspective, it wouldn't leave the show in a place where it could continue. Lost was an integral piece to ABC's financial success, and its presence as a multimedia franchise was only expanding. ABC was giving up millions in ad revenue for Super Bowl ads to get even more people addicted to Lost. Look at this jam, this 80s rock song, Addicted to Lost, that aired during the 2006 Super Bowl. I'm addicted to Lost. It was a key piece to iTunes' launch of a video media library. We already talked about how the episodes and DVDs were really important for sales numbers, but now they were releasing waves and waves of merchandise and additional franchise pieces, many of which I'll get into in the next Lost video. There was the Lost Experience, which was a web ARG. They wrote a novel, which was created by an in-universe character. It's called Bad Twin. Web shorts that tied into the canon of the series were being planned to air exclusively on Verizon wireless phones. There was all sorts of apparel, a Lost board game, and the team was even producing a Lost video game developed by Ubisoft.
Do you know me? I'd say you're suffering from amnesia brought on by the crash.
Everything that happens for a reason. I'm gonna kill you.
As I said, we'll get into a lot of this in the next Lost video, but the point I'm trying to make now is the responsibility of running Lost was expanding well beyond the show itself.
And I was the CEO of what amounted to be a $60 million a year corporation with no management experience. I was a writer.
Since Carlton and Damon's contracts were up as head writers by the end of season 2, before the season finished airing, Carlton and Damon went in to renegotiate their contracts.
We got all the way to the end of season 2 and then tried to formalize the conversation again. And that at that point, it was formal because Carlton and I both had 2-year deals that ended after season 2. And so we were now negotiating for the future of the show. And they thought that they were in a monetary negotiation where it was like we were trying to get more money. And all we were trying to get was for them to agree to end the show. And so neither side blinked. And so we agreed to sign a 1-year extension, Carlton and I, with the understanding that we'd be leaving at the end of the 3rd season and someone else would be running the show. And right at that same time, Alias had ended. So Lost absorbed a number of the fantastic Alias writers, including Drew Goddard, who had already written some episodes of Lost in the 2nd season. Jeff Pinkner, who's incredible, was going to kind of be the heir apparent for season 3.
With the realization that the mouse would not be letting the show go anytime soon, Damon and Carlton agreed to a 1-year extension to their contracts, with preparations being made for their departure the next season.
If you're watching the show because you're waiting for the big answers to come, you have to understand that by the nature of what it is, it's not a movie. It's not a series of movies. It's not a trilogy. It's not a miniseries. It's going to be on the air for as long as ABC wants to keep it on the air. How can you possibly ever think that Lost will end in a satisfying way? Carlton and I can almost guarantee you that it will not.
However, despite the fact they were still not able to resolve many of the central mysteries of the show, going into season 3, there was a big attempt to respond to fan criticism. First, it was announced to solve the sporadic airing schedule of season 2. Season 3 would be aired in 2 distinct airing blocks, specifically to avoid the off weeks and reruns of the show.
What we did do was prevail upon ABC to try to clump the episodes together in bigger groupings, because it was very confusing last year. We felt that we'd be on for a week, off for a week, on for two, off for two. And so while there are longer periods of repeats now, the benefit of that is that there will then be more, longer runs of continuous episodes.
We feel that if we waited until January to air, that people would complain about the fact that they had to wait from the end of the end of May for 8 months for a new episode of Lost. So you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
The first 6 episodes would air in the fall and was dubbed as season 2.5 by many. Then, following a 3-month hiatus, the following 16 episodes, including the 2-part finale, would air weekly. So the first 6 episodes of season 3 is some of the roughest run of episodes Lost has. It's been dubbed the Cage Arc by many fans. But I do want to preface, the distinction of these 6 episodes really only existed when this show was airing. Watching it now on streaming or on DVD, there is no distinction between the first 6 episodes of season 3 and the rest of the season. So keep this in mind as we analyze this as something separate from the rest of the season.
So anyway, welcome to Lost Season 3.
The season begins, however, with an episode that I think is pretty strong, A Tale of Two Cities. This is yet again starting the season with another Jack-centric flashback episode, but the funny thing about this episode is this is the second episode written by J.J. Abrams, or at least co-written by J.J. Abrams. I think creatively it's very fair to say that J.J. Abrams brought a lot of energy to the casting of Lost. So as they're introducing the others as their own set of characters here, I think it's very fitting for JJ to come in and lend some creative energy. Also, Jack is a character who has already been explored through so many different flashbacks, and JJ Abrams never really wrote a proper flashback. The pilot episode sort of just has flashes to the plane that explain a few little plot points in that sequence. The flashbacks in the pilot episode don't really contain the same narrative beats as later flashbacks would.
Writing the first episode with Damon was an absolute joy. To get to write those characters again and be inside the heads of those characters. As it goes on, I look forward to directing an episode.
It's just fun that he's popping in here to write his only other episode of Lost. He didn't write another one after this. Well, there are a lot of plots to follow in the opening of season 2. The opening of season 3, surprisingly, feels a little bit more relaxed, at least in its pacing. We quickly find out where Jack and the others were brought by the others, but then slowly through the 6-episode arc, the reason as to why they brought them here now is revealed. The beginning of season 3 starts with what seems to be another flashback off the island. We see a blonde woman. She's waking up in a quaint little home where she is struggling. She gets out of bed and puts on a record, which seems to put her in her happy place. It's all too happy of a song, but not happy enough to contain her frustration. She burns her muffins, then her hand. She's just keeping it together. Later, at a book club she's hosting, we learn her name is Juliet. They are reading Stephen King's Carrie, but the loudmouth guy in the group seems to think it's too poppy and claims that some guy named Ben would hate it. But Carrie is Juliet's favorite book. I wonder if she relates to it. She just wants to enjoy a book she enjoys, but she can't even seem to do something that simple where she is.
That free will still actually exists
Then the house begins to shake. They run outside and we see everybody in their small community doing the same. It's Henry Gale and Ethan. He's fixing a house. Who is he? They're on the island right now, and unbeknownst to them, Desmond just forgot to push the button, and Oceanic 815 is flying overhead. It breaks in half. Henry is quick to think, shouting orders at both Goodwin and Ethan, quickly giving them instructions to scout for the survivors and create lists of their names in a matter of days. It's a very intense situation, but just like how Henry was able to stay focused and give commands during the chaos of the plane breaking in half, he's able to focus in on something else important to him, the book in Juliet's hand.
So I guess I'm out of the book club.
nothing gets by him. Once again, just like how the opening of season 2 gives us an unexpected, uninterrupted view into the hatch, the opening of season 3 gives us an unexpected, uninterrupted glimpse into the lives of the others. And it's all too normal. They've been living this way the entire time while the characters we all know have just been struggling out there. It's so frustrating. They're a bunch of wimps living in a gated community, too close-knit to have privacy. But that's kind of the point, I think. The whole time they've been referring to this group as the others, but they much more resemble the audience at home than the characters the audience have been watching. The Dharma Initiative called them the hostiles, but they seem more civilized, or at least way better off materially. From the characters' perspective, the others have been savages, and they've painted themselves literally as savages.
She says she knows your beard's fake, Tom.
Well, thanks for pointing that out, Kate. Can't tell you how much this thing itches.
But now we see a different interpretation of that word. They live in this cozy little community, and the only savage thing they know is judging each other.
I know the host picks the book, but seriously, Julie, he wouldn't read this in the damn bathroom.
And we meet back up again with Jack Shephard, 2 seasons in, fully exhausted. I wish I knew what that was like. I could keep going. He's currently going through his divorce proceedings with Sarah. He sits outside in his car watching his wife, who's now seeing another man while she's at her job. He stares at them intensely and angrily, unable to move on. Well, they appear to be happy and healthy, moving on fine. When Jack wakes up, he's asleep by the way, he finds himself in a fish tank. He thinks, what the fuck is this? I've been on this island for 2 full fucking seasons, and I'm fully exhausted. Meanwhile, Kate is being asked to shower all inside what feels like a prison bathing space, fully open, but she's assured privacy. Probably doesn't feel very private. She's then given a dress. It's not optional because her clothes have been burned. She's brought to Henry Gale, waiting for her on the beach with a nice breakfast. They've never met before. He simply wants to show her some pleasantries before things get very, quote, unpleasant. Sawyer wakes up inside of a cage revealed to have been used by the Dharma Initiative to house the polar bears. A younger guy is locked in a cage next to him, and he tries to help Sawyer escape, but the others quickly capture both of them and later force the kid, a teenager named Carl, to apologize to Sawyer for involving him in his escape attempt. What's going on with the others? The others have been keeping Jack inside a fish tank. Bonk. But Jack's not a baby-brained fish. Kick. He's still the main character. Hey! As he aggressively tries to escape, Juliet comes in to tell him to stop. She calmly introduces herself and he screams at her.
You think I'm stupid?
Well, yeah. Juliet won't let him know about his friends until he decides to chill and cooperate. 2 things impossible for Jack. She promises him that they can trust each other. She comes in to give him food, but then he pins her down and starts dragging her around and demanding for the way out. He leads her to a door and she insists that if she opens it that they will both die. And Henry Gale's like, whoa, slow down. She opens the door, he scoots and water. She was right. They could have died. But Jack wanted to be right so badly that he ignored that. He almost drowned them. This is a fish tank. They're able to get it closed, and then Juliet punches him, knocking him out. During Jack's flashbacks in this episode, we continue to see how his obsessive behavior affects the people around him. So he cheated on Sarah, but now he can't let go of Sarah, mostly because he sees her being happy with someone else. That's his wife, Jack thinks. He stalks her, pushes off the divorce, firing his lawyer, and calls every number on her cell phone, using their phone bill, the last window he has into her personal life, to try to figure out what he wants to know. Jack is uncomfortably and dangerously persistent at trying to figure out information about Sarah's new man, going so far and digging himself into a hole so deep that he starts blaming his father, his dad, for being the other man Sarah is seeing, but of course it's not. He follows his dad to an AA group meeting and then tries to tarnish his reputation amongst a group of people his father has been trying to be completely honest with. Dad's Jack is like legitimately trying, but Jack beats the shit out of him anyways. When Sarah posts Dad's Jack's bail, she says goodbye for good, but before she leaves, she lets him know that he broke his his father's 50 days of sobriety. They just can't escape the cycle of hurting each other. As she's leaving, Jack demands to know the name of Sarah's husband, but Sarah won't tell him. She's like, bro, it doesn't matter who he is, it matters who you're not. So despite Jack being so ironically reluctant to give up information and talk to Juliet, Juliet reveals to him that they actually know everything about his life. And sorry, Jack, they know about Sarah. At least you don't have to answer the question like you had to answer for Desmond. He asks if she's happy. Juliet says, yes, Jack, she left you. And after so many little temper tantrums, little Jack finally agrees to eat his little grilled cheese in his little fishbowl. Little flaky grilled cheese flakes for little Jack. Eat it from the top. Henry Gale is pleased. But Juliet finally reveals something about Henry Gale. His real name is Ben.
Good work, Juliet.
Meaning,
thank you, Ben.
He doesn't like Carrie. The weird thing is, on more than one occasion while I was writing notes for Lost and while I was writing notes for Ben 10, I got them mixed specifically because of the name Ben. That is true. This season, we are mask off with the others as a group of people. The once terrifying force lurking in the shadows is now revealed through the long-winded answer of all of these characters being their own people with their own motivations. The bearded man who took Walt, terrifying. Well, actually, that's just Tom, and he's completely offended at the notion that he would be spying on Kate while she showered.
Kate, you're not my type.
So the others have kidnapped Sawyer, Kate, and Jack for a reason which is to be revealed. As the flashbacks continued this season, we are given more episodes into these characters' past lives, particularly instances where they've perceived other people as villains. Us against them. It's me versus the world, baby. I'm Jack Shepard, MD. Then, conflict between the groups begins to escalate when the others find out about Saeed's sailing Saeed. Jin and Sun, too. Ben sends out some people to get the sailboat. He wants the sailboat.
Hey, Colleen. I want that boat.
Yeah, I want a sailboat too, Ben, but when you want a sailboat, you can't just go out and take it. While Jin and Saeed are on the beach setting a trap for the others, two of the others, who I really wish had a different name at this point, board the sailboat. Sun, potentially by accident, shoots a woman who is a member of the group known by our camp as the others. Sun then flees the boat, leaving it in the others' possession. She's brought to the camp where Jack, Sawyer, and Kate are being held hostage, but the others do not have a doctor. So they have to grab Jack, a doctor, who agrees to operate under the intensity of the situation. He has to save people. But Jack can't save her, so the woman's widower, in a fit of rage, threatens to kill Sawyer. In a moment to play into the drama, he asks Kate if she loves Sawyer, and she says, yes, I love him. Yes, I do love him. Look at him. That's Josh Holloway of network TV. This is like such a play into the drama moment. So Ben leaves Jack in the OR after the woman dies, and while there, Jack notices developed X-rays hanging on the wall. They're of a spine with a severe tumor. And he just happens to be a spinal surgeon. Guess that answers what Jack used to do. So while there's a whole lot going on at the others camp, revealed not to be their residence location, back at the other camp, not the others camp, but the camp that our survivors live at. And when I say our survivors, you know who I mean. So the hatch has exploded and John, the bald guy, has woken up, but he can't speak. Not even naked Desmond could hear him. Nikki and Paulo couldn't hear him, even if he tried to talk to them. Oh, just wait till you hear who Nikki and Paulo are. So he can't speak. And not only that, but he doesn't know what to do. So he gives himself drugs for mental clarity. He's at a sweat lodge and Boone appears to him, giving him a trippy vision, which ultimately leads John to learn that Echo has been captured, not by the others, but the polar bears. And you know what he does? He goes and gets Mr. Echo. Good job, John. Meanwhile, Desmond is feeling pretty relaxed about the others, as in Jack, Sawyer, Kate, and Hurley having been kidnapped, especially because he's talking to Hurley right now. Hurley has given naked Desmond a shirt, making him regular Desmond, fixing the changes he's gone through after the explosion of the hatch. Desmond's like, John gave a great speech. He's gonna go out and find our friends. But John hasn't given the speech yet. Then John does give the speech at the end of the episode, and Hurley's like, dude, Also, Nikki and Paula, they listen to John's speech. Who are Nikki and Paula?
Two new cast members explained to have always been there.
With Jack, Sawyer, and Kay all locked in cages, not really able to act without the others doing something, and John just having episodes about him looking what to do, I think it's very clear that the writers themselves didn't really know what to do or where to go at this point. Also, apparently, because of the high production costs involved with the early parts of the season and later parts into the season, they blew their budget pretty quickly, which is another reason why they were heavily encouraged to stay in these locations. However, despite the slow pacing of this stretch of episodes, which is really something that Lost could have been critiqued for its entire run at this point, this stretch of episodes also gives a lot of dull revelations to many of the show's mysteries and has to go through some painful plot beats because of things surrounding the show, such as Mr. Echo being written out. So just how Yemi, Echo's dead brother, talked to him in the first season, once again Yemi appears to him, just like Jack's dead father appeared to him. However, when Echo refuses to ask for forgiveness over the decision he made to protect his brother, Yemi responds angrily.
You speak to me as if I were your brother.
Then Echo realizes this isn't his brother at all.
Who are you?
Echo runs after Yemi, disturbed, asking this being what his true identity is. And then Echo is killed by the smoke monster, which just implied that the smoke monster can appear as dead people. What else?
Look at my horse is amazing.
With promises for more answers this season, I really do think giving us a big glimpse into the smoke monster's nature was a consolation for having to write Akinyaoye out of the show. It's clearly a character that could have accomplished a lot, and it is a painful departure. With this episode, we now get a clearer vision of the monster's nature. It not only has the ability to shapeshift, but it's a creature with emotion. It has goals. It wants Echo and John to see eye to eye with it, but when Echo refuses to confess his sins, the sins he made to protect his brother, the monster shows Echo disgust. He suplexes him, gives him one of these, one of those, ouch! This shows us that the monster thinks. It viewed Echo's life in the last season and made a decision about his worthiness. And it specifically catered that message to how Echo viewed the world, through his brother, a priest, asking him to confess his sins. But Echo had come to peace with some of his mistakes, specifically with the sins he committed on behalf of his brother, stealing bread to feed him in their youth, and Echo killing the man to protect Yemi, damning himself to live the life he lived. But perhaps the monster was expecting Echo to seek forgiveness for the sins he committed which harmed his brother, the actions that ultimately got Yemi killed. There's still a potential room for miscommunication there. Nonetheless, all that shit about the monster is easily undermined by the fact that Mr. Echo is easily the strongest character introduced in season 2, still alive. Sorry, Bernard, he could outbench you any day. So, sorry, Mr. Echo fans, I really hope we get the Mr. Echo Shannon spinoff one day. John's like, Echo, what did you say? Speak up.
He said, we're next.
So John is directionless and the other characters are trapped in a cage. Brilliant.
Am I gonna keep watching cartoons, or are you gonna tell me why I'm here?
The story of Lost literally became the characters not being able to do anything and the other characters looking what to do next.
I'd like to think you died for a reason, Mr. Echo. Just hope it's not too long before we find out what the heck it might be.
John is literally doing my work for me here. Thank you, my humble, stupid philosopher. Let me send you some spam emails real quick. I need Google Play cards, Grandpa John.
And then we started doing episodes in season 3 where the guys were locked in cages, and it was, I think, because we metaphorically felt like we were locked in cages. And
there's no metaphorical about it.
We're going to lock Damon and Carlton in the basement.
Now, the others are no longer this mysterious group in the shadows. Now the mystery surrounding them is piecing together their goals and their history. We learned the facility they're being stored in was built by the Dharma Initiative to study the animals they brought to the island. Sawyer and Kate are kept in polar bear cages, while Jack is kept in a tank that was used to house dolphins and sharks. A callback to a graphical Easter egg that appears on the shark that attacks Michael and Sawyer. A Dharma logo's on its tail. Pretty cool. We learned from Juliet that some of the others are left over from the Dharma Initiative, but not not all of them, and we don't find out which ones.
The Dharma Initiative.
They called it the Hydra.
So you people are just whatever's left over of them.
It doesn't matter who we were.
Doesn't matter, Kate. Who we were.
Juliet has been on the island for 3 years, but when Ben introduces himself to Jack properly, he claims to have lived on the island his whole life. So yeah, there's definitely not one answer to the question, who are the others, unless you listen to Ben's explanation behind who they are.
We're the good guys, Michael.
The others are a lot of people, all with their own different perspectives, all of who have convinced themselves that they're doing the right thing. But then there's Carl, who tried to escape, but it just turns out he was basically just grounded. He's the boyfriend of Alex, and they were forbidden from seeing each other. Alex disagrees morally with a lot of the others, especially Ben, who is her adoptive father, unbeknownst to her. A lot of unbeknownst to people in this show. People gotta be beknownsting each other, you know? Be known. Communicate. Alex helps the survivors out by whispering a bunch of things to them, but she doesn't know anything. She's just a kid. She's an ally to our camp, but she's starting to be silly. Guess we know who the whispers are.
Hey.
Hey, my dad's gonna kill you. Get out of here.
This way.
With the idea that every single season of Lost would be tied together thematically and narratively like a single volume book in a series, the show continued to lean back on thematic ties between all of the characters in order to continue to tell stories in their flashbacks. Now, from my perspective, it really seems like the thematic ties in Lost by season 3 really stopped being things that were just baked into the writing and more so becoming something that the writers leaned on to create new stories for the characters and the character flashbacks. These are no longer defining moments in these characters' lives, and it's no longer defining moments for the audience to get to know them. At the beginning of the show, it was cool because it felt like all the characters were a part of their own show, but now it was really starting to feel like all of these characters had their own continuity to catch up with. With two groups of people vilifying each other, the survivors and the others, the flashbacks this season often tell stories of us versus them moments in earlier points of their lives. The others for so long have been this group that hasn't been fully perceived by the audience or the characters, so they've only been able to project what they know onto them. Now, we see moments in their lives where they've had to deal with an adversary, people they perceive as antagonists, but it is about their perception. After all, Sarah tells Jack that she left him not because of the dude she left Jack for, but because who Jack isn't. That dude is not a villain at all, he's barely even a character in the show. Jack just can't admit he sucks. With the others being revealed to have a plethora of information on the characters we know, they feel like their privacy has been invaded. Jack tries to keep a wall up between him and Juliet. That's how he knows how to interact with people, but she already knows the answers to the questions she's asking.
What do you do, Jack? What's your profession?
I'm a repo man. You know, when people don't pay their bills, I go in for the bank and I collect their possessions. I'm a people person, so I really love it.
The characters really feel like their privacy is being invaded, but here we see Jack in his past life using all of his resources to get the information he wants to know about Sarah's life. Unlike the last seasons, how I discuss season 3 in particular, I just want to sort of talk about the flashback stories as one big group, because I think a lot of my critique can be cross-applied all of them. So let's just talk about a bunch of these flashback stories. So obviously in Jack's flashback, he perceives his father and Sarah's ex as a threat. In Sawyer's flashback, he's in prison after conning Cassidy, and she comes to tell him that they have a child, a girl named Clementine. Sawyer tells her to leave, but then he helps the warden to con a bunch of the prison inmates so he can send money to her. Sawyer sees everyone as a threat and an opportunity. He cons people he learns to trust, the other inmates, and then anonymously leaves money to Clementine because he's afraid of her and Cassidy's affection as well. He's also otherized people who could mean something to him. Mostly himself. He's otherized himself. In Echo's final flashback, he's taken over to Yemi's church and stands up to a new group of drug lords trying to extort the village for money. But this just ends up making the situation worse for the village. He leaves the village. Saeed is kidnapped and held hostage by a man whose wife claims that Saeed tortured her while in Iraq. Saeed denies this, but eventually he admits to the woman that he did torture her and apologizes. And she accepts his apology, comparing each of their actions as in, him torturing her, and her convincing her husband to kidnap him so they can both torture him, to that of a wounded and abused animal who often lashes out because they forget they're safe. They just both connect about their trauma with each other, and then agree to never see each other again. Kate marries a police officer, played by Nathan Fillion. She's having a good time, not only becoming close with him, but his whole family. She gets along with everyone so naturally, but she's always putting walls up. Her anxiety about the marshal tracking her down forces her to reject all the kindness she receives and leave. She can't be settling down, especially when she and her husband are taking pregnancy tests. What's the point of all that studying if the marshal's just gonna arrest you? John Locke joins a commune smoking and growing marijuana, but then he picks up Goku from Dragon Ball Evolution, and everyone on the commune has a job, and John feels good there, but only trusted people get to see what's inside of the greenhouse, all the weed. What are the odds John smoked that weed? This obviously answers the deep question behind John's drug use, drugging Ian Somerhalder and himself. But the couple running the commune find out that Goku from Dragon Ball Evolution is now an undercover cop, and they ask John to go and put him down. Goku says, "You won't kill me, John, not only because you can't with that powerless gun, but because you are a farmer, not a hunter." John says, "No, Goku, I am a hunter." John points the gun at him, but doesn't shoot him. He walks away. Sun's father discovers that she was sleeping with her English teacher Jay Lee, and he asks Jin to go kill him to protect their family honor without letting Jin know who the man is. Jin goes up to kill him, but he can't bring himself to do it. He warns Jay Lee to leave the country and never return, but once Jin goes to the ground floor, Jay Lee hits the pavement, having fallen from his window very high up. Sun shows up at his funeral, and her father tells her that she shouldn't have come. At this point, the actions and motivations of these characters were understood. These flashbacks were no longer revealing of their nature. Instead, it was about putting them in new situations to see how they would react to them. That's literally what a sitcom is. It's finding characters who are well understood and putting them in amusing or tense situations. But I guess that the tense would make it more of a drama. Well, Season 1 saw a lot of these characters first starting to be able to recognize their flaws and recognize that they could grow as people. Season 2 saw them stumbling back a lot, facing a lot of the consequences of their flaws and either repeating them or choosing to face them and improve. At this point, we really understand the characters. We've seen their formative moments in Season 1. We've seen secondary studies of their character in Season 2, and by Season 3, they're just parodies of themselves. The flashbacks were once storylines that borrowed from all these other TV shows to provide interesting backstory narrative, but now all these backstories were their own little shows themselves with recurring characters and narratives. The retrofitted purpose of reiterating these character motives again is to pick these characters up against the others. Moralistically, after all, we've perceived the others as the threat throughout the entire series. But Desmond points out something interesting when he's filled in on the details.
You've killed more of them than they've killed of you.
They started it.
So yes, at points it is thematically relevant and well done, but despite that, I think the blatant examinations of the characters tied with a slow-moving story on the island is pretty frustrating to watch right now. It was apparent they were boiling these characters down to their essential elements so they could continue to put them in news stories while the state of the show was in limbo, which was the state of many TV dramas at the time, but it was so clear that Lost wanted to be something else. And the audience, most of the audience, wanted it to be something else as well. A lot of these episodes try to prove to the audience that they still have more to reveal about these characters. And I don't hate the revelations given, but a few scenes here and there really bother me. Sun lied to Jin about a lot of things. He didn't know she speaks English, that she was going to leave him, that she was cheating on him, oh boy. But I feel like the environmental factors of the relationship is what pushed her to do this. I feel like that's what makes her sympathetic. But in this episode, they kind of remove those factors and make it just a part of her nature. In the episode of The Glass Ballerina, Sun breaks a glass ballerina as a child in a flashback. Her dad asks her who did it and she lies and says it was the maid. Her dad explains to her that if she continues to blame the maid, he will have no choice but to believe her as his daughter and go and fire her. Despite this, Sun doubles down on her explanation and her father proceeds to fire the maid. So I guess the implication here is Sun was always a liar. In a later episode, Sun is extorted by a woman who turns out to be Jin's mother. She threatens to embarrass her family by exposing that she's a prostitute and Jin's father is a poor fisherman. So Sun figures out Jin's father is still alive and goes to see him, a nice reprisal from the nicest character in the whole show. Despite being happy to meet her, he insists to Sun that she does not let Jin know that she's come to see him and knows the identity of his mother, as not to embarrass Jin, who actually thinks his mother is dead. Something which they both perceive as being important. So she asks her father for money to pay the bribe, and then he tells her that because the money is to protect Jin, it's Jin's debt to pay. Meaning that Sun, after all of this time, it turns out that she is the one who sold him to her father. I guess it makes his abusive behavior more tolerable because Sun forced him to do it, basically. Her father is still obviously the villain, but why put this blame on Sun? We already knew Jin wanted to work for her father because it paid well and he wants to provide for her. Those were existing stressors in his life. The work he was willing to do and the stress that put on him was the explanation for his behavior. I think the obvious answer as to why they chose to reveal this information about Sun is the fact that they wanted to show the audience that they still had more to reveal about these characters, even when that challenged their understanding of it. In fact, they were trying to challenge their understanding of the characters. While these scenarios help the audience remember who these characters are and still allow for some impactful storytelling moments using the dual narrative structure of the show, at this point, I feel sometimes the revelations in the flashbacks serve more to simplify our understandings of the characters so they could continue to interact with this world more than it served to deepen them or progress them to a new or interesting place. But everyone knew this about Lost. That's why they started introducing new characters, but the others as a group aren't that exciting, except for the key standouts, the standout characters. With the others' world being examined more thoroughly, they're paralleled and contrasted with the characters we already know. Our window into their world is Juliet, an other who really just seems to be getting through the day, doing her best under the harsh rule of Benjamin Linus. With the others being introduced as just a group of individuals with their own motivations, Ben, as the leader of the others, chooses to use all the same lying and manipulation tactics we witnessed him use to survive as Henry Gale to keep his position as the leader secure. And it's implied not to be a very secure position. I think the marketing made it very clear that Ben was the star of this arc. As the central orchestrating figure of this storyline, I find it very fitting that Ben is essentially just a huge fan of the show. What do I mean by this?
Has it not occurred to you that Juliet bears a striking resemblance to your ex-wife?
As explored earlier, we know that Goodwin and Ethan were making lists of the survivors at the camp, and Ben even claimed to know who John was while in captivity as Henry Gale, saying he was someone very special. It turns out the others have a vast communication network with Ben and the rest of the group having detailed profiles on all the characters, even their life before the island. Once again, characters won't know something about each other unless we see them share that information with each other on screen. These moments are usually pretty important character beats, as most of the characters are hesitant to share information about each other. For a mystery show that's very slow to resolve and unfold many of its secrets, I find it very fitting that a lot of emotional weight is put behind the revelation behind information. When characters share something with each other for a good reason, it's usually a very meaningful moment. Until Ben and the others just come crashing in knowing everything about the survivors. They know more about them than they know about each other. Kate has opened up so much to Sawyer and has been vulnerable with him, but even after all this time, she had no idea Sawyer's real name was James. But they don't know everything about the characters, and we'll never know either. As the audience will always have loose ends, like after Jin refuses to kill Jay Lee, he goes out the window, and in a detail you may miss, Jay Lee is clutching the pearls he gave Sun earlier in the episode. Perhaps he was clutching her pearls when she pushed him out the window, killing him?
I know you, Sun Wukwan, and I know you're not a killer.
Right before Sun pulls the trigger and kills the other woman, the boat rocks. Did she mean to pull it? The writers don't know the answer to this question. The only person who will ever know the answer to this question is Sun, the fictional character. The others can list important bullet points about these characters, but they'll never really know everything about them. That's left up to interpretation, a word that you guys are really gonna hate when I start talking about answers for this show. The woman Sun kills fails to predict her behavior, which is why she allowed herself to be held at gunpoint by Sun in the first place. She doesn't believe Sun would kill someone. It's so fitting that Ben essentially knows everything the audience knows. He loves the show, which makes him so fun in his early appearances. In the post 9/11 era, the NSA under President George W. Bush had begun a series of warrantless wiretapping, which became the source of widespread paranoia and a key piece of criticism towards the Bush administration. And if you've seen the Simpsons movie, the Schwarzenegger administration.
Hey everybody, I found one! The government actually found someone we're looking for!
But now we all just sort of accept we're being spied on all the time. Jack thinks he hears the intercom speaker in the tank. He hears a voice that he thinks is his father's voice.
Let it go.
But when Juliet comes to him, he claims that people are spying on him. He's paranoid. Of course, this is true. People are spying on him. I love when Ben has to prove to Jack that they have access to the outside world.
You probably should have picked somebody else besides the Red Sox.
No, they were down 3-0.
Jack very famously repeated a saying of his father's back in season 1. That's why the Sox will never win the series. It's just a way to dismiss self-improvement. Hey, the Sox will never win the World Series, so why should I have to get better? But in 2004, the Red Sox did in fact win the World Series. So Lost had to write this into the story with Ben showing Jack the game. It's funny enough, this is the second piece of media I'm aware of to have to change its story due to the Red Sox winning the World Series. The 2005 film Fever Pitch also had to change its story, but I think they handled it much better than Lost, because when Jimmy Fallon runs out onto the field at the end of the World Series, they play the chorus from Tears for Fears' Who Killed Tangerine, which is like one of the best songs off of Everybody Loves a Happy Ending. I know I obviously see a lot of direct allusions to Tears for Fears when I personally watch Lost, but they should have included a little bit more. Ben is obsessive with the level of intelligence he asks to be collected not being seen as a standard procedure for the group, but rather something he needs to have as a strategic advantage. He loves getting into people's heads. He really enjoyed frustrating John back in the hatch, but now he puts handcuffs on Kate. Is he doing this for his own protection, or is he just messing with her because she's a fugitive? Sawyer and Kate openly discuss and strategize how to get out of the bear cages, not knowing that Ben is watching. He lets Kate climb in and out of the cage and watches Sawyer discuss using a mechanism used to deliver treats to the bears as a method to electrocute the next person who enters the cage to mess with him. So Ben approaches, having already turned off the electricity to foil Sawyer's plan, and then he attacks Sawyer brutally, knocking him unconscious. When Sawyer wakes up, Ben psychotically and violently shakes a rabbit until it falls over, dead. He explains that he put an exploding pacemaker in Sawyer's chest, and if he doesn't keep his heart rate down, it'll explode. However, this is eventually revealed as a con to get Sawyer to behave and respect Ben. There was no exploding pacemaker, not even in the rabbit.
How do I know that's the same bunny? That you can just paint an 8 on another one?
You don't.
I think Ben takes a lot of pleasure in showing Sawyer how much he knows about him, and he also takes pleasure in not giving Sawyer any confirmation over whether or not that rabbit was the same rabbit. Information is a game to Ben, and as soon as Ben reveals Sawyer he's been conned, he shows him another thing. They're not even on the island. They're on a smaller satellite island off the coast of the island.
We did all this because the only way to gain a con man's respect is to con him.
With Ben not having interacted much with Kate or Sawyer back in season 2 when he was in the hatch, there is an entertaining aspect to him playing with them. I like it when Sawyer catches Ben off guard with an Of Mice and Men reference.
That little place you always wanted, George?
Sorry?
What, don't you read? From Of Mice and Men.
He probably didn't expect this from a Southern con man. But then Ben, to get back at Sawyer for catching him off guard, quotes like an entire fucking page from the book. like an obsessive psychopathic freak.
Guy goes nuts if he ain't got nobody. It don't make no difference who the guy is, as long as he's with you. I tell you, a guy gets too lonely and he gets sick. What the hell are you talking about? It's from Of Mice and Men.
Don't you read?
He just had that in his back pocket. With Jack having seen Ben's x-rays before he wanted him to, Jack figures out that Ben is holding everyone there to have Jack perform a surgery. Ben truly feels vulnerable when he learns that Jack has figured out his plan before he's explained it to him. But Jack says he won't perform the surgery. He explains to Ben how he's going to die and how soon he has to perform the surgery, but he insists he's not gonna do it. Amongst all the torture Sawyer is put through and his defeated attitude toward escape, Sawyer is now also facing execution from Danny, still grieving over his dead wife, shot by son. Kate asks Jack to perform the surgery, believing they will spare Sawyer if he does whatever they want him to do. But Jack refuses. What does he care about Sawyer? So long, Sawyer. Stupid Sawyer. Then, believing Sawyer will die the next day, Kate once again climbs out of her cage, goes into Sawyer's cage, and kisses him. Then he kisses her. Then one thing leads to another, one or two more things. Then they have sex. Suddenly, Jack notices his door has mysteriously opened. That's not the only door mysteriously opened. Ben's room, full of all the security monitors, is also mysteriously open. Jack walks on in to see Sawyer and Kate holding each other post-sex. I love Ben commenting to Jack about the love triangle.
If it helped, I was surprised too. If I were a betting man, I would have picked her and you.
Shut up.
It's wonderful to watch Ben rub it in and frustrate him. I also think it's fun to remember that just a few days ago, Sawyer had reminded Jack that he had had sex with Ana Lucia. So in Jack's brain, this is a recurring behavioral pattern for Sawyer. Watching the two of them do way more than just kiss, Jack has had enough. He's been here for 2 full seasons. He agrees to do the surgery if Ben agrees to get him off the island. This season ends with Juliet and Jack entering Ben's surgery. Juliet had asked Jack to assassinate Ben during the surgery because he won't let her leave the island either. But Jack doesn't do that. Instead, he cuts one of Ben's arteries. And as Ben is bleeding out, Jack uses it as a second bargaining chip. He'll save Ben's life if Sawyer and Kate are let go. And then, the show went on hiatus for 3 months.
Does this thing have an ending?
Well, the idea of airing season 3 into 2 distinct blocks of episodes was done to prevent disruption of the show. The run of episodes, which many people perceived as its own mini season, ended mid-climax. By now, a lot of damage had been done to Lost's overall reputation, and it had gone from a show that a lot of people loved and criticized to a show a lot of people exclusively hate-watched.
There's too much emphasis on the others. We're old faves like Saeed and Hurley. Mr. Eco's death was lame. I hate the new castaways, Nikki and Paolo. Locke's sweat lodge was too sweaty.
But at least people were still watching.
We feel battered, but it's a battering we enjoy, because if I was only talking to 2 reporters right now as opposed to 9, it would mean that you weren't interested in the show anymore. I think what's cool about the show is that it's polarizing. We're not afraid to anger people, and the thing is, we acknowledge we've always been writing what should be a cult show. If we started writing it for the mainstream, then we're doing something different than what we're doing in the first place. All we can do is the show that we know how to do. What's cool for us. We all the time are aware of, wow, this episode is going to make the die-hard geek crowd really angry. Because we are die-hard geeks. But at the same time, it could be a case of, it's time to do our Hurley story that's sort of slower and funnier and doesn't advance any mythology.
That being said, the show's record high ratings of season 2 had steeply declined. If cancellation wasn't going to end the show, the question then became how Lost could sustain itself indefinitely while maintaining its quality. The answer is it couldn't.
At the end of, say, the season in its totality and the series in its totality is all that really matters. What's really sad to me about a show like The X-Files is how great it was for like 6 years. And we don't look back on that show and say, it was great. We say, it was great, but. And that is a very depressing thing. A show like the original Fugitive ended. It was a massive phenomenon. It went off the air with a 44 share. But they had the fucking guts to let Richard Campbell catch the one-armed man and end it. If you could make a case for that, then why not now?
A lot of damage control was done on the press tour leading up to the second half of season 3.
This stretch of episodes may not be too great, but at least Japan gave us this incredible end credit sequence for Lost Season 3.
There was a lot of responding to the criticism of the first run of 6 episodes, and a guarantee the rest of the season would ramp up and get back to normal and also start answering more questions.
The first 6 episodes of Season 3 that have sort of already aired were very others-focused. You know, Kate and Jack and Sawyer are in captivity. Now we're going to move back to the beach with the people that we know and love, you know, Hurley, Claire, Charlie, and Desmond, who is a new character, but not that new.
We promised that if there were 7 seasons of the show, the 7th season of the show would be the zombie season. We just can't promise you that there will be a 7th season of the show.
There's just been a few too many funerals lately.
That is one of the challenges of the show, and I think it's one of the reasons that the show ultimately needs an endpoint. Yes, there are not an infinite number of flashbacks. It's hard to top yourself. Nothing is as engaging as that first flashback story when you find out that Hurley is a lottery winner. It's pretty hard to go back and tell another story that has the same sort of visceral impact as that sort of basic piece of knowledge.
But for all of the die-hard Lost fans paying attention to Lost's behind-the-scenes drama, there would be a major play by the creatives of the show. Today's column, in which Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse try to detonate a nuclear bomb in the middle of a press tour. Before a deal could be reached, Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse went on the record of saying their ideal run of Lost would be around 100 episodes, but that they would be fortunately ending the show in another 2 seasons. ABC later clarified that this was not the case.
But we sort of look at the flashback stories as little New York short stories, and we do believe that we have enough stories left to tell with these characters that will take us through the remainder of the series.
Obviously, they want a show to go on as long as possible, and all that we can say is that there's a show with us running it, and there's a show without us running it. And if you want the show with us running it, this is when we think it should end. And like negotiation, therein lies the rub. I think you'll find if you talk to ABC Entertainment President Steve Mcpherson.
When the show returned in February, everyone involved with Lost, including the fans, the executives, and the writers, received a big slap in the face. It was really showing what Lost could become if it was allowed to continue indefinitely.
This February, hope will set them free.
I can't leave without you! Kate, damn it, run!
February 7th, 2007, Lost returns with all new episodes.
You don't want to know what happened to me!
16 weeks.
You don't want to know!
16 new episodes.
You think I'm lying here, that I'm bluffing?
No repeats.
Your plan's not gonna work.
Not even one.
I will let him die!
Lost.
First, after a 3-month hiatus, Sawyer and Kate are still running from the others. And we learned we're going to start diving into the others' backstory. Not with fan favorite Henry Gale, but with newcomer Juliet. So I guess they'll just be continually introducing new characters to continue flashback storylines for. Haha.
Whoa, okay, all right. He's at the end of the hall, room 23. Keys are in my back pocket.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Where's the rum hand? What? Where's the rum? Ah! Ah!
Run him! And then, in the next episode...
You're not going to tell him about the time travel.
No,
Okay.
I'm not going to at all. I mean, in fact, I'm going to go back in time right now and prevent you from having said that.
Oh, Lost is doing time travel now.
It could be coming from anywhere.
Or any time. Just kidding, dude.
Desmond's flashback and flashes before your eyes features his conscious skipping through time and having visions of the island as a premonition of the future before he ever arrives there. It's a wild concept, but behind all of that, it just feels like a standard third character flashback. It also sets up another plot line that seems to be out of nowhere. Desmond explains he's been having all of these new flashes to the future in which he continually sees Charlie's death. Just like Final Destination, he can only stop it for so long.
No matter what I try to do, you're gonna die, Charlie.
Okay, so they were like, we have agreed to let you end the show. And I was like, I can't believe I'm hearing these words, because not only them, but my own agents were saying this is never going to happen. And I was like, I just said to Steve Mcpherson, thank you. Like, thank you. This is what's best for the show. And he was like, we were thinking like 10 seasons. You can end it after 10 seasons. And mind you, we're halfway through season 3. So I'm like, first off, how do you think we're even going to get to 10? And that's really the same as saying we're not going to let you end the show.
So Carlton and I are able to sit down with them and say, remember in the beginning when you guys were having to convince us that this thing could go on for years and years and years, and we all agreed it couldn't? Well, now just because it's successful doesn't mean that's changed.
We'll keep going as long as we possibly can.
We're going to lock Damon and Carlton in the basement.
And now we come to the Crossroads episode. The episode where Lost was going to have to truly decide what kind of show it was going to be. Episode 9 of Season 3, Strangers in a Strange Land, is infamously one of the worst received episodes in the show's entire run. And truthfully, I do not have any revisionism here. This is a bad episode and is the perfect exasperation of all of Lost's problems.
Your tattoos. You do know what it says.
The answers
What did you do with the people that you took? The kids.
to 3 of Lost's biggest mysteries
Do I know you?
are finally revealed.
I thought you were taken. What are you doing here?
It's dragging out an exhausted plotline. It leans on the themes of the season as a crutch to create an unneeded, redundant flashback plotline starring Jack, and it continues to introduce us to more of the others instead of allowing us to spend time with the cast we know and like. While I'm certain there were external production factors to how many episodes aired in the fall of 2006, I really think for that 6-episode arc to have worked, they really needed to break out and return to camp in those episodes. Or at least air all of the episodes that it takes for them to return back to camp by episode 9. Remarkably, Kate and Sawyer are still in a boat going back to camp. Carl decides he needs to leave and go back for Alex, the love of his teenage life, and Sawyer encourages him to, saying that teenage love, regular love, is worth the consequences he'll face when he goes back. He also tells Kate that they cannot go back for Jack because Jack told them not to. Meanwhile, just as we're relieved to get Sawyer and Kate out of a cage, they do the genius move of putting Jack in a cage. Wonderful, beautiful, sinful, and excellent. What a great decision to make. Now, this episode reveals the long-awaited answer behind how Jack got one of his tattoos. Just one of them. We have a lot of seasons coming up. Now, the decision for Jack to have tattoos was made during the filming of the pilot when they decided not to cover up actor Matthew Fox's tattoos. They wanted to present Jack as this very brave leader in the pilot, but make sure you know he had a little chip in his perfect face. Now, this was laid down as a mystery not because it was integral to the show, but because the construction of the show required them to come up with flashback plot lines. This would create the basis for a story if they ever needed it. And in turn, it would make that story seem more meaningful. And yeah, it's meaningful, as in full of meaningness. That was an insult. Now, at this point, the creative team was completely aware of the declining quality of the flashbacks, which is why I find it so funny that this is when they decided to take J.J. Abrams' pitched idea to tell a story about Jack's tattoos. This was the bottom of their barrel.
You're a leader.
So at this point, most of the characters were slowly becoming parodies of themselves. Jack was very quick to get there, being the character with the most flashbacks. Though I do think from Jack's behavior leading up to it, finding out that he stalks his wife is like, it's so fitting. So the flashback storyline this episode is definitely a choice. So Jack, after embarrassing himself during his divorce, beating up his dad at an AA meeting, stalking his ex-wife, and accusing his dad of sleeping with his ex-wife, decides to take a peaceful vacation in Phuket. So this episode, Jack is being interrogated by the others regarding Juliet, who had shot the angry other dude to protect Sawyer and Kate as they escaped. She also had requested from Jack that they assassinate Ben, which Jack revealed, wanting to successfully perform the surgery on Ben so he could get off the island. Now Juliet wants off the island too, and Jack makes a deal to nurse Ben back to health in exchange for Juliet's passage off of the island alongside him. Look, he's on an island and everyone likes him, even Akira, the local cutie who fucks all the tourists, I suppose. If you could come up with another reason why she slept with Jack, you're welcome to. She says those special words to Jack that he needs every one of his lovers to say to him. I don't care about your father.
I have no interest in your father.
Do not come.
Dang, sexy time.
I'm gonna come.
So Jack sees Akira walking around one night and thinks, that horrible woman, my ex-wife used to walk around like that, like a woman. So Jack finds out Akira has a gift. She can give people tattoos that reveal their true nature, but it's a gift reserved for only people locally. Jack cannot be given a tattoo, but he doesn't care. He makes her do it.
This is against my people.
With Jack watching the others accuse someone who has caught his affection of wrongdoing, Jack gets defensive a lot this episode with the others.
You see this glass house you're living in, Jack? How about I get you some stones?
And every time Jack tries to bring up a point against them, they double down and just like, ugh. The entire group has a comeback ready for him.
I'm much more impressed with you people if you had a good surgeon.
We had an excellent surgeon, Jack. His name was Ethan.
It's been a while since somebody murdered Jack like that. All of the others have talked extensively about Jack and the rest of his group, with everyone eagerly and creepily taking the opportunity to watch Jack. You're the other to us, Jack.
She wants to know how Anna Lucy is doing.
I screwed her. Are you serious?
The woman interrogating Jack roasts him, asking him if he even knows what his tattoos mean. He definitely doesn't. So in a final flashback scene, Jack comes back to the beach. Suddenly the once friendly local crowd has turned sour. And a few of the boys come up and they see that Jack has a fresh tattoo by Akira. Then they beat up Jack a whole lot. Oh my god. After Jack secures his and Juliet's safety for a little while and promises Ben to leave the island, the others with Jack set sail back to their home, with the other woman who interrogated Jack revealing to him what his tattoos mean.
He walks amongst us, but he is not one of us. Your tattoos, that's what they say.
I think it's a very precise way to describe Jack. He's always feeling like he's awkwardly in a crowd of people he doesn't really know very well. He can't get to know people very well. He's just emotionally disconnected. But Jack has a different take on everything. No take at all.
That's what they say. It's not what they mean.
Oh my god, what does that even mean, dude? You think you sound so much cooler than you actually do, but you're actually saying nothing.
Being a drunk. Being a drunk is not obsessive.
obsessive.
There's nothing profound about saying nothing, Jack.
This guy's been on a beach for 3 months. Does he not know you can't look cool walking away in sand?
And then we did the tattoo episode, and then the network negotiated the ending.
Let it die.
That's writer Elizabeth Sarnoff speaking. She was one of the 2 credited writers on Strangers in a Strange Land. Being a part of the early 2000s internet culture, Lost was definitely no stranger to toxic fandom. Writers would be targeted and picked on specifically, being called like the worst writers on the show. But what's cool about this is Carlton and Damon didn't just take credit for heading the show when it was received positively. They also made sure everybody knew that the writers were not responsible for the stories being told. If the audience didn't like something, that's because everybody in the room agreed on it, specifically Carlton and Damon. And often they would push ideas onto the writers that weren't very good, and they would have to just write them.
But sometimes Carlton and I have terrible ideas that we're excited about, and the writers have to do their best version of executing them. So the pendulum swings both ways. So, you know, just the writers put their names on the scripts that they write, but every single story, every single one, Carlton and I put our names on a lot of scripts. You know, most of the finales, most of the premieres are broken by everybody on this, on is it a table? Is it a stage? I don't know. All these people, and then everybody else on the staff. We all take equal responsibility. We riff dialogue. It is down to sort of the macro beat. So we're all writing as sort of a hive minds.
While it's easy to see Damon and Carlton sort of victims of Disney, it's really cool to know that they didn't allow people under them to be criticized without them coming in to correct the record.
Why are you lying for her, Jack?
I walked into the room and I said, you know, it would be really cool. And everyone said, what? And I said, if the others had their own sheriff. And she was like really mean, and like she questions Jack, and they all looked at me and said like, oh yes, that would be cool.
I'd like to go back to my cage now.
Oh no, my favorite chair is blowing away. I have an actual knee replacement, so I have to use this special effect to run after it. I know you hurt my back and make it hard to breathe, but you're so iconic.
I actually feel better. Can't even fucking look cool walking away in sand. Fucking Jack. So yeah, I've had a lot of fun with this Lost video, but I want to stimulate my brain with something else for a while, I think. Oh, also, I found the briefcase. It's over there on my big blue chair. I didn't really get rid of it. I just don't really want to film all of my videos from it all the time, and like I'm trying to make all these habits in my work life to make them a little bit more healthy, and the chair didn't give me breath support or back support, and it was always slipping while filming, and the filming space was too cramped to do it comfortably, so I simply have stopped filming in it. Little baby steps to be less tired and stressed and to make this whole thing more fun for me. I'm having a lot of fun. I also figured out how to open that briefcase. Let's keep talking about Lost. Also, I just want to thank my collaborators on this project so much. My 2 editors and producers who work directly with me, Savannah and Nico, as well as my remote editor and producer and good friend Lexi Nieto, who's killing it in the voice acting scene in Dallas. Despite the show's noticeably significant ratings dip, there was a feeling from the creative team that the latter half of season 3 was going to be significantly higher in quality. And truth be told, I think they were right.
If the viewers don't like season 3 as a whole, then I'll be upset.
Growing up as a kid, I didn't really perceive a quality difference in the first half of the 3rd season versus the latter half. I just knew that I thought the 3rd season was my favorite season.
Season 3 of Lost is my favorite season. I've talked to death about Lost, so I'm not gonna go into detail.
At the age of 14, I had already talked about Lost so much that I told myself to shut the fuck up about Lost. I literally could not find any other clips from this time where I talk about the show, but oh my god, I could not have asked for a better clip to have saved. While I would describe much of the first half of season 3 of Lost as rough, it doesn't really do anything to the story that I would consider damaging. It's just long-winded and repetitive, especially as I try to describe the audience's experience while watching it live. But the pieces the early episodes lay down do come together in a very exciting way. I mean, despite all of the harsh criticism thrown at the show in the early parts of season 3, people still called it a snub when season 3 wasn't nominated for a Best Drama Emmy. But Terry O'Quinn would go on to win his first Emmy as the character of John Locke for his performance in a later episode of season 3. To me, the second half of the third season is just able to service every single part of the show very well. There are fun stories at the beach camp which contain relevant character beats, exciting stories going on involving the conflict between the beach camp and the others, and the flashback storylines really serve to reveal important information about the characters and their growth, while also revealing fun, relevant character connections. Like, who's unexpectedly related? The beach camp in Lost is like the backbone of the show. It's like the hospital in a medical drama, or the department, the station, in a police drama. It's the central location that connects all of these characters into a community, which is essential for their safety. Like Jack says, live together or die alone. A struggle that is essential to the drama of island survival.
I like it when they're all together, and I think we're headed towards that.
But for half a season now, the camp has been fractured and devoid of much of its character drama. But I mean, like, all the character drama going on in the cages is like 15 out of 10 intense, so like, maybe that's okay. The beach camp is where the characters argue and make decisions together. It's where their personal baggage affects their ability to build new relationships, and it's really where most of the stories in the show take place. There are a lot of story elements in Lost, and it must have been incredibly difficult to balance all of them, especially because many of the fans like some parts of the show and some characters way more than the others.
Poor at the bottom line, people watch television for the people. There was many people who were interested in, will Kate hook up with Sawyer or Jack in the end, as they were about, was the smoke monster a cloud of nanobots?
And that balance only got more difficult to maintain when they started adding new characters with their own flashback narratives on top of all of the existing characters and flashback narratives. With not knowing if they'd return, Damon and Carlton wanted to spend their final episodes of the show reaching a few essential character beats they had planned out, including revealing some core character mysteries.
This is a totally easy one. Jack and Claire are siblings.
Hell no, we won't tell you.
However, with the additional knowledge that Lost would be allowed to end, Damon and Carlton planned to stay on, and even more definitive story beats happen in this half of the season than initially planned. But keep in mind, the audience at this point still did not know definitively if the show would be allowed to end at all. But despite all of the meaningful relationship developments at the beach camp, this arc of episodes also strikes a great balance with perilous action, as Kate, Saeed, Locke, and Rousseau all go on a mission to rescue Jack. I'm somebody who really loves all of Lost's story elements. I love the beach camp, I love the mystery, I love the characters. But besides maybe the first 10 episodes of the show, I truthfully feel like the last 10 episodes of season 3 is like the strongest stretch of episodes in the first 3 seasons. It strikes a perfect balance between important character revelations and relationship developments at the beach camp, while also giving us perilous action while Kate and the others try to go rescue Jack. And we also get some juicy tidbits about the island's lore. With Lost bringing its focus back to the beach camp, season 3, episode 10, Trisha Tanaka is Dead, really helps to remind the audience what this show can be. This episode is a Hurley flashback and features the story of Hurley's father, yet another problematic parent of the Lost universe, delightfully played by Cheech Marin. The two are fixing up a car together when Hurley is just a kid. They have a good relationship, but then one day, Hurley notices his mom looking out the window. She's very sad. And then Hurley's dad leaves them. Years later, Hurley has won the lottery and is depressed, believing the lottery winnings to have brought him infinite bad luck. After buying the chicken stand he used to work at, news anchor Trisha Tanaka is doing a piece on him, and she is killed when a meteorite suddenly strikes the restaurant.
The chicken joint that I worked at got hit by a meteor?
Hey, wait, hold on. You were at a psych ward?
You were in a psych ward?
After not being present in his life for some time, Hurley's dad returns. It just so happens he does so shortly after Hurley has won the lottery.
Hey! Hugo!
On the island, the mood at camp is an all-time bummer. Sawyer is upset because he and Kate are arguing over whether or not they should go after Jack, and she's ditching him right after the skater's ship sailed. Actually, I think the ship just got stuck in port and blew its load before it could set sail. Charlie is anxious and upset because Desmond tells him he's gonna die. All the time. That's upsetting. And Jin just needs some guy time. Sun is now only speaking to him in English to learn. Some fucking bullshit, Jin probably thinks. But now she can't be his crutch for social interaction. After being home at the beach camp for a little while, Hurley finally finds some time to speak to Libby's grave, being able to express his anxiety and fear openly. But then some rude motherfucker interrupts him. Wait, it's Vincent the dog! Fuck yeah, Vincent! Look at him go! He swims! This is for those are voice clips for the fan cam. Vincent the dog brings Hurley something pretty cool, a decomposing arm with a rabbit's foot, a very morbid but lucky symbol nonetheless, fitting for Lost. Hurley follows Vincent to an incredible find, a Dharma-branded Volkswagen bus. Like the golf course Hurley builds in the first season, this time around, Hurley takes the VW bus as an opportunity to make a project to cheer everyone up. Jin happily volunteers just because he likes Hurley. Hurley, in his lowest time, at his saddest time, decides to double down in his efforts to increase the morale in the group. It's his lowest time, but this is how he chooses to cope, by making others happy, which makes him happy.
We can all use some fun. I mean, after everything that's happened, we need it.
Despite the awful timing, Hurley's positive outlook persists. As the flashback continues, we find out Hurley's dad is adjusting very well to the family's new, luxurious lifestyle. Of course he is. His mother is actually very happy to have him back, wanting Hurley to forgive him and even explaining that she is the one who called him. She thinks he can help with Hurley's anxiety and superstition, and of course she wants him around for her own sinful reasons.
I have needs.
No! But despite Hurley's reservations, his mom forces him to show his father something. After all of these years, Hurley has still found a way to hold on to the car he and his dad used to work on. Hurley has secretly hoped after all this time that his dad was returned, and now he has, but at a horrible, awful moment. So here we just have a great mix of characters bouncing off of each other. Sawyer tries to be mad about his stuff getting taken in his absence yet again, but he's just losing the energy to fight for it.
Where's my stuff? What are y'all doing? Dude, you're alive! Alive! yeah, Snuffy. It's good to see you too.
Get the sign.
Yeah, a sign I want my stuff back.
You're gonna help us fix this thing.
And why in the hell would I do that?
Because there's beer.
Hurley's positivity is so infectious, Sawyer can't stay mad at him, but he still maintains his stubborn and effortful, pessimistic attitude from the pilot.
Please help me. Please come get me.
Or she's not. You don't even speak
Let
French.
her listen.
Shut up, man. Because we could all use a little hope.
If it's hope you're looking for, S.A., you're on the wrong damn island. So sure as hell ain't no hope here.
Jin is just happy to be with the group. Sawyer teaches him some new phrases in English to please Sun, all from Sawyer's own perspective, of course. An effective but very problematic English teacher, for sure.
International House of Pancakes.
It's a fun time. They're all hanging out with each other, drinking flat, warm, disgusting beer. They're fiddling around with some auto parts, real guy dude shit. But Hurley figures out the only way to get the band to start is to get it jump-started while rolling down a hill. But perilous rocks lie ahead. In the flashback, Hurley's dad tries to take him to a psychic to try to convince him that the curse has been lifted, but Hurley sees it as a ruse and gets angry. And it's now where Hurley's father begins to worry about his son. Cheech tells him he can get rid of the money and do whatever he needs to do to feel better. But Hurley decides he must go to Australia to find the source of his misery and misfortune, the numbers 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, and 42. But maybe his obsession continuing is an outlet for Hurley, who is afraid and too stubborn to forgive his father, who he wants a relationship with.
I think you should give away the money. All of it. Every penny. Save enough for a new carburetor.
but his dad ensures Hurley that he will wait for him, willingly putting himself in a similar position he left his son in for so long, but obviously it's not the same position. Charlie's all bummed about the whole Final Destination scenario repeating in Desmond's head. Charlie's gonna die, but he's motivated by a challenge issued to him by Hurley. Roll down the hill and get the van started with him.
And there's a very good chance that you will die.
Supposed to convince me to come with you?
It is.
Because if you don't die, then we win.
When? You gotta make your own luck. All right?
Let's get this car started. Let's look death in the face and say, whatever, man. Let's make our own luck. What do you say?
Hurley and Charlie go down the hill, facing their collective bad luck head on. Hurley remembers something his dad once told him: "We make our own luck," a phrase which completely disregards Hurley's superstition, but one that he takes for himself. He turns the key, and the bus starts. The radio kicks on immediately, playing Shambhala by Three Dog Night, the same song playing in the flashback right before Hurley's dad leaves. Everyone cheers in success and gets into the car as they drive circles through the field in celebration. So, why do I love this episode of Lost so much? An episode of Lost which Vulture magazine called one of the 20 most pointless Lost episodes. I love it so much because while all the other characters are held back by their pasts, Hurley is able to persist despite all of his fears and anxieties and depression as a result of his past. Hurley considering forgiving his father and trying to fix this relationship with him is also a very important moment in the show. With all of the parental conflict and trauma, it gives us a hopeful look into relationships that do have the potential to be mended and fixed, which of course is not every relationship. Hurley having anxiety and depression means he's always thinking about his past. It's always on his mind. It's what he struggles with, just like everybody else. But because of everyone else, Hurley is able to learn how to help people because of it. He realizes he's not alone in his sadness, something which a lot of the other characters have a lot of trouble with. As a beach camp episode, it also helps the loner of the group, Sawyer, to reflect on himself a bit. Kate has gone off somewhere, the only person who really ever gives him time of day willingly. The shot at the beginning of the episode when Kate looks to Sawyer for support but realizes she won't get it when he's gotten comfortable being home so quickly, like 3 seconds, is mirrored later in the episode when Sawyer comes back to camp and looks for Kate, but she's nowhere to be found. They look to each other for support, but are they really the ones who are gonna give it to each other? At least he gets to keep the warm, flat beer from the van, which probably won't taste as good as it did when he was drinking it with his buddies. Sip, sip, motherfucker. This episode is a really great back to basics, which really reminds the audience what the soul of the show is. These characters who would never connect with each other in real life being able to help each other positively. And the single most essential character to that theme is Hurley, who is able to bring people together when they're all trying to find a way to get at each other's throats. Starting the van is a major triumph for the group. It doesn't seem to be needed for their survival, but it's a success nonetheless. In Shambhala, this may be my personal favorite use of a pop song in a TV show. It's just so on the nose for Lost and this episode. It's so cathartic, and it comes at a point where a lot of Lost's community aspects have seemed to be loosened from the show's focus. It's a moment of joy and freedom underscored by a song unapologetically singing about finding family on the way to a place called Shambhala, a place where you can wash away all your troubles and pain to allow your light to shine bright. Now, while we catch back up with the beach camp over the next few episodes, we also get an adventurous and perilous expedition with Kate, John, Saeed, and Rousseau as they attempt to locate the others' camp in an attempt to rescue Jack, who explicitly told Kate not to come back for him. Adding this action to the background really helps to give some stakes to the well-being of the camp while also diving into some of the more episodic-centric stories, you know, the little one-offs. But one relationship that really helps to reintroduce stakes to the beach camp is Desmond and Charlie's. I feel like Mr. Echo's relationship with Charlie is something that wasn't fully explored. It's probably the best thing to come out of Charlie's character leaving season 2, but nonetheless, his character being written out leaves more room for a different newcomer for Charlie to be paired with, or I guess a newly upgraded to permanent cast member. Desmond, who has been having reoccurring visions of Charlie's death. Charlie's life having to be constantly saved also brings the general challenges of island survival back into the dramatic folds. They're technically in danger all the time, from hunting boar, the elements, running out of food. But at this point in the series, if they had continued to rely on these threats for the drama, then they would have been very played out. However, adding all of the science fiction and fantasy elements to these standard threats helps bring them back in a playfully dreadful kind of way.
No matter what I try to do, you're gonna die, Charlie.
Desmond saves Charlie from drowning, lightning, slipping on rocks, all normal, boring, deadly things they encounter every single day, but things that have inevitably loosened their threat as the series has moved on to a more antagonist-focused conflict. I also want to say definitively, I do like the episode Flashes Before Your Eyes. I think it's a fun way to shake up many of the familiar themes in the show, and it's very fitting within the show itself. Time travel really isn't so out there for Lost. Look at Fate and Destiny, and in this more physical sense, with actors having knowledge of the future and pushing the characters to act. Who is the woman who tells Desmond to go to the island? Could she also see the future like Desmond? Charlie's repetitious death also plays into Desmond's trouble with commitment. He deserted the army, his GF, and the button. How can this guy continue to be motivated to save Charlie? Which is yet another call to Desmond from a higher power. Ring ring, will you pick up? No? Like Harley, Claire is also a character who inspires a lot of hope in others. She encourages them to write messages in a bottle in season 1 in an attempt to get rescue. And in season 3, she notices a flock of tagged seagulls, and once again, despite the months that they have been on the island, she still wants to try and capture one and tie a message to it as a rescue attempt. But Desmond has been getting all these visions of Charlie dying while attempting to retrieve said seagull. So Charlie once again finds himself in a position where he feels the need to be dishonest with Claire, not wanting to worry her. After all this time, Claire finally gets her second proper flashback off island, She and her mom are in a car accident, and when she wakes up in the hospital, she finds out her mom has been declared brain dead. So she decides to put her mom on life support while her estranged father pays the bills. Just like Aaron's father abandoned Claire, tragically, her mother was also abandoned by Claire's father. He comes to visit Claire to try to convince her to pull the plug on her mom, and also her father's identity happens to solve a central mystery to the show. It's Christian Shepherd, who will inevitably go back to Australia in an attempt to see Claire after cutting ties with his son, Jack, the doctor. Christian will be turned away by someone revealed to be Claire's aunt and go on a drunken bender, step 3, and then step 4, die. After mysteriously paying for Claire's mother's hospital bills for months, he shows up and questions why Claire is wanting to keep her alive. Claire is only able to see this inquiry as a sign of Christian's cruelty and kindly asks him to go. Seeing Charlie's death as he tries to help Claire get a seagull, Desmond keeps sabotaging their attempts to get said seagull, until finally Desmond himself successfully obtains a seagull for Claire. A seagull's a kind of like bird. They scare me. Claire, realizing Desmond has some supernatural knowledge, ask him what's up, how'd you know that seagull was there? And also, why are you and Charlie being so sketchy? Desmond tells Claire everything. He's having visions of Charlie's death. That's it. In a last flashback scene, before Claire leaves to give her baby up for adoption, a trip that will lead her to crash on the island, she goes to see her mom, who she has kept on life support this whole time and who she has hope she'll see again. Claire has always been a very centric member of the beach camp, with Aaron being a testament to the group's survival. But while Claire has had to be reassured of her confidence by everyone else, Claire now finds herself in a position to reassure Charlie that things are gonna be okay. Even in the face of her abusive aunt and cruel, estranged father, Claire remained hopeful about her mother's survival, even if a lot of people question her reasons for keeping her mother alive. Can she truly come back from that? And she tells Charlie that in the face of all this supernatural mumbo jumbo, that he's gotta stay hopeful too. With the beach camp being seen as Lost's comfort zone for storytelling, many fans were flustered when the characters Nikki and Paulo were being introduced, because they were introduced as new beach camp characters who were really only designed to make the show go indefinitely. There are very few moments in the show that allow the actors to have their best performative capabilities showcased. I mean, in one very significant moment, Paulo shits in the pearl, I guess. Meanwhile, Nikki figures out for everybody that they can actually turn on the monitors, and then they see the Eye Patch Man. So when the writers got news that they were allowed to end the show, they killed Nikki and Paulo.
Nikki's dead.
How's Nikki?
Now, I said in the last video that I think one of Lost's strengths is its ability to capture all of these different genres in its flashback storytelling, and this is an excellent return to form, with Nikki and Paulo being introduced and then the decision being made to kill them off. Their introduction, death, and flashbacks just serve as the basis for a really fun murder mystery.
Everyone on this island has something to hide.
Every man's entitled to his secrets.
But when the truth comes out,
They were working with the others.
someone ends up dead.
You gonna tell Jen?
No,
Why not?
because then we'd have to dig another grave.
So Hurley, Charlie, Sun, Jen, and Sawyer all have to try to figure out who done it. Like the audience, no one in the main cast really knew Nikki and Paulo, so when they have to try to solve the mystery behind their deaths, they also have to try to get to know them post-mortem. The ironic part about fans hating Nikki and Paulo so much is that they were actually created to answer fan questions about what the background characters were doing while all this other stuff was going on. I mean, the main cast is accompanied by like another 20 or 30 people technically. Who are they? I should really talk about all those background characters. Yeah, like sexy blue striped girl shirt.
Yeah.
So if you go to the Lost Wikia, which is way more thorough than I could ever hope it to be, there's actually entries and interviews with the actors who played a lot of these characters. But nonetheless, Nikki and Paulo were new additions to the show. It would have been fun if they upgraded existing cast members, but I really don't want to shit on somebody getting an opportunity. So in the flashback, we learn Nikki is a stripper. No, wait, she's an assassin. Razzle dazzle. Never mind, she's dead. Star Wars actor Billy D. Williams killed her. Okay, she's an actor acting with Billy D. Williams, playing himself. The only celebrity cameo in Lost. Okay, so she's an actor and she's conning this guy with Paulo. He's rich. She says, I'm your sexy girlfriend. He says, I'm your sexy chef. And then they say to each other, let's kill him and steal his $8 million worth of diamonds, get on this plane, and hopefully we don't crash on an island. So as uncovered through their possessions and as confirmed through their flashbacks, we learn all about Nikki and Paulo's saga during the first 80 or so days on the island. The best parts about Nikki and Paulo are the shitpost quality edits they do to edit them into older scenes of the show.
We need to start figuring things out. Now, I found water, fresh water up in the valley. Now take in a group at first light.
Yeah, this man is telling us to live together or die alone. But I got the plain supply of moonshine cherries.
But if we can't live together,
I'm all right on my own.
I'm Ethan, by the way.
Hi, I'm Nikki, and this is Paolo.
Hi, Paolo.
Who are you people? They discovered Nikki had a potential motivation as we see their flashbacks, which include reoccurring cameos from dead characters like Shannon, Boone, and Dr. Arts, who shows Nikki the special bugs he's discovered on the island, new species even, Medusa spider. He's named it the little scamp. So these fan-hated characters' backstory is uncovered by some fan-favorite characters, and their backstory is filled with some very well-missed characters. It's a very fitting way to tell their story within this world. The on-island story isn't really even about Nikki and Paulo, it's about Sawyer coming to terms with the fact that he's not really being the person he wants to be anymore, and Charlie coming to terms with his potential death. Sawyer is initially suspected for the death because he's caught lying about knowing who Nikki is, wanting to steal the diamonds he found on her. Meanwhile, Charlie, reflecting on Nikki and Paulo's death, finds it hard to continue to lie when Sun starts to believe it may be the others who kidnapped her after all, and they might be responsible for killing Nikki and Paulo. After all, she never found out Charlie is the one who staged her kidnapping with Sawyer.
Son, can never find out what I did to her.
However, with Sun worrying and Charlie's death potentially imminent, he feels the need to come clean to her. He's ashamed of what he's done, and she finds room to forgive him. However, she holds a deep resentment for the person who came up with the idea, Sawyer, and shows him nothing but disgust. Character redemption and secrets are two different but consistent themes throughout the entirety of Lost. With Charlie being on a faster path to his supposed redemption, he's now ended up divulging a damning secret not only involving himself, but Sawyer. He wants to be redeemed, and confession is a part of that process for him, but of course, this leaves Sawyer alone to explain himself to Sun. And...
You gonna tell Jen?
No.
He's just worried about his guy friend. Yet she insists she won't tell Jen, to protect Sawyer's life, a threatening reassurance. The flashback continues as we watch frustratingly and hilariously as Nikki and Paulo beat much of the cast to huge discoveries, like the briefcase and whatever the case may be, the door to the hatch, and the Pearl Station before the plane fell on top of the entrance. They went inside of it! So with so little screen time, there are only so many clues that could have been laid. So Paulo's poop in the Pearl, it's revealed to be a plot twist shit. That's where he hid the diamonds. It's just another reminder that these characters are not searching for the same answers the audience so desperately wanted.
And who the hell are you?
They just want to find their $8 million worth of diamonds. Who cares about the terrifying column of black smoke that kills people? You know what scares me? Spiders. So Nikki uses a little spider shown to her by Dr. Arts to paralyze Paulo to retrieve the diamonds, but then a bunch of spiders preceded by smoke monster sound effects. So I guess this is the smoke monster taking the form as a bunch of spiders to like kill Nikki and Paulo. She's bitten, and while running into camp, she says, paralyzed, letting the camp know she's not in fact dead. But with the whole group pointing fingers, they're only able to remember her saying, Paulo lies, allowing them to put a cap on the mystery as a lover's quarrel.
Seems to me like it was a lover's quarrel that turned ugly. Real ugly.
Horrifically, Nikki and Paulo awaken from their paralysis just as the first shovel of dirt lands on their face, leaving them just conscious enough to be aware of their fate, being buried alive. Sawyer shamefully dumps the stolen diamonds on top of them, giving them what they wanted in the end. A needlessly cruel, yet fun demise for two fan-hated characters, and needlessly added characters in general. An iconic moment made from what could have been a significant stain on the show. Speaking of Sawyer, when he arrives back, he simply cannot keep up the fighting and anger about his stash being shared, but his stubbornness still makes him try. In a similar scenario to Jack playing poker against Sawyer to win back the group's supplies, Sawyer decides to use his final bargaining chip. Jack's final bargaining chip was Libby, suffering, holding on to dear life, only able to receive a little bit of relief from the pain. But Sawyer's final bargaining chip is the only ping pong ball, and they have a ping pong table. Although he's a bit mean about it, it's certain that Sawyer's approach this time around to getting his stuff back is a bit more playful. He's not conning anyone, he's just having a little fun and thinks he has a good shot of winning his stuff back.
Hey, that's my guns and ammo. Where the hell did you get it? Wasn't the magazine stock?
But what is Sawyer going to wager? Certainly not just the ping pong ball.
No nicknames. If you lose, no nicknames for anyone. For a week.
Nice.
Sawyer's nicknames have always been a fun, meaningful way for him to interact with people while also just regurgitating pop culture references.
I need a gun, and you don't get to ask why.
Well, Thelma, seeing as I got all the guns, I do get to ask why.
A lot of characters in shows upset me when they have pop culture references, but I actually kind of like Sawyer's. At first, it just kind of seems like he watches a lot of TV, but then you find out he's just really well-read, and I think all of these things are a good extension of each other.
But it's Lord of the Flies time now.
So the rest of the group figures out Hurley is their best player, and Hurley smokes Sawyer repeatedly. Hurley realizes Sawyer is lashing out because he's upset about Kate and realizes Sawyer's changing attitude, so he tries a little bit more with him, giving him some magazines back, but still holding him to the terms of their wager, forcing him not to use nicknames. But Sawyer, of course, just gets clever and starts using more adjectives.
Shirley. The Hugo, if you want.
Get bent, Hugo.
When Sawyer throws the diamonds into the grave with Nikki and Paulo, it's truthfully a sacrifice for him. I mean, this is a guy who once staged Son's kidnapping once to get back at Jack for taking a few meds from his tent.
Because, you know you're the kind of guy that needs stuff.
But with Kate gone, Sawyer doesn't really have a friend. He's lonely and starting to realize that being alone feels really bad. He just doesn't know what to do about it. In the episode Left Behind, Hurley tells Sawyer that everyone is fed up with him and that there's going to be a vote to banish him from the camp a half-mile down the beach. Hurley says he needs to recognize the value of living in a society and start schmoozing. So Hurley helps Sawyer to be nice, giving Claire a blanket and complimenting Aaron, the baby.
He's not as wrinkly as he was a couple weeks ago.
But of course, Hurley continues to point out to Sawyer how unusual it is for him to be helpful.
Dude, you stink. What is that, fish?
No.
Did you try to gut one yourself? How have you not learned that by now? I mean, we've been here like 3 months.
By the end of the day, Sawyer has put on a huge feast for everyone, but he quickly finds out that Hurley conned him. There isn't going to be a vote. Initially, he's angry about all the effort he's put on, but Hurley points out how good he feels after doing something nice for everyone, something Sawyer can't help but to recognize as well. However, Son still isn't receptive of Sawyer's gestures, a reality Sawyer is going to have to deal with even if he tries to be nice. He's already hurt some people too much, and it's too late for him to repair some relationships. These storylines don't only tell a lot of satisfying and interesting character narratives, but it really helps to remind the audience of the stakes going into the conflict with the others. The beach camp is an important place for these characters that they want to protect, and during all these storylines I just described, the rest of the characters are going on an exciting mission to save Jack. So a part of the group is having all of their fun stories at the beach camp. The main part of the narrative could really be considered Jack's rescue operation, which brings the others back into the narrative fold. So I'm very happy to say that Juliet really remains the only member of the others to get their own flashback. While I was very dismissive in the last chapter about the inclusion of Juliet's flashback, I do want to say I think it's a pretty good story, and it's not bad at all within the final context of the show, specifically because we don't get a Tom flashback, we don't get a that guy flashback. I kind of wish we got a Mac flashback, but let's go back and look at Juliet a little bit. Juliet is introduced as and remains our primary window into the others' daily routine. We quickly learn that Juliet is deeply unhappy and that she's very fearful trying to stage Ben's assassination and then desperately pleading with Jack to go through with it during the surgery so she can escape him. We first witness Juliet's backstory after Jack threatens Ben in surgery to secure Sawyer and Kate's freedom. Just a regular thing on Lost. She's running experimental pregnancy treatments for her sister who has become infertile due to chemotherapy treatments. She steals medication from the lab she works at, run by her ex-husband. But then he finds out about the success she's had. Instead of reporting her, he wants to share the credit with her and publish her sister's results. Juliet, having stolen the medication, really doesn't have a choice in giving in to her ex's demands. Never mind the fact that her sister wants to maintain privacy, but in the middle of it all, she's contacted by two men who introduce themselves as Richard Alpert and Ethan. Who is he? I mean, who are they? Well, they've come to recruit Juliet to come to Portland. Well, this is Lost Season 3, Episode 7. Not in Portland. I don't know where they're taking her. So they have an issue. Pregnant women die on the island. I mean, in Portland. So they're asking Juliet to come isolate herself from people in Portland, Oregon for 6 months. Juliet says she doesn't want to leave her sister behind. And besides, she can't get away from her husband unless he was hit by a bus. Oh, pardon her. Richard thinks that's not too hard. He's hit by a bus. Then, inconspicuously, both Richard and Ethan think, hey, why don't we try to convince Juliet to come to the island, I mean Portland, Oregon, at the morgue, where she's seeing her dead ex-husband. She won't suspect a thing. They show up at a vulnerable moment for her to try to persuade her to come join their island cult, their Oregon cult. Juliet immediately makes the connection between what she said about her ex-husband getting hit by a bus and Richard Alpert's appearance after her ex-husband has died.
In our interview, I said that I wanted him to get hit by a bus.
I don't even remember you saying that.
He's like, what? Excuse me? I don't even remember hitting your husband with that Greyhound bus. But nonetheless, she agrees to go, believing the scenario just to be an extreme coincidence. She, of course, will remain on the island for the next 3 years. The on-island storyline has Juliet surprisingly giving up her coup attempt and quickly agreeing to Ben's deal to allow her off the island. She has to go help Kate and Sawyer escape from Mac, and she doesn't think twice about having to kill Danny, who's been threatening to kill Sawyer for days. I don't think she thinks once about it. This puts her in a position where she has to defend her decision to kill one of their own, in addition to Jack's accusation in the operating room of her wanting him to kill Ben. But Jack goes back on this claim, saying he was just lying to save his friends. This is to protect Juliet, who he now sees as an ally in his goal of receiving passage off the island through the others' mysterious means. It's clear the others have some odd rituals and a way of life and obedience that Juliet really doesn't mesh with. All she wants, more than anyone, is to leave the island, and right now, Jack is her best ally in that effort. And he's not half bad looking, thinks Juliet, as the new female cast member. Despite Jack asking her not to, Kate says she has to go back to save him, not knowing why he dramatically requested this of her.
Promise me that you'll never come back here from me.
Jack, where are you?
Don't come back, Kate.
She probably thinks the others are just holding him captive, maybe even brainwashed him. How do they know where to go? Well, first, they have Rousseau as a guide, and second, John is being led by Echo's stick. Echo's stick, which sticks around after Echo tells John to go north. So that's where they're headed. I love you, my beautiful, stupid tracker.
You really think we're just going to chance upon where the others are?
I don't know what we're going to chance on, Saeed, but my bearing is the only bearing we got.
Grandpa John, I'm stuck in a prison overseas. I need you to send me money. Rousseau tags along because Kate suspects immediately that Alex is in fact Rousseau's daughter, Alex, and she wants to help reconnect the two. Saeed is just Kate's good pal and wants to keep her company with the two crazies. Season 3, episode 11, Enter 77, features Saeed's flashback this season, the one I described earlier, where he's held captive and accused of doing something he did but vehemently denies it. On the island, the little rescue squad comes across another Dharma station, the Flame. But unlike all the other stations which are abandoned, this one is operated by someone claiming to be a surviving member of the Dharma Initiative. This dude is Mikhail, an ex-Soviet soldier and a character. He wears an eye patch, which makes it easier to remember him as the guy who receives the Pearl signal when John and the gang returned in episode 5, The Cost of Living. Season 3, I mean. The Flame was a communication station, but according to Mikhail, it's inoperable. However, Saeed, knowing himself, immediately suspects Mikhail of lying, which leads to a really fun realization when no one is being fooled and they're all enemies.
Why are we continuing to play this little game when we all know it is moved to the next stage?
Meanwhile, this is all going on and John the gamer starts gaming after Mikhail has already told him that no one can beat the chess program on the computer. I don't think a gamer like John could pass that up. John defeats the computer, revealing another screen. It provides additional instructions by the Dharma Doctor, including instructions for requesting a food pallet drop, uplinking to access mainland communications, and finally, reporting an incursion by the hostiles. That one's Enter 77. In the basement, they discover the entire station is lined with C4, and that a member of the others is hiding, Miss Clue, introduced as a minor character in Season 2. Once Mikhail and Miss Clue are both being held at gunpoint, Miss Clue gives him instructions in Russian. Mikhail hesitates, and then very hastily grabs a gun and shoots her, as to not reveal information. After the sun sets, John leaves the Flame, a method of communication with the outside world. Saeed was hoping he could fix it up. In fact, they weren't even sure if it was broken. And then, it blows up. Accidentally. Everyone looks to John. What happened? He explains he entered 77 as per the instructions on the screen. But was the final result on purpose? In the next episode, 12. Par Avion. The gang has yet to try getting any information out of Mikhail, but he does reveal a few things. First, that Ben is not in charge of the others. And second, he reveals once again that all of the others know details about the passengers and reaffirms the fact that there's a mysterious yet relevant list of their names being kept. They finally reach the perimeter of the others' camp, which is surrounded by a sonic fence. Mikhail claims it does not function, but John goes ahead and pushes him into it to test this claim. He goes and dies. Scary. After climbing over the fence, they finally enter into the others' homestead, their little gated community. Danielle stays back, not feeling the vibes. Suddenly, they see Jack running. Kate rushes in to help him, but is stopped. Tom is just passing him the football. What?
This is going to be more complicated than we thought.
What? By episode 13, the man from Tallahassee, they're not sure what's happening. And when I was in Tallahassee, drunk on Tennessee Street, I wasn't sure what was happening. I used to live in Tallahassee. They're not sure what's happening. Maybe Jack has been brainwashed. A good sounding theory Kate develops while she sees Jack and Juliet smiling together. But in actuality, this is a very reasonable conclusion for Kate to come to after watching her mom pick her abusive father over her nice stepdad. I'm not a killer, kid. I just taught Saeed how to torture people. So Kate sneaks into the house that Jack's staying in at night. It's a really tense scene, undermined by a beautiful yet haunting composition being played on the other side of the house on the piano. She follows the sound, unexpectedly finding Jack playing. A true and unexpected vulnerable moment for him, calling back to the time at his wedding where he played piano with Sarah. Kate probably thinks no one is watching. After all, she doesn't think Jack would show this side of himself to anyone. She gets Jack's attention, but he is not happy to see her. He's being watched.
Get out of here.
Jack.
Kate, they're watching me. Get out of here!
I'm not leaving you.
The others quickly break down the doors. Kate and Saeed are caught, and Jack insists they be honest with the others, but they lie and say they're the only two who planned the rescue. Eventually, Jack is brought to the place Kate is being held. He tells her he really wishes that she didn't come back for him, and explain that he's planning to come back for everyone after he gets off of the island. Well, he doesn't exactly say everyone.
But I will come back here for you.
With Jack having been separated from his friends, he's now forming an alliance with the others for his own gain. And he explains once he's done taking advantage of the system keeping all of his friends on the island, he's gonna come back for them. Or actually, he's gonna come back for Kate. Just Kate. Just his love interest, I guess. Fuck everyone else. Jack is neither with the others or with the beach camp at this point. He's neither against the others or against the beach camp. Centrist Jack makes perfect sense. Despite the reunion for the seemingly sunken Jader ship, this episode sees John back in the spotlight when we finally learn why he's in a wheelchair.
I've gone on record as saying it's a banana peel all this time, and everybody thinks that I'm joking.
After losing the love of his life to his own insolence, John is contacted by a young man who is concerned about his wealthy mother's new BF, Anthony Cooper, John's father. He's able to track John down through his kidney transplant somehow, and the guy is suspicious of Cooper, thinking he's conning his mom. But John insists he doesn't even know the man or anything. John goes to visit his father, this time to warn him not to con another person, this guy's mom. Certainly he'll listen. Cooper insists he'll leave the family alone, but once the suspicious son goes missing, John realizes his father is responsible. John confronts his dad about the missing kid, and while John is grabbing the phone to confirm Cooper's story about the wedding being off, Cooper tackles John, pushing him out the 8th story window. John survives the banana peel, but his father escapes, meaning the man who took his kidney and tried to kill him is still on the loose. This paints John as not only someone who was purposeless with unreciprocated love off of the island, but as somebody who lived in fear. Staying on the island protects him from his father and the damage his father did to him. He can walk on the island. The scene following his fall sees John destroyed and down on his luck, unable to recognize anything good about his survival. He's demeaned by a good-intentioned doctor calling him buddy and swiftly picking John up out of the hospital bed and carrying him to his wheelchair to discharge him from the hospital. John is defeated. He wanted a hug, and he got a shattered spine. After Saeed and Kate are captured, John breaks into Ben's house, curious to speak with him. John tells Ben that he wants the submarine, using some not-so-obvious context clues to determine that as the others' remaining way off of the island. I don't get this one. Ben says he's surprised to see John. He reassures John that he's special, saying he knows everything about him, and asking him if it felt bad when his father pushed him out the window.
Did it hurt? I felt my back break.
Ben is enamored with John, being fascinated by John's healing, especially now because Ben is recovering from his surgery. He's currently in a wheelchair after being operated on for a cancerous tumor, while people like John and Rose have been healed, but he still sees John as a fool. Ben figures out John had collected C4 from the flame, more evidence that he blew it up on purpose. Ben wants to convince John to blow up the sub, not wanting to appear weak to his people by giving in to Jack and Juliet's demands, or dishonest by not sending them home as per their agreement. A delicate balance in his psychopathic mind. Later that night, there's someone shouting down at the docks. Jack and Juliet run down and John is waiting, gun to his head.
What are you doing here, John?
I'm sorry, Jack.
Sorry for what?
The sub blows up. This reveals John's final form, Crazy Dude. While John has always seen the island as being important, back in season 1, he questioned why Walt would burn his father's raft.
Why did you burn the raft, Walt?
He has not always been this extreme in trying to convince others of his viewpoint. But now, after recentering himself, and without another philosophical perspective to challenge his own views like Echo's, nor a direct goal to work toward, John realizes he will do anything to not only stay on the island, but to keep everyone else there. He needs to find his purpose, and even the others on the island, known on the island as the Others, understand that John is destined for something. Later, when John has been detained by the Others, Ben gloats at his ability to use John, and he directly tells John that John fears his own father, continuing to analyze John as a character, as if he's watching the show itself. But nonetheless, John is important, which is why Ben shows John what's inside his, quote, magic box.
Dad?
John says goodbye to Kate. He tells her that he knows she's bad, and he's seen her file. Now he has to go off on a mission with the Others. You know, I don't know why he had to make her feel so bad before he went off on this mission, but like, okay. Just another standard interaction with men in Kate's life. While held captive, again, Kate, like Jack, begins attacking Juliet, unwilling to trust her. But Juliet knows her cha-cha slide and gives her the old reverse. Suddenly, the whole camp is gassed. Then Kate and Juliet find themselves drugged out in the jungle.
Real smooth.
Juliet apparently has been abandoned by her people, and the two of them reluctantly team up. In another flashback with an interesting crossover, Kate finds Cassidy on the road, going through the same scams she ran with Sawyer. However, her target is immediately suspicious and threatens to call the police. But Kate steps in to help her, offering to buy the fake jewelry to cover for her, but immediately requesting her money back when the dude walks away. The two agree to go on an excursion together to help see Kate's mom, who is under constant surveillance from law enforcement and the marshal who wants Kate. This is personal for him. This episode really focuses on Kate's trust, with her learning to trust Cassidy in confronting her mother, who's betrayed her trust. All while the dudes around her on the island have been basically doing the same thing. Sawyer told her secrets, and now Jack's on the other side. Cassidy helps her stage a ruse to distract the law enforcement just long enough for Kate to get a moment with her mother. Kate just wants to ask her why she turned her in, to which her mother gives her a very cruel answer.
If I ever see you again, the first thing I will do is yell for help. Bye.
Of course, we see this promise come true in Kate's first flashback episode, even when her mother is on her deathbed. Kate has to learn to trust Juliet, and she's been burned so many times in the past. That's why she can't let down her walls, even when she wants to. And in the flashback, she finds herself with somebody who's also been hurt by Sawyer. Sawyer has hurt Cassidy, and he will continue to hurt her when he turns her away, when she tells him about Clementine. And Kate doesn't know it yet, but Sawyer will also go on to hurt her. But Kate and Cassidy are able to find support and companionship with each other. Juliet and Kate could potentially be that too, but Kate insists she knows Jack better than Juliet knows Jack, not knowing maybe she should be trusting Juliet more than Jack. But nonetheless, Juliet feels the need to explain to Kate that she hurt Jack because Jack found out about Sawyer and Kate having sex. You broke his heart, Kate.
It was because you broke his heart.
I don't think it's fair for Juliet to throw that in Kate's face at all, but Juliet just finds herself in this position to defend Jack. I think the lesson here is these two would be more of an ally to each other if they could just get over the petty things getting in the way of their relationship, like a man, or the fact that Juliet was a part of a cult that gagged and bagged all her friends, and when they tried to stage an escape from their forced labor, Juliet held a gun to Kate's head, and this whole thing has probably left Kate with a lot of extra trauma, or a man. When they're attacked by the monster, Juliet lies, saying she's never even heard of the giant monster who makes all the noise in the jungle on the island. But then immediately, when the monster gets close to them, Juliet pulls a key from her pocket and uncuffs herself from Kate. She immediately runs behind the electric fence, which she knew was off, and turns the fence on, knowing how to turn it on. Showing she was aware of the monster enough to know that the fence can deter it, Juliet has very obviously lied to Kate about a few things, but I think Kate's just upset about the man. In a very exciting moment, the fence successfully blocks the monster from going after them. Allowing them to walk back to the barracks. When they arrive back at the neighborhood, everyone is gone, but Saeed and Jack have been left behind, with Juliet and Kate who have been left behind. Juliet had explained to Kate that she handcuffed herself to Kate because she was left behind by the others, and she wanted Kate to feel like they were in it together, even though she wasn't a part of the whole gassing. Ben came in and farted everywhere, and everyone just got knocked out. The four of them start walking back to camp. Saeed said he doesn't want Juliet to come back to beach camp, but Jack says you're not gonna question her. They share a concerned look over Jack's new friend. I don't like this. I figured out that the contents of the briefcase are gonna help me figure out how to get the perfect work-life balance. Going back to the us versus them theming of the season, here we start exploring all the different characters who have entered into existing groups as outsiders. Juliet had been with the others and now joins the beach camp after they have been terrorized by the others for a while now. Desmond joins the camp in the middle of a conflict without any stakes on any side. John goes camping with the others, invited in as someone important but without respect for their established ways. Charlie has escaped death and now feels like he may be living on borrowed time, literally being otherized by life. And Ben has gotten cancer on an island that heals people, an island that he has dedicated his life to. When Juliet first gets back to the camp, everyone is hesitant to trust her, even Hurley, though he is the first one to go sit and chat with her. They share a little laugh about the awkward situation.
I remember you from the dock, where you put bags on our heads.
I had the day off.
But then Hurley reminds her about the conflict their groups have had. He's giving her enough confidence to speak to her, but even the camp's friendliest person delivers her a warning.
Charlie got upset. We buried him over there.
We'll fuck you up, dude. I'll break your bones, dude. Despite everyone clamoring for answers from Juliet, one of the others who has now become a part of their camp, Jack continues to stand up for her, which concerns everybody because they're clearly romantically interested or involved or whatever, but Jack is confident. They both want to get off the island, but now they can only help each other get off the island. This really upsets Kate, who starts using Sawyer to take out her emotional distress over losing Jack as a romantic interest. They sad fuck, something which Sawyer clues into right away. He's being used. He really doesn't like how it makes him feel, but boy oh boy, he's not gonna say no. But the situation really isn't all that black and white for Kate, who really thought Sawyer was going to die. It was supposed to be smash then pass away. The love triangle is an exhausting trope indeed. In Juliet's second flashback, she says goodbye to her sister as she agrees to go with Richard and the mysterious Ethan. Juliet needs to figure out, who is he? And me and the audience. When Juliet is asked to take medication for the submarine ride to knock herself out for a pleasant one, submarine ride that is.
Kind of intense.
Suddenly, she realizes she's not going to Portland. She starts to question all the weird things she's already gone along with, but Richard questions her right back.
I've heard of Mitlo's bioscience.
Why were you fine?
What?
Why were you fine with those things? It seems like quite a leap for a job opportunity.
I know you are, but what am I? I know you know I hit your ex-husband with the bus. We're in this together. So she just downs the medication, unable to come up with the response, wanting to go on this adventure.
Morning.
She's brought to the island, entering up through the rabbit hole of the submarine and onto the dock, able to take in the island's beauty all at once. That island has a fat ass. I get it, John. Initially, the cozy little community and Ben's hospitality is appreciated, but during her work, she quickly starts losing patience. No matter what treatments she administers, pregnant women keep dying, one then the next. Juliet has no idea if her medication has had any effect on the women. Perhaps if she could take them off the island, she could find out in an experiment. But Ben won't allow it. Juliet must continue attempting to fruitlessly save their lives, and Ben continues to put the women at risk to satisfy his own goals of building a community born on the island, like him. Juliet wants nothing more than to go home to be with her sister. It's been years. She's not even sure if she's alive. However, Ben tells Juliet that if she continues her work on the island, that Jacob, the mysterious true leader of the others, who by now has only been mentioned offhandedly, will take care of it personally. We find out that Juliet was fucking Goodwin, one person she could confide in, but as soon as Oceanic 815 crashes, guess who gets sent on the big, dangerous mission?
Goodwin. Ethan. Go.
This line, revisited in the episode itself, has so much more weight.
So I guess I'm out of the book club.
Did he just send Goodwin to die because Juliet didn't invite him to her book club? Is that what she gets for fucking Goodwin? Any thought of freedom just completely gone. However, following the crash, Ben brings Juliet to the Flame, the communication station where they see a broadcast from Mikhail, who is stationed off of the island. He's sending footage of Juliet's sister, alive and well, with her child, who is a few years old now. Despite her inability to truly mesh with their cult-like life, Juliet is convinced her sister has truly been healed by Jacob and continues to do her work. Ben does not give anyone on the island agency over their bodies. Few can leave for certain reasons like Richard and Ethan, but Juliet and probably many of the others, specifically pregnant people, must stay. They have no choice to go to a safer place. It is policy. They must stay on the island and have a near guarantee of dying for Ben's goals. Back in the present, Claire starts having a reaction of some kind after being on the island for a while. Juliet says she knows what's happening to her. She needs to finish Claire's treatment that were started by, Ethan? Suspiciously, there's a small medical supply drop right by camp that mysterious fella never picked up and Juliet is aware of. What was he doing? Juliet's aware of it. People are hesitant to trust Juliet's plan to help Claire. Sawyer and Saeed confronts her, but she throws their past in their faces, knowing all of their personnel files better than anyone else.
How long was it before you told everyone on that beach exactly how many people you've tortured in your life? And I'm sure the first thing you did when you got here, James, was to gather everyone in a circle and tell them about the man you shot in cold blood the night before you got on the plane.
So why don't we just skip the part where you two pretend to be righteous?
Dang. Juliet just directly referenced Tears for Fears, Sowing the Seeds of Love, track number 2, the Bad Man song. She says, before you judge me, look at yourselves, see how you lie. And now that I've pointed this out, your hands start shaking and you don't know why. Pretty powerful direct reference, I'm sure of it. And Saeed and Sawyer, they don't even know what to make of it, but they know they're better for hearing it. But despite her strong, confident, musical comeback to these two guys, we see how scared and frightened she truly is by the encounter when she walks off. But nonetheless, there will be no tears for these fears. The medication works conveniently, Claire is A-okay, and Juliet scores some points with the whole group. Yet, she wonders why Jack doesn't question her motives. Everyone else is suspicious of her. He says it's because he recognizes that they're all aligned in their goals. He sees Juliet as an ally. But as suspicious as Jack's lack of concern over Juliet's allegiance is, it's actually just sort of inconveniently timed character growth. In so many of Jack's flashbacks and on the island, we've watched him pry into people's lives where he's not welcome. He's really damaged his ability to have a relationship with Kate thus far because he's been prying to get to know a lot of details about her life, even things that deeply, deeply affect her emotionally. Things she's not ready to share with many people, let alone him. Yet Juliet still wonders why Jack does not question her motives in any of this. Now he's choosing to trust somebody he sees as a potential romantic partner because she helps remind Jack of the advice he gave to Kate in the pilot. She helps remind Jack to be the person he wants to be, rather than the angry, jealous person he's inclined to be.
Doesn't matter, Kate, who we were.
Doesn't matter who we were.
But nonetheless, this character growth is happening at a very inconvenient time. War! In episode 18, DOC, Date of Conception, Sun hears about Juliet's research done under the others and decides she needs to be taken to the staff to see what's gonna happen to her now that she's on the island and pregnant.
What happens to pregnant women on this island? What happens?
They die.
They all die.
So the catch-22 here is that Sun was cheating on Jin before she landed on the island, but she and Jin started to rekindle their oh-so-sexy physical loving on the island. You could probably grate cheese on those abs, and I guarantee you they've had to. You gotta get resourceful on the island. Probably no Dharma cheese grater for the Dharma Parmesan wheel. Parmesan cheese, baby. If the fetus was conceived off the island, like Claire, Sun will likely survive. But if it was conceived on the island, Sun will likely die. But we also find out that Jin's sperm count went like way up, legit. The island itself naturally makes things harder for one sex versus the other.
He told me Jin was infertile. And then you came here. What?
Juliet was enamored by the island's fat ass, but she didn't realize the island was sexist. Once again, go back to the staff. Initially appearing as a scary, mysterious place, we now revisit it with Juliet, who experiences a different kind of familiar terror walking through its walls. She uncovers a secret room, the nursery Claire was brought to. Sun trusts Juliet with information she doesn't trust Jin with, the fact that she cheated on him. But when Juliet figures out the date of conception, it's found out to be Jin's. It was conceived on the island. Sun is happy about this, but the moment is obviously underscored by the realization that Sun is now at risk of dying. An enormous swell of mixed emotions shared with her by Juliet. Sun trusts Juliet, but we're not sure if she should. Then Juliet asks Sun to go ahead of her. She wants to stay behind to cover their tracks. But then she leaves a recorded message for Ben, confirming that Sun is pregnant and that she'll check the other women soon. But she's not happy about it.
I hate you.
Yeah, fuck that guy. As Juliet joins the camp and we witness her earlier days on the island, we understand her to be an outsider, but no one trusts her. However, many people completely ignore the other outsider in the group, easily accepting him with open arms, Desmond. He's a complete stranger, but he's not a part of the hated group, so he should definitely be trusted. While Charlie doesn't have a choice, Desmond's visions of the future are the only window they have into his multiple close encounters with death. But Desmond doesn't have a good track record with commitment. Enter episode 17, Catch-22. Desmond has a vision of Charlie's death that inevitably leads him to coming across his long-lost love, Penny, who has somehow parachuted from a helicopter onto the island to rescue them. In the vision, Charlie dies, and then they find Penny. So instead of leading Charlie away from the scenario, he leads him right into it, believing the chain of events will get them rescued. Desmond wants nothing more than to see his long-loosened love again, and he's unsure if changing the events in his vision will change the final outcome. Will he lead Charlie to his death, or will he change fate and risk not being reunited with his love? This episode's flashback sees an earlier attempt by Desmond to find himself through service, this time through joining a monastery. However, the main monk who gave birth to all the other monks realizes Desmond is not one of them, and encourages him to do something else. Desmond, who is not a monk, agrees to help load some of the special monk wine from under the main monk's robe onto this truck, loading, transporting the monk wine. And the representative of the nonprofit organization purchasing the monk wine, is Penny Widmore. This is their first time meeting. Penny asks Desmond if she can take him into the city, and he agrees. And we all know the rest of the story, but I don't know how monks work. At the moment of decision, Desmond chooses to save Charlie's life, destroying his guitar instead of his living flesh. Charlie is shocked to see that Desmond led him straight into Final Destination 4. Arrow to the neck, then Penny is back. But they continue forward, having their argument interrupted seeing someone parachute from a helicopter. Could this be Penny? They find her, seeing the same photo of Desmond and Penny in her hands. But when they unmask the parachuter, it's not Penny. So enter Naomi, attempt number 100 or so to get off the island. She says she's here to rescue them, having helicoptered in from a freighter offshore sent by Penny, but she's injured, and even worse, they potentially have a mole in the beach camp Juliet. They can't trust everyone. While the boys are out camping with Naomi, just like the others who are also out camping, along comes Mikhail, making his way over to the others' camp, because they're also out camping. And yeah, he's still alive after dying, just like Super Mario and Rasputin. I love camping, he thinks. Gotta fix this girl up quick so I can leave. After that's settled, back at the camp, the beach camp, they do not trust Jack with Naomi and decide to hide her in a tent and only allow a select few in on their secret.
What the hell y'all doing?
What the hell are you doing?
Going to take a leak.
Yeah, well, so are we.
Well, alrighty then.
The first of which is Saeed, who's the most suspicious of Jack's allegiance. Naomi has a satellite phone. She can't currently use it because something is blocking the transmissions off of the island. Certainly not the Flame, which is so ironically named. I literally just got the joke. They find a new station, a communication station, another way to get off the island, and it blows up in flames. The Flame. Duh. So they can't really make any significant moves without letting Jack know. Meanwhile, following the others' exodus from the housing community, they go camping. Having heard the story of John's recovery, they expect him to lead. They've been told he's special, and they've been waiting for him for a long time. Ben is clearly threatened by John and uses his fear and love of his abusive father to embarrass him. How can this guy lead when he's just like the Tears for Fears B-side track, always in the past? Can't stop thinking. Always in the past. Ben says the only way John can prove himself is to unstick himself from the past and kill his father. Ben expects John to follow him. He desperately wants answers, but he also knows John is weak. He won't murder.
I'll be here the rest of the week, John, if you change your mind.
I'm sorry.
However, Ben does explain a few things. First, that he isn't truly in charge, Jacob is. And second, that Julia is currently operating as an undercover agent, leaving audio tapes for him, and the others are gonna kidnap the pregnant women and kill whoever gets in the way. However, Ben's advisor, Richard, decides to help John, giving him one of their collected personnel files that help John seek someone else out for Ben's challenge to kill his father. Richard clearly wants some regime change, but he still finds the fulfillment of whatever leadership ritual is happening currently involving John's father important. So at camp, Sawyer has turned over a new leaf. He realizes he cares, and that caring is difficult, and sometimes things still don't go the way you want when you try your best. Like how Sun still dismisses him after he tries his best to be nice. You deserve it, Sawyer. You staged her kidnapping. But John comes to Sawyer, claiming to have captured Ben. He asks Sawyer to kill Ben for him, but Sawyer says he won't do it. He'll only accompany him to confirm his story and then take Ben back to camp to figure out what to do with him. John takes Sawyer to the Black Rock, a pirate ship with dynamite that somehow landed in the middle of the jungle. John locks Sawyer in a room with his father, who Sawyer currently thinks is Ben. But quickly, he uncovers the bag. The two begin to talk, with Cooper believing that he's in hell with his dead son, who he believes actually died when the plane crashed, providing evidence for his suspicion. Why else would his son, who he put in a wheelchair, be able to walk again? After talking for a while, Sawyer hears that Anthony Cooper is a con man who's gone by many names, including the same one who conned his mom, Sawyer's namesake, Tom Sawyer.
Anthony Cooper, Ted McLaren, Tom Sawyer, Lewis Jackson, Paul.
Tom Sawyer.
I was young and Huck Finn was taken.
How about that?
How about what?
Sawyer's my name, too.
Sawyer, after all this time, has his chance for revenge. Even now, he's still holding on to his letter, which explains that after his mom got conned by this man named Sawyer, his father killed her and then himself. He's planned for this moment all this time. This is why he was in Australia before the plane crashed. He thought he tracked him down finally. Confronting him, Sawyer expects Cooper to beg for forgiveness while reading the letter. But Cooper doesn't even finish it. He tears up the letter, this representation of Sawyer's pain that he's carried with him ever since he was a child, just dismissed in a matter of seconds. So John gets what he wants. Sawyer kills John's father, the extreme opposite reaction to paternal trauma Hurley has with his father. Some relationships can be fixed and others absolutely cannot be. Sawyer walks out of the Black Rock with John, who is carrying his father on his back. He thanked Sawyer just a moment ago. Sawyer getting his revenge at this moment is a really interesting thing. He becomes less of an angry person back at the camp. So he leaves thinking he's not going to hurt Ben, who obviously had hurt him and somebody else he cared about just a short while ago. But Cooper wouldn't even hear Sawyer out. This man couldn't even, see his son for 1 hour a week or every other week to make him feel like he mattered after stealing his kidney. He's unashamed and dies, painfully releasing Sawyer from any reason he had left to hold on to his anger, which of course does not inherently release him from his anger. John always showed interest in Sawyer's name choice. His real name is James Ford after all.
No, your name. Why'd you pick Sawyer?
What do you mean, pick?
After the census, Hurley gave me the flight manifest. Your name is James, right? James Ford.
And he often neglected to call him by his chosen name, Sawyer, probably associating it with his father. Sawyer, on the other hand, had no idea about John's past. Few people do. But after talking to his father, Sawyer starts to understand John's motivation to want to be on the island a little bit more.
Is it true
Is what true?
that he threw you out a window? That you are a cripple?
Not anymore.
Sawyer asks him about his past, but John is ready to move forward, walking back to the others' camp with his dead father over his shoulder, just as Ben requested. Will John be able to release his anger like Sawyer has been able to? Probably not. John and I, you see, we're alike, mad and balding. However, he gives Sawyer the tape Ben showed him, the one requesting Juliet to identify all the pregnant women for kidnapping. He's like, we're gonna expose these motherfuckers together, showing that he still feels a duty to protect the camp. He is not an other, he is part of the gang. When John walks back into the others' camp with his dead father, Ben is shocked. John, the fool, has proven himself to the group of people who expect him to lead, much to the dismay of the birthday boy, Ben Linus.
What you got there? It's a birthday present. Mine just happens to be today.
Mikhail comes running into camp warning everyone about Naomi and her pesky portable satellite phone and the freighter right offshore ready to rescue everyone. But John says that Naomi is going to have to wait because Ben is going to accompany John on a trip to see Jacob, the mysterious unseen leader of the others. Ben has been promising John answers. John really wants to see the magic box, not just his father delivered to him from Tallahassee, but the answers he's been searching for since he's crashed. He's fed up and he directly challenges Ben's leadership, to which no one comes to his defense except for Mikhail, who John just beats up. What's Ben gonna do? Throw a punch? Bro couldn't throw a paperclip. So, in front of all of his people, Ben agrees to take John to Jacob, a major taboo. Fitting into his original naming convention, Henry Gale, named after Dorothy Gale's Uncle Henry from Wizard of Oz, episode 20, the man behind the curtain really unveils Ben for his manipulative and devious ways, just like the Wizard of Oz. Ben's mother is bleeding as she gives birth to him. In a reverse of what many character reveals end up being, we believe we're on the island, but we're actually not. Ben was not born on the island, and his mother dies shortly after giving birth to him. Ben's father, Roger, is given a job in the Dharma Initiative via a friend. After finding out he's going to be a workman, a janitor, he's disappointed with his role in the initiative, believing he would be involved with Dharma's science experiments and changing the world. He takes this frustration over his life out on the young Ben, who Roger blames for killing his mother. Young Ben lives life amongst other Dharma members who learn about the island and its its inhabitants through the lens of the Dharma Initiative, who remind her call the others the Hostiles, an even more aggressive name than the one the beach camp uses to describe them. They even have drills against hostile invasions. And of course, they live in the houses the others will eventually take over. Ben went to school where he learns about a volcano we never see. And I will gladly talk about the lack of volcano in Lost. It's literally a whole part of the island map they don't explore in the next video, but they tease this, and it's a tease. One day, Ben runs away from his abusive father in the Dharma Initiative itself. When he makes his way to the tree line, he meets Richard Alpert, looking no older than he looks in the current day.
You do remember birthdays, don't you, Richard? So do you want me to bring the tape back to Juliet?
Ben runs into him after following his dead mother. Ben wants to run away with Richard and live a life with the others away from his father. But Richard tells him he can be a member of his group, but he must do so while remaining within the Dharma walls. Eventually, Ben takes John to a place he calls Jacob's cabin. Ben warns John that Jacob doesn't like electronic devices and to avoid using them. When they arrive in the cabin, there's an empty chair and a scary portrait of a dog. What freak painted that? Ben starts talking to the chair and putting on a performance for John. John is offended at the notion that he'd fall for this ruse and starts to leave.
Help me.
But a soft voice asking John, "Help me," makes him stop. He turns around, expecting Ben to be playing another trick on him.
What did you just say?
I didn't say anything.
And he shines his flashlight. Then the cabin starts to shake. Ben and John get the heck out of there. Leaving the cabin, Ben is shocked. John heard a voice that wasn't his, but John believes Ben was just playing a trick on him. In the flashback, it's years later. Ben and his father go out in the Dharma van, the same one Hurley and the gang will find his dead body in years later. It's Ben's birthday. His father has neglected to celebrate it for years. And Ben is like, oh well. Then he gasses and kills the entire Dharma Initiative, taking a moment to close the eyes of the man who gave his father the opportunity. Horace Goodspeed. Ben decides to leave his father in the van to rot.
You want us to, go get his body?
No, leave him out there.
And Richard thinks, wow, this little psychopath just might have what it takes to serve Jacob. Hopefully he doesn't have a callous disregard for pregnant women dying. Ben was not born on the island. He feels like he's infiltrated it and its people for his own reasons. No matter how much he claims to be patriotic for its causes, he feels unwelcome. He knows he's not of its soil. He is an other to the others, who had them adopt his familiar lifestyle, moving everyone back into the Dharma camp where he grew up. When it comes to his people, he only sees a mother's worth for the children they can have, and he wants the children to be of the island, born on it like he claims to be. But he allows pregnant women and their children to die in the process of this goal. After all, why shouldn't the women be subjected to the same terrible fate as his mother? A cruel, psychopathic outlook. In a place where people are healed, Ben has gotten cancer, like the island is rejecting him outright, his body otherizing its own cells. Once he becomes the leader, he doesn't integrate into their society, he changes it, building a new faction to lead.
Why are you so angry, John?
Because you're cheating. You and your people. Communicate with the outside world whenever you want to. You come and go as you please. You use electricity and running water and guns. You're a hypocrite.
Challenged so fiercely by John, who wants to bring the others back to their island roots, Ben chooses to do what he knows best.
So how is it that you think you know this island better than I do?
Because you're in the wheelchair. And I'm not.
Ben brings John to the mass grave of the Dharma Initiative and tells him that he was not born on the island. It's all a lie. Then he shoots John, the fool, with his own gun, leaving John for dead in the mass grave and securing his leadership. For now. However, Ben has already underestimated the silly but dead John, whose faith had led him to a certain deadly demise. But in a serious pro-gamer move before his death, John has given the beach camp a recording of Juliet laying out Ben's plan to kidnap the pregnant women. I've got nothing else to say about John's death. It's about as unceremonious as Walt being written out. Back at camp, once Kate figures out about Naomi and her satellite phone, it doesn't take her long to tell Jack. But everyone else is starting to be suspicious of Juliet despite Jack's words. So Sawyer brings the tape to the group and plays it in front of everyone. He's exposed Juliet. #Juliet is over party.
How Kwan is pregnant. The fetus is healthy and was conceived on island.
Where'd you get that?
Everyone is shocked, except for Jack. He's like, just as planned. Juliet had already told him everything.
Why didn't you tell us? Because I hadn't decided what to do about it yet.
He goes, turn the tape around, revealing Ben's plan to kidnap the pregnant women, including Kate, who's assumed by Ben to be pregnant after she and Sawyer had sex for medical experimentation. Behind the scenes, Jack and Juliet have already been making moves against Ben with Rousseau, who very amusingly but very mysteriously interrupts John, Sawyer, and Cooper to collect dynamite when they're all on the Black Rock. With Juliet's help, Jack formulates a plan against the others. They're going to lay dynamite at the tents and leave a few riflemen to ambush the group coming to kidnap them.
We're gonna blow them all to hell.
Meanwhile, to maximize signal strength for Naomi's satellite phone and protect his people during the others' raid, Jack, with the help of Rousseau, is going to lead everyone up the island to get a better signal point and to turn off Rousseau's radio signal to get rid of any interference. But Juliet points out one issue. The others have control of a dedicated station to block communication signals. She explains if you follow the cable on the beach out into the ocean rather than into the woods, they'll reach the underwater Dharma station, the Looking Glass. So somebody is going to have to dive down and disable it. And that person, following a vision from Desmond, which leads to everyone getting saved, is going to be Charlie. Over season 3, Charlie has become a much less angry person, especially with Claire, who is now welcoming his help again. Before, he would chastise her for things he perceived as parentally irresponsible, like getting tired and taking a moment away from Aaron. But now he's worried about her and for her when she's tired and misses something involving Aaron. It actually comes from a place of wanting to help. He sees an opportunity to save people he cares about, when he's previously been told he cannot help people. But Charlie has become an outsider to fucking life. In his final flashback episode, Charlie, inspired by news from Naomi that his supposed death sparked the release of a Drive Shaft Greatest Hits album, decides to write out the 5 best moments in his life, his own greatest hits. With so many important revelations in the character crossovers and dramatic backstories, this one is a change of Charlie pace. It's all happy and victorious life moments. He hears his song on the radio for the first time, his dad convinces him to jump in the pool for his first swimming lesson. In an act of bravery and crossover, Charlie helps Nadia, Saeed's long-lost love, who he believes is dead. She's being mugged in London. She calls him a hero because no one else stepped in to help her. In a revelation, we learn that Charlie's older brother gave him his DS ring, which does not in fact stand for Drive Shaft, his band, but for an old family member. It's a family heirloom, and he leaves it behind for Aaron. But he decides the best #1 moment of his life is when he met Claire. I mean, of course he's found somebody willing to forgive him after he kidnapped her baby and tried to drown it. Of course that's the best thing that's ever happened to him. Charlie is a character that, to me, is a really good testament to much of the problems the show had from its initial conception. He had a really great first flashback episode, but then his following storylines kind of fumble for a lot of his time on the show. His second flashback episode in the first season is Damon Lindelof's least favorite episode of all time. However, despite Charlie's focused storylines fumbling, Charlie is a very charming presence in the group and remains a very welcome ensemble member from my point of view. The ideas for his individual storylines just weren't there, I suppose. I mean, Desmond has had 4 flashbacks since Charlie's last flashback, which was his 3rd. Within season 3, they really found a way to finally write a decent story for him by leaning into the show's science fiction elements, and the final flashback is cathartic in how it allows Charlie to derive meaning in his life from his past experience, rather than being haunted by it. I like the first and final kiss he shares with Claire. It's a moment that I think the 2 characters deserve for each other, and it's nice to have seen them be able to learn to trust each other and communicate despite Charlie's craziness. I don't think I can open the briefcase. So everything is in place to sabotage the others and communicate with Penny's ship via Naomi's phone to get off of the island. Except Carl comes to shore. He says that the others are coming a day early. They cleared their schedule, so they have to start their plan right now. So Desmond and Charlie take Carl's boat and follow the cable from the beach out into the ocean until they find the Looking Glass, stationed offshore. Desmond wants to take Charlie's place so he doesn't die, but Charlie wants to save everybody and fulfill his destiny. So he swims down to the Looking Glass, but instead of finding an unmanned, flooded station like Juliet claimed, we find out Ben has been lying to his people because the Looking Glass is secretly operated by 2 members of the others, secretly blocking communications off of the island. On purpose. Meanwhile, Jin, Bernard, and Saeed stay back to ambush the others at the beach camp. Then Jack and the rest head for the radio tower. When the others ambush the camp, the gun squad are able to trigger a few of the bombs laid for the others, but aren't able to take out all their guys. When Jack and the crew don't see all 3 explosions they planned, they realize something is wrong, and Kate and Sawyer go back to the camp, much to the disgruntlement of Jack. Don't come back for me. Don't go back for them. This guy doesn't like anybody going back for anyone. Hurley runs after Skater, but is told by Sawyer not to go for the same reasons Charlie gave him. He's too big. So in the middle of all of this excitement, we get what could really be seen and what really feels like another redundant flashback. Jack once again is just moping around, but it's a little more extreme this time. Probably just an escalation of character action the show needed to keep it going. Jack is about to jump off the bridge. He's on pills now. Alcohol's not strong enough for him. But a woman crashes her car after she sees him. Like in his first moments following his crash on the island, Jack quickly jumps into action to rescue the woman, inadvertently becoming a hero when he saves her life. So in the flashback, Jack is sad and he needs to save people. When Ben realizes Jack is taking everybody up to the radio tower, he decides to go talk to him. He thinks he can convince everybody not to go, like leave the island. To Alex's surprise, when she asks to go, he allows her. So Ben and Alex confront Jack. Ben gives Jack an ultimatum. They either hand over the satellite phone, or Tom, who is holding everybody at the beach at gunpoint, will start shooting people. Jack refuses to hand over the phone, and Ben tells Tom to shoot. Jack very satisfyingly beats Ben to like a pulp. It goes on. But much to both of their surprise, Tom was not able to go through with the order and did not shoot anybody at the camp. Mikhail makes his way down to the beach to stop Desmond and Charlie, hearing from the 2 others stationed there that they were heading for the Looking Glass. Desmond beats Mikhail underwater, being able to successfully hide before he arrives to the Looking Glass. But when Mikhail arrives, he's surprised to see that Ben had lied about the condition of the station. He calls Ben asking for instructions as to what to do next, and Ben convinces him to kill everybody, even the other women who are down in the station, as to clean up the mess. Mikhail shoots 2 of his own people, but before he can shoot Charlie, Desmond reveals himself and shoots Mikhail. Mikhail and Ben's betrayal shocks one of the others who has survived. She's barely holding on to life, but she decides to tell Charlie the code to turn off the jammer, getting back at Ben for his betrayal. It's a code made with musical notes, Good Vibrations by the Beach Boys. This is something only Charlie would be able to decode, and he's successfully able to do so. De-jamming the jammer. This is remarkable for 2 reasons. First, he doesn't play Good Vibrations in the original key of the song, and second, he plays 19 notes on the keypad, but there are only 16 keys.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
What can I say? I'm learning piano right now. Surprisingly, Charlie sees a call coming through. Surprisingly again, it's Penny. Charlie's like, we're waiting for your boat. Penny's like, it's not my boat. And Charlie figures out that this is Penny, Desmond's girl. But before Desmond can come over, he realizes Mikhail's body is missing. He's still alive, like Super Mario. He knocks on the window. Charlie, time to die, and Mikhail blows himself up, flooding the Looking Glass. And instead of saving himself, Charlie decides to sacrifice himself to assure Desmond's vision comes true. It's a very sad but meaningful sacrifice. Charlie locks himself in and the room starts filling with water, but he uses his final moments and his little Sharpie marker to give Desmond one last cryptic message. It's not Penny's boat. He should have taken the time to write brother. It's not Penny's boat, brother. So Sawyer and Kate arrive back at the camp to ambush the others, but they have too many guys. So Hurley comes in with the van and just runs them over. They get the upper hand. Hurley helped Saeed does this crazy shit with his feet. Like, what the fuck, bro? What and where are you lifting to be able to do that? I'm reeling from this shit. Like, Saeed could do that, and I think Andrew Garfield Spider-Man could do that. So they're able to get all the others at gunpoint, and Sawyer kills Tom after he's surrendered. Now, Tom has been one of the nicer members of the others this season, and one of the more charming personalities of them. I was sad when I first saw this, but then Sawyer gives us a very good reminder for why he does this.
That's for taking the kid off the raft.
Fucking true. He kidnaps a kid. Yeah, I forgot he did that. But yeah. And then John Locke wakes the fuck up. Walt projects to him and tells him he has work to do, John Locke. After the rest of the plan has successfully been executed, Jack and Rousseau unceremoniously turn off Rousseau's signal, a fitting end for her futile yet terrifying plea for her help, providing a little bit of closure from the pilot. Ben tries one last time to reassure Jack not to call the people on the freighter, calling back to his description of the others as the good guys. Who are the guys on the freighter?
She's one of the bad guys. Oh, I almost forgot. You're the good guys.
Hurley calls Ben's phone to let Ben know they've successfully survived the assault from the others, a true defeat against their camp, and then the satellite phone successfully receives a signal. Without knowing that Charlie has died, and with Joy knowing that they haven't loosened anyone from the others' assault on their camp, Jack triumphantly makes a call.
I'm one of the survivors of Oceanic Flight 815. Can you get a fix on our location?
Hell yeah, we can.
The man on the other end is surprised to hear from him, but he reassures them that they can be taken off of the island. Also, John throws a knife in Naomi's back. When the freighter people come, they're not gonna be very happy. While all this amazing action is happening, the flashback has been continuing in the background, almost being a drag on the story. Except there's a whole lot of things about it that don't add up. Jack is taking flights. His father is nowhere to be seen, but it's after his divorce with his wife, and he talks to someone on the phone. Though it's clearly a relationship he wants to rekindle, one that has been damaged. It's a very odd flashback. But then, in the final scene of the season, Jack meets the woman he's been talking to on the phone. She emerges from the shadows, and it's Kate. She's upset to see Jack. She explains she can't stay long. Jack is clearly troubled and frantically explaining that they weren't supposed to leave, but she cuts him off before he can really finish his thought. She decides meeting up with him was a mistake and decides to leave. As she's driving away, Jack, lower than he's ever been before, pleads with her.
We have to go back, Kate. We have to go back!
Holy shit. The bizarre simplicity of Lost's first flash forward seems so out of place. It's almost a drag on the story at a point in the series where the flashback narratives really were truly becoming a drag on the story. But then, it's not purposeless. It has explicit purpose. I really love this finale. I truthfully agree with a lot of the takes on it that it's maybe the best episode of Lost, if not the pilot. There's great character writing, exciting action, and the flashback blows your mind. We have character finality for Charlie, who could have kept going on the show. I watched Charlie's death episode a lot as a kid. I liked Charlie a lot. He was one of my favorite characters, and it was one of those things where I would watch it always hoping it would go differently, even though it was recorded in stone. I favored a lot of theories that explained Charlie was actually alive in Lost and in life. Dead means dead. But allowing the character to exit on the actor's terms with a big heads up allowed them to really nail down a meaningful character death. Then there's the open-ended nature of the twist. It's not just great because you weren't expecting it, it's great because it tells you whatever they're about to do, whatever play they're about to make to get off of the island with the satellite phone and the freighter offshore is actually going to work. We now know the answer to how they get off the island. We just don't know how or why. It's like Jeopardy style Lost. And then Ben realizing he truthfully has nothing left all he has is his voice and trying to convince Jack and the others not to get off of the island. There's a foreboding and uncomfortable, mysterious quality to it all. Ben, realizing his only play is to try to talk to Jack and the others, makes it seem like he's really afraid of what's going to happen, and after it happens, Jack and Kate can barely be around each other. Then there's all the other questions, like somebody died, who is that? Who got off the island exactly? And why didn't everybody get off the island? The irony here being that Jack looked more lost off of the island rather than on the island. Just like how the irony with this is how I shot on the beach the entire video, and I'm only shirtless under the Rod Serling jacket in black and white.
Lost! The game changes completely! Meanwhile, we see Jack's sad future! Lost finale leaves heads spinning in a new direction!
Let's give props to Lost. How brilliant was this season finale? I mean, it's cruel because they're not coming back until like January, but hats off for taking a foolproof formula and spinning it to make it even better. You can only do that in TV though. You can't do that in a feature. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get a moment like that in a feature like The Sixth Sense, where you're like, holy short sleeves, he's been dead the whole time? But to do 2 seasons and then suddenly throw a massive curveball is just so dramatically satisfying. You just take your hats off to the writers in a big bad way. Suddenly it's like, who gives a frick about the polar bear? Who gives a frick about the smoke monster? Any of that. All of the frickin' sci-fi weirdness just took a back seat to like, holy shingles. Why did Jack and Kate stop being friends?
Following the finale of season 3, it was announced that Lost would be receiving a proper ending. Instead of 2 more full seasons with 23 to 24 episodes each, the show would be getting 3 more shortened seasons with a near equivalent episode length, totaling 48 episodes, which would not begin airing in the fall but in the spring, giving more creative time for less episodes, a true victory for the show's story.
4:01 p.m., January 15th, 2007. In one sense, I agree that they need an end date to write the series, but in another, it seems like an excuse for more fan disappointment. The show had a really great first season, and since then, they just haven't been able to live up to it. I feel like talking about an end date is a way out of trying to make it better.
But I guess you can't really ever please everyone. Interestingly enough, alongside the announcement of the show's end date was the announcement that J.J. Abrams would be leaving the show officially. Lost was no longer this open-ended question. It was something that was going to be able to resolve the stories it had started.
JJ would say things like, oh, there's a polar bear and oh, they find a hatch. And I'd be like, oh, that's cool. And he's like, and they spend the whole season, they found a hatch in the ground. They can't open it. They spend the whole season like trying to open this thing up because they don't have any tools or explosives and I was like, yeah, cool. And he's like, and then finally in the season finale, they open this thing up and I'm like, what's in there? And he's like, I don't know. He's like, you'll figure it out.
I feel like the idea that J.J. Abrams' mystery box is inherently flawed kind of disregards its initial purpose back in the day. It was initially a way to provide an open-ended curiosity about a story's world to keep a franchise going in perpetuity, as per the wishes of the networks who hired him. After Lost, J.J. felt like the major flaw to his approach with the mystery box was creating a central mystery. In Lost's case, it's what is the island? He feels like the mystery box format could potentially be best to use with smaller, shorter stories. The mysteries in Lost that are satisfied at the beginning and end of each season, or character mysteries and the character flashbacks that pay off after a few episodes. These kinds of mysteries seem to be his positive, creative takeaways from Lost. When you look at the mystery box being applied to new Star Wars, within the first film, I see a lot of early Lost. Charming characters and an interesting world, both with a lot of potential. Now, when J.J. Abrams queued up all of these questions for new Star Wars like he did with Lost, Disney should have taken a look back at Lost. The endless amount of questions raised in Lost's first season weren't meant to be answered within the first season. And I truthfully think it was kind of short-sighted to think that all of the mysteries The Force Awakens proposed should have been solved within the trilogy. A lot of the questions proposed in The Force Force Awakens could have been intrinsic parts to Disney's expanded Star Wars universe, to whatever writer really felt creatively inspired to tackle those questions. But due to fan pressure, the final chapter of the trilogy became about answering those questions rather than following the characters through a meaningful journey. Similarly to Lost, when J.J. Abrams pitched the story of Jack's tattoos back in season 1, it was largely ignored because a lot of people didn't think it was an intrinsic part to Lost's mythology. I actually find it funny that they wrote a story about the wrong tattoo. You see, they chose to keep Matthew Fox's tattoos specifically because he had a 5 tattoo, a tattoo the actor got after starring on Party of 5. It was a happy coincidence because the character of Jack tells the story about counting for 5 seconds when you're afraid. The tattoo mystery was supposed to tie into that story. That episode that described the tattoo story ended up being bad, but I don't really think it's a bad idea for a story per se. I mean, it says a lot about the idea that they didn't get to it until the character's final flashback. This is Jack's final featured flashback episode. They chose to get to that story and they chose to answer that question when the show really needed storylines.
First burning question was, how did Jack get his tattoos? And you guys saw that episode. So if you really want us to go back and explore what was the event that caused Jack to lose all his chest hair.
Please don't ask us to do that.
Please,
really.
Please don't.
Send us sewing needles instead. We'd rather have sewing needles than have to answer that question.
Let's just say that, if a man can bald on his head, why not his chest?
I think new Star Wars really made a mistake by not looking at all of those mysteries just as story opportunities, but as story obligations. And I do think J.J. Abrams went back on his promise not to create central mysteries when he decided to put Luke Skywalker on a mysterious island, but all the other pieces should have just been taken as creative suggestions. I mean, even though it was laid out in the first episode of Lost, it was never the story's priority to explore Jack's tattoos. It ended up being a weak idea, but the potential for that story itself was very creatively generous from JJ. He's like, hey, you need to make a lot of stories, here's some options. But you have to allow other creative people to be naturally drawn to these questions. When you try to cater stories to every single question fans have, what you end up with is Nikki and Paolo. What the background characters were up to was a genuine question Lost fans asked. So truth be told, I think a lot of the problems people have with J.J. Abrams' mystery box is the same problem they have with open-ended storytelling in general. There's a whole industry based off of people pointing out Easter eggs in Marvel movies, and these Easter eggs tease other storylines. They're sort of an extension of this mystery box process to get the audience curious about things. And Lost was really the first piece of media to hyper encourage fans to go frame by frame looking for Easter eggs and story clues. It's meant to generate conversation about the show, just like sticking Howard the Duck in a Marvel movie is meant to generate conversation. Now, J.J. Abrams is someone who I think is just really good at developing a sandbox. The mystery box is a sandbox making process for franchise storytelling, long-form storytelling. But something that I really think is missing from his TED Talk is how essential collaboration is to this process. If you want to set up a sandbox for other creatives to play in, then you really have to have the creative resolve to go through with it. To me, Lost works because it's bold in its approach. They were always trying to jump the shark. It's constantly trying to outdo itself creatively, but so much of its weirdness comes from their broad creative contributions. JJ leaving to me isn't an admission of failure. Instead, it comes at a time after the show secured its fate away from open-endedness. Him leaving is an allowance to Carlton and Damon to own the ending of the show. A meaningful reward after having the oh-so-stressful task of having to figure it out. But of course, just because they figured it out doesn't mean everyone was gonna like it. Finally, after over 8 hours of talking about Lost, I finally get to tell you guys why I think Lost is so cool. While the first 3 seasons of Lost is just like high quality standard network TV drama, if Lost continued going indefinitely until it died in a black oiled gross swamp thing like Stephen King described, It still would have been so much more engaging than a lot of the other standard things on network TV. It really did break the mold in a lot of ways. But the reason why Lost is one of my favorite TV shows of all time, and why I think they'll never be able to make something like it again, is because while the first 3 seasons were very standard network TV drama stuff, the next 3 seasons feature a much more streamlined story that feels a lot more like modern TV. But the premise for that streamlined story is 3 seasons of established network drama. I can't think of any other TV show that has characters developed like Lost's. It's a show that really represents both old and new TV. And I really cannot wait to tell you about it. So I must have misremembered the color of the briefcase, but this must be the right one. There wouldn't be 2 like this. So let's find out what the secret to having a great work-life balance is.
Spoilers ahead.
Are we really going home?
Yeah, we're really going home.
I gotta figure out who the hell I am.
You want to take care of this bomb? You bury it.
How'd you know that?
Because 50 years from now, this island is still here.
One of the things that we always wanted to do, and we're very passionate about doing, was exploring the idea of purgatory, both figuratively and literally. And this was so obvious to the audience that within 3 or 4 episodes of the first season of the show, they were like, it's purgatory, right? They're all dead. We kept saying, we swear to God, they are not all dead.
How long since your last fix?
So anyways, I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna go get some sleep before I get more stressed.